Chapter 204 Recruitment Drive. When a person enters the Vault of Providence, their physical body would be left behind. That was more or less what Lu Yi was feeling after channeling his spiritual power into the seed. In fact, the feeling was stronger compared to when he entered the Vault of Providence. Everything looked exactly the same as it was in the real world. He felt like he was physically standing wherever he was right now. First things first, Lu Yi tried to sense his physical body. After he confirmed that a link existed, he relaxed and examined his surroundings. He was inside a small room right now. His senses told him that there was absolutely nothing in it besides him. After searching around for a bit and confirming that it really was empty, he finally walked up to the door, the one and only exit of this room, and gave it a push. Suddenly, a few lines of words appeared on the door like water ripples. It stated, "All who wish to enter the Rift of Illusions must pay 50 contribution points." Lu Yi furrowed his brow for a moment. 50 contribution points wasn't cheap. His inviolable was only 138 contribution points, but it also meant that the potential rewards lying behind this door were worth that much. Recalling what Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had told him earlier, Lu Yi prayed to find a ley line that produces all kinds of high-grade and top-grade spirit stones behind the door. Lu Yi gave the door another push and felt his battlefield imprint warming up a little. He didn't inspect it because it was probably just the heavens taking its toll. He felt the same thing when he was buying stuff in the Sanctum of Providence. Lu Yi stepped through the door. What he saw froze him in his tracks. Back in the real world, Lu Yi suddenly jolted back to reality. He was immediately assaulted by a powerful headache that felt like needles pricking inside his brain. Shui Yuan had been watching over him this whole time. She asked concernedly the moment he came to, "Are you all right?" Lu Yi shook his head. He felt like his brain was rattling inside his skull. "So, what are the effects of this seed?" Shui Yuan asked curiously. For some reason, Lu Yi looked like he had just fought a battle, one he had lost no less. Lu Yi told her everything he experienced, and Shui Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "I've never heard of a seed with such an effect. Can I try?" After receiving the mystic fruit seed from Lu Yi, Shui Yuan sat down on the ground and channeled her spiritual power into it. Just like him, her consciousness departed her body to somewhere, leaving her body behind. Lu Yi dutifully watched over his senior sister despite his headache. Over time, it gradually faded into a mild, unpleasant feeling. 2 whole hours later, Shui Yuan finally exhaled and opened her eyes. She looked a little pale and tired as she returned the seed to Lu Yi. "This is a great seed. If you use it well, you'll be able to improve your combat skills rapidly. That said, it wears out the user's mind considerably. Be sure not to use it when you're fatigued, or you might hurt yourself." "I know," Lu Yi replied while putting away the seed. He could not claim that his earlier experience was a pleasant one. One might even say that his 50 contribution points had gone down the drain, but he could not deny that it was an amazing item. It was as his senior sister said. If he used the seed well, he would be able to improve his combat skills rapidly. In fact, that was exactly what he needed right now. Even better, the seed wasn't keyed to one person only. Anyone could use it if they had the contribution points to spare. This was where its true value lied. "Oh right, there's something I need to consult with you about, senior sister. Remember that time we talked about recruiting associates? Some of the independent cultivators at the bazaar caught wind of the news and inquired about it." Shui Yuan replied, "You're the legate of the outpost, so you do not need to consult me on this. Just do whatever you want." "Aren't you afraid I might screw this up?" His senior sister chuckled. "Before you came, the sect was a few years or even months away from being removed from the list of sects forever. It is thanks to you we are able to maintain the status quo. So yes, I trust in your judgment." "I understand." That was all he needed to hear. After he bid Shui Yuan goodbye, Lu Yi returned to the outpost using the Divine Opportunity column and sent out a couple of messages. Soon Hua Ci and everyone were lined up in front of him. Lu Yi looked at the 5 Crimson Sect disciples one by one before starting. "You might have already noticed, but we are the only disciples in our sect. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're the smallest sect in the entire Jianghu. That is why I'd like to start a recruitment drive. It is the only way the sect can grow further and have a future. Does everyone agree with me?" Yi immediately raised her hand and declared, "I agree." Amber also growled in agreement. Lu Yi shot them both an approving glance. Ruan Lingyu was Yi's best playmate, so of course she raised both hands in support of her. Even the stiff-faced Kong Niu had raised his hand in agreement. Everyone turned to look at Wuxia, and the medicine cultivator shrugged. You're the legate. Just do whatever you want. You don't need to consult our opinions, do you? In fact, I do. I may be the legate, but the sect belongs to everyone. I will not abuse my authority like a tyrant. Also, I would strongly advise you to fix your attitude, fellow cultivator Wuxia. The serious rebuke caught Wuxia completely off guard. What did I do? Lu Yi looked at her seriously. Have you forgotten that you're the prolgate? From the moment the back of your hand was marked with the symbol of the Crimson Blood sect, the sect's honor and disgrace has become your honor and disgrace. It is your responsibility to develop the sect and share the legate's burden. Wuxia thought for a moment before nodding in apology. You're right. I'm still behaving as if I'm still the Queen of Mount Ing. My apologies. I'm glad you can see that. Lu Yi shot her an approving glance. Since we are all in agreement, let us begin the Crimson Blood sect's recruitment drive right away. Prolgate Wuxia, I want you to draft the plan and the necessary procedures as soon as possible. While there are a lot of independent cultivators at the bazaar who wish to join the sect, we cannot possibly accept all of them. It's one thing to grow our numbers and another to have no standards, so please discuss among yourselves as to what these standards might be. Does anyone have a question? Wuxia shot him a suspicious look. I do. Speak. If I am going to spearhead the recruitment drive, then what are you going to do? Lu Yi answered without hesitation, I am the legate of the outpost. In a sense, I am the face of the sect. Currently, I am only a 6th order cultivator while everyone else's legate is at least a 7th order cultivator or higher. Therefore, my first priority is to increase my cultivation level to meet the standard as soon as possible. I'm sure you'll all agree with me. Everyone stared at him, but Lu Yi continued as if he didn't notice. If we're all in agreement, then let's get to work immediately. Time waits for no one. While Wuxia and the others were busy planning the recruitment drive, Lu Yi ran off to the training chambers not to cultivate as he told the others he would, but to install some gathering spirits. Currently, everyone in the sect has a private training chamber of their own. Each chamber contained a circle of boon and 3 gathering spirits in total. This equipment ensured that everyone was cultivating at a highly boosted rate. However, this equipment wouldn't be enough when the independent cultivators joined the sect, especially since independent cultivators were generally untalented and slow to cultivate. The only way to boost their cultivation speed was to install more gathering spirits. One or few powerful individuals wasn't enough to make a sect powerful. If the Crimson Blood sect wished to become stronger, then they must improve themselves in every aspect. Ensuring their cultivation facilities could keep up with the demand was one such aspect, and it so happened that Lu Yi was equipped to deal with it. While Lu Yi was busy constructing gathering spirits in the training chambers, the others had come up with the first draft of the recruitment plan and procedures in just half a day. Lu Yi thought it was a passable plan, though just in case he asked Wuxia to bring it to Shui Yuan to iron out the details. The next day Ruan Lingyu hopped, skipped and jumped into the bazaar. A lot of independent cultivators greeted her warmly and even offered her delicious food. Many of them were acquainted with Lingyu because she frequented the bazaar a lot. There was also the fact that she was a Crimson Blood sect disciple. There was a notice board at the entrance of the bazaar. It had been set up by the independent cultivators a long time ago to promote all kinds of things. There were resource hunt notices, party invitation notices, and so on. After Lingyu had arrived at the entrance, she fished out a notice from a storage bag and slapped it on the notice board. A female cultivator immediately asked when she saw this, "What's this about Lil Lingyu? Oh no, did you lose a precious item or something?" What? Lingyu lost a precious item? What is it? We'll find it for you. The nearest independent cultivators immediately roused to action. No, I didn't lose anything. This is the notice for our recruitment drive, Lingyu replied while making sure that the notice was as pretty as it could be. The female cultivator smiled. I see. It's a recruitment D. She abruptly cut herself off and stared at the notice for a second. Then she took off toward the sanctum of Providence like her life depended on it. Meanwhile, the rest of the independent cultivators had realized the same and ran up to the notice board. Ruan Lingyu was pushed away from the notice board immediately. The Crimson Blood sect is recruiting. Someone shouted in excitement. It didn't take long before the word was spread to every corner of the bazaar. Meanwhile, a couple of desks and chairs had been set up in front of the sanctum of Providence. Wuxia was sitting at a desk with a small book in front of her. Kong Nyo sat to her right and Yi to her left. They were also holding a book of their own. Qinyu was standing at the side with a silly grin on his face. As the bazaar's manager and the cultivator with the highest cultivation level in the bazaar, he was of course the first person to be registered in this recruitment drive. His name was listed on the first line and first page of Huaxi's book, followed by his background and cultivation level. He had stayed behind after registering to maintain order and to offer his opinion when applicable. It was because he knew many of the independent cultivators living in the bazaar to a good degree. It wasn't long before they saw a swarm of cultivators running toward them at full speed. The first person to reach them was the female cultivator who spoke to Huan Lingyu a while ago. While panting heavily, she asked, "Is this the registration?" Chapter 205 Gains. The Sanctum of Providence was usually as empty as it was silent, but today it was bustling with activity. The independent cultivators had split into 3 lines in front of Huaxi, and Kong Nyo's tables to register their basic information such as name, background, cultivation level, cultivation period, talents and so on. They wouldn't be joining the Crimson Blood sect immediately after the registration, of course. That would be no different from accepting anyone and everyone into the sect. This was just basic information gathering. When all was said and done, Lu Yi and Huaxi would go through the papers and select those they believed were qualified to join the sect, the behemoths among the dwarves so to speak. When the day turned into night, they finally registered every independent cultivator that had gathered in front of the Sanctum of Providence. Lu Yi was sitting on the stairs and going through a book when suddenly he asked with a frown, "Who's the one who wrote this book?" He was asking because the handwriting was god-awful. It was so terrible that he, a cultivator, had to squint to identify the chicken scratch before his eyes. "Me," a stuffy voice answered. Lu Yi looked up and saw Kong Nyo shooting him a silly grin. There was nothing he could say to that. After he put away the registration books, Lu Yi spoke up, "Thank you all for your hard work. Huaxi, Qinyu, please stay with me for the moment. The rest of you may take your leave." Huan Lingyu and Kong Nyo left after he said this. The 2 girls went to the headquarters while Kong Nyo went to the training chambers. It was because he wanted to cultivate. Kong Nyo was an extremely hard-working man who more or less spent all of his time cultivating at the training chambers unless it was mealtime. In the past, he couldn't progress as much as he would like because the environment of Mount Ing wasn't cultivation-friendly so to speak. It was a different story after he joined the Crimson Blood sect though. Not only was there an abundance of cultivation resources, the world spirit chi in the training chambers were incredibly dense. Mount Ing had nothing on the outpost. He was deeply appreciative of what he had right now. That was why he did not want to waste even a second of it. Lu Yi, Huaxi and Qinyu had stayed behind to go through the list of independent cultivators and select those who were qualified to join the sect. The reason Qinyu was here was because of his knowledge. While he couldn't claim to know every man and woman down to the color of their underwear, he knew them better than Lu Yi and Huaxi at the very least. There was no doubt that his help would ensure the quality of their recruits and speed up the screening process. There were a total of 432 long-stay independent cultivators in the bazaar, and that was the number of names that had been registered in the books. In other words, every single independent cultivator had registered to join the Crimson Blood sect. Their enthusiasm had exceeded Lu Ye's expectations to say the least. He had thought it would be good if even half of them came to register to join the Crimson Blood sect. It was well into the night when the trio finally finished their work. 100 people were chosen to join the sect as disciples, while those who did not make the cut were given the choice to become an associate. Judging from the enthusiasm he had seen today, Lu Yi did not think anyone would reject the offer. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, many independent cultivators willingly became associates because it would grant them access to the sect's infrastructure such as the training chambers. They would also be allowed to build their own homes within the boundaries of the outpost and enjoy the improved world spirit chi of the Divine Opportunity column. In return, the sect required the independent cultivators to contribute in certain areas and follow orders. For example, if someone declared war on the outpost, the associates who received the call to arms would be required to participate in the battle. Those who refused would have their associate status revoked. Generally speaking, the personnel of each outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield could be split into 3 types: disciples, cultivators in training from allied sects, and associated independents. The biggest difference between a disciple and the other 2 types was that disciples were paid a monthly salary, which also meant access to more cultivation resources. Those who failed to make the cut on the first try had nothing to worry about though. Since the Crimson Blood sect had begun recruiting once more, they were definitely not going to stop here. If their performance was good, it was only a matter of time before they were made a disciple. Yu returned to the bazaar and posted the completed list on the notice board the same night. The 100 independent cultivators who found their names on the list were overjoyed, and those who didn't were disappointed as a matter of course. That said, it wasn't all bad news since they were still given the option to become associates of the Crimson Blood sect. Yu also informed them that the sect would be recruiting more disciples in the future, so they simply needed to keep up the hard work and wait for the next opportunity. As for Lu Yi, he had returned to the headquarters to report to his senior sister and to obtain an appropriate sum of spirit stones and spirit pills. The next day Lu Yi and Wuxia were standing in front of the Sanctum of Providence, and their 100 new disciples were slightly further away from them. Yu was standing at the forefront of the group. Lu Yi announced amidst 100 pairs of excited eyes, "From this day onwards, you are all initiates of the Crimson Blood sect. The sect's will is your will, and the sect's pride is your pride. Today you are proud to be able to join the Crimson Blood sect, but in the future, it may be the sect who is honored to have you. The sect master believes that there will be such a day, and so do I. That day will surely come as long as we work together as one." "Yes, senior brother." Everyone roared. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Now, please step forward when your name is called." Wuxia brought out a name list and called out in a melodious voice, "Yu." "I am here." Yu answered the call immediately. Lu Yi produced an engraved block, it was his legate seal, and invoked the heavens. After stamping an imprint on the back of Yu's hand, he gave him a couple of spirit stones and spirit pills. It was the monthly salary of the initiates Shui Yuan had given him last night. It wasn't much, not even enough for half a month of cultivation, but it was the basic benefit every sect offered to their initiates. Finally he said, "Keep up the hard work." "Yes, senior brother." Yu accepted the offering with the utmost seriousness. "Jianghu. I am here." "Lu Wu." Every time someone was called out, Lu Yi would stamp them on the back of their hand and pay them their monthly salary. There wasn't a single person who wasn't brimming with happiness. A million thoughts flashed through Lu Ye's mind as he stared at the 100 cultivators in front of the Sanctum of Providence. With this, the outpost finally possessed the semblance of an outpost, but they were still a long way from true prosperity. None of their new recruits were particularly powerful given that Yu was the only 7th order cultivator among them, and there were only a handful of 6th order or even 5th order cultivators. Worse, none of them were particularly talented, which meant that their cultivation speed was going to be worrisome. That said, what they lacked in talent he could make up with sheer quality of spiritual qi. He wasn't done setting up the gathering spirits at the training chambers yet, but once he was, their cultivation speed, at least for the early stages of cultivation, should be on par with the average at the very least. It didn't take long for the official registration to finish. Once the 100 initiates were gone, the hundreds of independent cultivators waiting outside the venue came in. These independent cultivators were here to become associates of the outpost. They did not get a salary and their benefits were a tad poorer compared to the initiates. For example, sect disciples would always have priority access to the training chambers. Lu Yi left it to Wuxia to process the independent cultivators while he went to the training chambers to set up the gathering spirits. When it was evening, Wuxia finally messaged him to tell him that the process was done. Lu Yi rushed back to the Sanctum of Providence where Wuxia waited for him. "Let's begin." He was going to improve the outpost's concentration of world spirit qi. It was also the biggest reward he and Wuxia had gotten from the battle royale of the legates. The reason he hadn't done this immediately after returning to the sect was because he did not want it to influence the independent cultivator's decision when he began the recruitment. Of course, it turned out that he had overthought this. Every single independent cultivator in the bazaar had become an initiate or an associate of the Crimson Blood sect. There were no exceptions. Once the news had spread, he was sure that more independent cultivators would show up to join them. At the beginning, every outpost's spiritual qi was 10% higher than the wilderness. One must purchase blessings at the Divine Opportunity column to improve its concentration. Before the battle royale of the legates, Lu Yi had purchased a blessing with 500 contribution points, which put the outpost's spiritual qi at a total of 20% higher than the wilderness. He had tried to purchase another blessing only to be informed that he didn't have enough contribution points. Not only that, he was told it required 1,000 contribution points to purchase the second blessing. Lu Yi thought then that he might have to spend exponentially more contributions to continuously improve the concentration of the outpost's world spiritual qi. Li Baxin had spoken about this as well. He checked his battlefield imprint. He and Wuxia had obtained a total of 88 blessings from the battle royale of the legates. They were all the most basic type of blessing and were worth 500 contribution points each. While these blessings could be exchanged for contribution points, they could only be exchanged as sect contribution points because they were technically wealth that belonged to the sect. There was some room for maneuver when exchanging between sect contribution points and personal contribution points. For example, Lu Yi could convert his personal contribution into sect contribution points by donating it to the Divine Opportunity column. In fact, the reason so many sects were able to purchase blessings for their Divine Opportunity column was thanks to their disciples' donations. There were plenty of things in an outpost that could only be solved via the concerted effort of many disciples. The opposite was also true. A legate was burdened with the important responsibility of guarding an outpost, so they were granted the special right to obtain a portion of sect contribution points as their monthly salary. The prolgate, in this case Wuxia, also possessed the same right. If a disciple performed exceptionally well or made major contributions to the sect, they could also be rewarded with a certain amount of contribution points besides spirit stones and spirit pills. The contribution points would be obtained from the Divine Opportunity column. These were all basic knowledge. They were all recorded in the jade slip Li Baxin had given him before. In the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi placed a hand on the Divine Opportunity column before converting all 88 basic blessings into sect contribution points. The Crimson Blood sect's sect contribution points immediately jumped up by 44,000. He did not purchase the blessings immediately, however. Instead, he used his authority to pay himself and Wuxia their monthly salary. Wuxia noticed this and inspected her own battlefield imprint. She was shocked by what she found. What the heck? Her personal contribution points had skyrocketed by 4,400 points, or 10% of the total sect contribution points. It was the same for Lu Yi. You were great at the chess C, but your kill count was extremely low, wasn't it? It's what you deserve. It's still too much. I don't need this many right now. You'll need it eventually, so just save it until then. If it wasn't for the fact that the monthly salary could not exceed 10%, he would have paid her and himself even more contribution points. He and Wuxia had put in their blood, sweat and tears to acquire all these contribution points. No one could say they were being unfair even if they were to split it half-half and leave nothing for the sect. That said, the outpost desperately needed to improve its spiritual qi concentration right now, not to mention a couple thousand contribution points was pretty huge for their current level. Chapter 206 Buying Blessings. After deducting their salaries, the Divine Opportunity column was only left with 35,200 sect contribution points. Next, Lu Yi purchased a blessing with a single thought. The sound of turning gears resounded, and it felt as if something inside the Divine Opportunity column itself was changing. It was exactly the same as before. 1,000 contribution points were deducted from the total, but in exchange the outpost's spiritual qi was improved by another 10%. The second blessing he purchased cost 1,500 contribution points, and the third cost 2,000 contribution points. It looked like each blessing cost 500 contribution points more per purchase. Lu Yi stopped when he had 2,700 contribution points left. It was because the next upgrade cost 6,000 contribution points. All this time, the gears of the Divine Opportunity column kept grinding. As expected, the purchases had induced a massive change inside the column. At the same time, a vortex of spiritual qi appeared in the sky of the outpost without warning. A massive amount of world spiritual qi was drawn in from every direction. At first, the initiates and associates exploring the outpost were greatly confused by the sudden phenomenon. They immediately realized what happened when they felt the spiritual qi in their surroundings improving at an incredible rate though. Loud cheers filled the outpost for a time. It took 2 whole hours before the vortex finally dissipated, leaving the outpost with a much greater concentration of world spiritual qi than before. Including the blessing Lu Yi had purchased a month ago, there were now a total of 11 blessings on the Divine Opportunity column. This meant that the spiritual qi within the outpost was 120% greater than in the wilderness. To say this was incredible would be an understatement. One might say that one's cultivation speed had been accelerated by 120%. It was only now Lu Yi that realized just how terrible it was to lose an outpost. In the past, he thought that losing an outpost to an enemy wasn't too big a loss because, assuming that the ground itself wasn't fully destroyed, they would lose some facilities and disciples at worst. But now, he realized that losing an outpost also means losing all the blessings on the divine opportunity column. That was one or even several generations of slow accumulation gone just like that. To say it would be an unbearable loss would be an understatement. With this, he finally realized why Dong Shuyi had left the 9-star clan as well. He was the legate when the mystic sect had conquered their outpost and stolen all the blessings on the divine opportunity column. There was only one way a mere 7th-order cultivator could atone for this sin, and that was death. Naturally, the man had run away before he could be executed. The Battle Royale of the Legates was a festival to the sects of Jianghu because it equalized the playing field and gave everyone the opportunity to plunder another sect's blessings to their heart's content. The Crimson Blood sect was a prime example of this. At the current stage, 44,000 was an unimaginable amount of contribution points. If Lu Yi and Wuxia hadn't performed well in the Battle Royale of the Legates, it would take God knows how many decades to accumulate that many contribution points necessary to improve the world's spiritual chi of their outpost to the current extent. Thanks to them, decades of hard work had been shortened to just a single month. Not only were they able to improve the outpost's world spiritual chi by over 100%, they themselves had gained tons of rewards. The Battle Royale of the Legates was an opportunity for all sects to obtain a huge reward at a small cost, but of course, one must be prepared to suffer a huge loss as well. If they won, then all was well, but if they lost, it was one thing to lose a blessing worth 500 contribution points, and another to lose both their legate and the prolgate. Even so, the potential loss wasn't enough to dispel the sect's enthusiasm toward their festival. Unfortunately, the Battle Royale of the Legates only happened once every 3 years, so Lu Yi could hardly rely on the next instance to make his fortune. He reckoned he would be long gone by the time the next Battle Royale took place. Oh right. Lu Yi suddenly recalled something and took out his mystic fruit seed. Do you want to give this a try? What is it used for? Let's just say it's greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. You'll know exactly what I mean when you try it out yourself. Lu Yi threw the seed into Huaxi's hands. The moment Huaxi channeled her spiritual power into the seed and blanked out, Lu Yi immediately broke out into a shit-eating grin. A moment later, Huaxi suddenly opened her eyes and let out a huge groan. At the same time, she panted heavily while sweat poured down her forehead like the rain. It wasn't until she checked her stomach as if to confirm she was unharmed before she finally let out a long sigh of relief. I didn't scare you, did I? Lu Yi was deeply amused by her reaction. Neither he nor Shui Yuan had reacted nearly as badly as she had. In response, Huaxi glared daggers at him and said after a long time, "You owe me 50 contribution points. You're a rich lady now. What do you care for 50 contribution points?" Huaxi shot him another glare before she finally tossed the seed back into his hands. While she could see its uses, it just wasn't suited for a medicine cultivator like her. She strode toward the exit after that. Right as she was going to pass through the door, Huaxi suddenly looked back with an innocent smile on her face. Try not to get hurt in the future, okay? Lu Yi caught her meaning immediately and complained, "Come on, it's just a small joke." After Huaxi was gone, Lu Yi put away the mystic fruit seed and inspected his battlefield imprint. Name, Lu Yi. Identity, Crimson Blood Sect Disciple. Cultivation, 86 spiritual points. Location, Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution, 5,352. 5,000 contribution points was an incredible sum to say the least. If he were to spend it all on Flame of Earth and Spirits, he would be able to purchase over 20 of them in one go. Of course, the reason he had this much was because he paid himself a salary of 4,400 contribution points earlier. But even without the salary, he still had almost 1,000 contribution points thanks to all the enemies he had killed at the chess sea, and as a 6th-order cultivator no less. At the minimum, he earned 14 contribution points per 7th-order cultivator he killed. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. In the future, he had to participate in as many wonderful festivals like this as possible. On a side note, he had only unlocked 2 spiritual points since he joined the Battle Royale of the Legates. It was difficult to remain at 100% spiritual power in a combat-rich environment, and one could not cultivate unless they were at 100%. Plus, all the spiritual power he converted had been used for recovery. It was fine though. Now that the outpost's spiritual chi was 120% thicker than normal, his cultivation speed should go up tremendously. Now that Lu Yi was, relatively speaking, rich as fuck, he did not need to worry about contribution points in the short term. He also had plenty of cultivation resources. He went to the Vault of Providence and paid 2,000 contribution points to purchase 10 Flame of Earthen Spirits in one go. He could buy more, but the seed of the mystic fruit was a new sinkhole for contribution points. There was no harm in holding some contribution points in reserve. Brimming with excitement, Lu Yi headed straight to his personal training chamber after he made his purchase. He encountered a lot of people on the way. They all paused in their tracks to pay him their respects. Some people addressed him as fifth senior brother because Li Baxin was the fourth disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. Although Li Baxin was now a disciple of the Devoted Ones, the Crimson Blood sect would always have a place for him. Wuxia was the sixth, Kong Niu the seventh, Yi the eighth, and Ruan Lingyu the ninth. That was all. There were also people who addressed him as legate, associates to be exact. In the past, the outpost was as quiet as a ghost town. Now, it was so much livelier than it was before. After Lu Yi had entered his personal training chamber, he sat on the floor and took out the Flame of Earthen Spirits. Then, he waited as his tree of glyphs devoured the flames one by one. Each time a flame of earthen spirits disappeared, one of the leaves on the tree of glyphs would burst into flames. On average, one flame of earthen spirits would ignite one leaf. When all of the flame of earthen spirits were gone, there were 14 burning leaves on the tree of glyphs. This was the first time Lu Yi had ignited so many leaves in one go. Before this, he had only ignited 4 leaves and obtained 4 glyphs in total. He could hardly contain himself as he stared at the burning leaves. By now, he realized that each leaf represented a priceless treasure of untold value. He sucked in a deep breath and concentrated on the 5th leaf. A while later, Lu Yi opened his eyes with an odd expression on his face. The good news was that learning the glyph didn't tax him too much this time. The bad news was that the 5th glyph was not what he expected it to be. Previously, all the glyphs he had obtained, Sharp Edge, Protection, Gathering Spirits and Blood Rage, had a clear use and focus. They were either for offense, defense, or support. The 5th glyph was a very special glyph, however. It could not be used independently, meaning that it was completely useless on its own. To put it simply, it was a connection-type glyph that connected multiple glyphs together and allowed them to unleash their effects at the same time. In fact, it might be more accurate to call it a technique than a glyph. One he had seen before, even. There were a total of 9 glyphs in the inviolable. 7 of them were used to reinforce the blade, and the remaining 2 to increase its damage. These 9 glyphs had been connected together using some sort of technique so that they would function as one cohesive unit. In the past, he was pretty interested in the technique but lacked the time to research it in any capacity. Moreover, he was pretty sure he lacked the knowledge and experience to discover anything useful even if he did spend the time. For starters, it was only now he realized that there existed a kind of glyph that connected all kinds of glyphs together. Lu Yi rested for a moment before moving on to the 6th leaf. To his surprise, it was yet another connection-type glyph, though it was vastly different from the one etched on the 5th leaf. This meant that there wasn't an all-in-one solution that connected all the glyphs together. To put it simply, different glyphs required different techniques to connect. It wasn't until the 7th leaf that he finally obtained a glyph that could function independently. And so Lu Yi spent the whole day inspecting his new glyphs. Every time he became tired, he would cultivate to restore his strength and focus. He didn't need to do anything special either. Thanks to gathering spirits, world spiritual chi was constantly being funneled into his body, and Gluttonous Feast was also converting the spirit pills he ate into spiritual power. In fact, you could say that he was growing his strength just by sitting on his ass, changing his cultivation discipline to Gluttonous Feast and constructing gathering spirits in his spiritual points. Of course, he still needed to take charge when he had accumulated enough spiritual power to attack the barrier surrounding a spiritual point, but that was it. Chapter 207 Visit. It took Lu Yi 2 days to examine all of the burning leaves. In conclusion, he had obtained 4 independent glyphs and 10 connection-type glyphs. There were many things he could say about his new glyphs, but the strangest one was easily glyph, Radiance. Long story short, it produced a bright flash upon activation. Lu Yi had nearly blinded himself the first time he gave it a go. The glyph immediately reminded him of Luo Ji of Infinite Island. The man had also executed a spell technique called White Flare that produced a powerful light, though it was weaker than Radiance, that blinded the opponent. In fact, it was how he caught Lu Yi off guard the first time they had clashed against each other. His feelings toward the glyph were lukewarm to say the least. It wasn't really useful, but it wasn't entirely useless either. Situational was probably the best way to describe it. Glyph. Reinforcement was, as its name suggested, a reinforcement glyph. He had compared it to the glyphs within the immovable and found it to be very similar to the one currently reinforcing the blade of the weapon. It was probably because they shared the same origin. Reinforcement also shared similarities with protection, though the way they functioned were quite different. If protection constructed a barrier that shielded an object from harm, then reinforcement made the object itself tougher. Lu Yi had tried applying it to his arm and found that the affected flesh and blood were tougher. The aftereffects were pretty bad, however. The area felt sore and uncomfortable after he had dispelled the glyph, which made him realize that the glyph was meant to be applied to spirit artifacts, not a person's body. Glyph. Windwalk, on the other hand, was definitely meant to be applied to the body. It made him both lighter and faster. In fact, there was a talisman named Move with the Wind that produced the same effect, and it had played a crucial role back during his escape from Dong Shuyi. Since then, he always made sure to keep a couple of Move with the Winds in his storage bag. Some enemies were too powerful to be beaten, and the only logical option was to run away. In those situations, Move with the Wind would undoubtedly allow him to run faster. That said, a talisman was a consumable, and there was always a chance one could run out of consumables. It was also risky to use it in the middle of combat given that he was a combat cultivator. Now that he had Windwalk though, he could do away with Move with the Wind completely. In that sense, Windwalk was the most valuable glyph of the 14 glyphs he obtained. Glyph. Gravity well produced an invisible gravitational force field that increased the weight of everything in it. Lu Yi had tried applying it on himself and felt as if he was suddenly carrying several hundred kilograms of weight. Although several hundred kilograms wasn't a great burden even for a sixth-order cultivator like him, he could imagine just how useful it would be to disrupt an opponent's combat rhythm. The first time he used it against an enemy, they would definitely be caught off guard. Once they had adjusted to the weight, he could cancel it and knock their rhythm out of whack again. Radiance, Reinforcement, Windwalk and Gravity Well. With these new additions, Lu Yi now possessed 8 independent glyphs in total. Just like before, none of these glyphs improved his power or cultivation level directly. However, they could dramatically improve his combat strength if he employed them at suitable times. Lu Yi was slowly but surely finding out how deadly glyph weavers were. Unlike most cultivation factions, glyph weavers were extremely unpredictable in combat thanks to all the glyphs they could use. If you couldn't keep up with a glyph weaver's combat rhythm, then you were probably going to die a slow and painful death. He only knew 8 glyphs right now, but he could already combine them and envision all kinds of new fighting styles in his head. How strong would he become if he mastered 18, 28, or even 80 glyphs? No wonder glyph weavers were as formidable as they were rare. There was one problem though. His glyphs originated from the Tree of Glyphs, and thanks to it he could construct any glyph it had unlocked perfectly. Unfortunately, like a certain guy who was handed a remote that could change time, he only knew the effects of the glyphs but not the process that led to the outcome. This meant that it was time to pay Lady Yun a visit. The first time he visited Lady Yun, the woman had told him to visit her when he was free, probably because she found that Lu Yi had the potential to become a glyph weaver. However, Lu Yi did not because he was busy increasing his cultivation level for the Battle Royale of the Legates. Not only that, he was saddled with the responsibility of improving the outpost almost as soon as he returned. It was only now he finally had time to pay her a visit. Back then he had no idea who Lady Yun was. He only knew that she shared a long and complicated relationship with the sect master after prodding Shui Yuan about it. The long story short was that Lady Yun detested the sect master had done wrong by her. On the other hand, they shared such a long and storied history with each other that there was no way they could cut ties with each other. That was why Lady Yun chose to live alone in one of the headquarters spirit peaks and barely interacted with the sect master unless absolutely necessary. Shui Yuan visited her often to make sure that she wasn't lonely. To put it in simpler terms, Lady Yun and the sect master's relationship was partially damaged for some reason, but neither party was willing to give up on it. As a result, they had been living apart for decades now. Despite her less-than-sterling relationship, Shui Yuan admired Lady Yun deeply for her glyph-weaving skills. If someone were to rank all the powerful glyph weavers in Jianghu, Lady Yun would probably be in the top 20 at the very least. And this was decades ago when her skills were less impressive too. The only reason the entire Jianghu except the older generation had forgotten about the genius woman was because she had been living in seclusion for the past few decades. She was Lu Ye's best choice if he wished to study the way of the glyphs. Lu Yi exited the training chambers and teleported back to the headquarters from the Sanctum of Providence. Then he sought out his senior sister. The girl was studying a new recipe when he spoke to her about his wish. You wish to visit Lady Yun? Yeah. I'd like to learn more about glyphs from her. That makes sense. You carry the inheritance of a glyph weaver, and Lady Yun is a master at the craft. But why have you come to me? Do you need me to escort you? Of course not, it's not far that I have to ask you to bring me there. It's just, well, I'm visiting her to ask her for a favor, right? It wouldn't be right to see her without a gift. Shui Yuan giggled. In that case, I would suggest you catch a couple of blood sturgeons from the lunar mere. They're her favorite food, but it usually falls on me to bring her some because she couldn't be seen debasing herself like this, especially with the sect master nearby. Speaking of which, never mention the sect master in front of Lady Yun, okay? You will regret it otherwise. At its peak, the Crimson Blood sect owned a vast amount of territory and dozens of spirit peaks. Since that fateful day, it declined to the point where even their grand defensive ward had been dismissed. Although the Crimson Blood sect still owned those spirit peaks, it had been ages since anyone took care of them at all. As a result, most of the buildings had crumbled into rubble that just barely retained a semblance of the sect's past glory. Today, the only two spirit peaks that were still in use were the Summit of Fortitude and the Summit of Emerald Bamboo. The lunar mere was located between the two spirit peaks. After bidding Shui Yuan goodbye, Lu Yi was just about to make a trip to the lunar mere when Amber ran up to him. It bumped his leg with its head and let out a cute growl. Long story short, the tiger was feeling lonely. Lu Yi had been busy as a bee as of late, but Yi was no better. She had been staying at the headquarters more than the outpost because she was learning spell techniques from the sect master. Unfortunately, it also meant that she was spending less time with her beloved pet. Amber was technically Lu Ye's tamed beast, and they had adventured together for a long time. Naturally, it had developed quite the affinity with Lu Yi. It knew it was time to make an appearance when it heard Lu Yi and Shui Yuan's conversation. The ancient saying claimed that you train an army for 1,000 days to use them for one moment, and Amber knew it was its turn to shine. Maybe it was because Amber was his tame beast now, but Lu Yi was getting better at figuring out its thoughts. He wasn't literally speaking to the tiger like Yi, but he understood Amber most of the time. So, he gave it a pat on the head and declared, "Let's go together then." Then he climbed onto Amber's back. Excited, the tamed beast immediately took off toward the lunar mere. It wasn't long before a beautiful lake that was shaped like a half-moon entered their vision. This wasn't the first time Lu Yi had visited the lunar mere. When Li Baxian was still in the Crimson Blood sect, his senior brother had often brought him here to fish. Li Baxian enjoyed fishing as a hobby, but Lu Yi could not see any point to it. In his opinion, it was a complete waste of time to do nothing for hours when they could catch it in no time, and his opinion hadn't changed even now. So he took off his clothes and dove into the lake. Less than a minute later, he had caught a couple of fat and juicy-looking blood sturgeons. With that done, he returned to the shore, put on his clothes and rode Amber to the Summit of Clarity. When he reached the peak, he climbed off the tiger and saluted respectfully in front of the entrance. "Disciple Lu Yi has come to visit you, Lady Yun." "Come in," Lady Yun responded immediately. Lu Yi signaled Amber to wait for him with his eyes before feeding him a couple of spirit pills. It was only then he went inside with the blood sturgeons in his hands. The hall looked the same as before. Lu Yi quickly walked up to Lady Yun and bowed. "Well met, Lady Yun." The woman glanced at his gift and broke into a smile. "Did Shui Yuan ask you to bring some for me?" "Yes. Sister Shui said it was your favorite food, so I went to the lunar mere to catch a couple for you." "Much appreciated." Lady Yun waved, and a servant girl stepped forward to take the blood sturgeons from him. She shot him a smile while doing so. Curiosity grew inside Lu Yi as he nodded in response. He hadn't seen the girl before the first time he visited this place, but this indicated that Lady Yun didn't truly live alone on the Spirit Peak. At the very least, she had someone to take care of her needs. Something felt very strange about the servant girl, however. As of now, he couldn't pinpoint the source of his confusion. "Sit," Lady Yun beckoned while taking a seat herself. "It's fine. I don't mind standing." Lady Yun didn't push him and went straight to the point. "So, why have you come today?" "I would like to learn more about glyphs from you, lady." "No problem. As long as you're not here for that old fart," Lady Yun agreed immediately. Lu Yi had no doubt she was referring to the sect master. Of course, he pretended he didn't hear a word about it. "Last time, You told me that you know nothing about glyphs besides constructing those 4 glyphs you showed me. Is that still true? That is correct, lady. Lady Yun nodded. It definitely looks like the inheritance you obtained is incomplete in some ways, or maybe it's because it imparts its knowledge via enlightenment. Chapter 208, The Two Primary Elements, Yin and Yang. Last time, Lady Yun had mentioned that his inheritance might be incomplete in some ways. While Lu Yi had no way of knowing if this was true, he was fairly sure that the Tree of Glyphs was the inheritance of a glyph weaver. The only thing everyone got wrong was that he had obtained the inheritance from the Spirit Creek battlefield, when it had been with him since he came to this world. Of course, he saw no reason to correct the misunderstanding. What do you wish to learn from me? Lady Yun asked. If you don't mind, I would like to start from the very beginning. She nodded. That is the right answer. Follow me. She took off toward a corridor. Lu Yi followed right behind her. A while later they arrived at a room. It was a much bigger room than the one where he had received his tattoo, and the walls were filled with recesses. They were used to hold books of all kinds, and at a glance it looked like there were at least 1,000 books in the room. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a small library. Not only that, Lu Yi could see glyphs swimming around the walls like living fish. It was clear that the room was protected by extremely high-level wards. Lady Yun waved, and a book almost as thick as her finger flew into her hands. She then passed it to Lu Yi and said, "We will begin our lesson after you've finished reading this book." Lu Yi mentally complained even as he accepted the book respectfully. Self-study even before the first lesson? Come on. After Lady Yun had left the room, Lu Yi looked around and found no table and chair where he could take a seat. So, he took out a praying mat from his own storage bag and laid it on the ground. He looked at the book after he had taken a seat. The book didn't have a cover title. When he flipped to the first page, he saw the title Exploration of Glyph Fundamentals, and the words Mu Xiaoyao underneath it. Clearly, the book had been written by a person named Mu Xiaoyao. He turned to another page and began reading. Chaos is composed of yin and yang make up all things in existence. Just as all things contain yin and yang, the way of glyphs is founded on yin and yang as well. By combining the elements, one could construct an infinite amount of possibilities. Time passed. Lu Yi quickly became fully immersed in the reading. The exploration of glyph fundamentals wasn't a record of miraculous glyphs. It was the breakdown of a complicated subject into simple and easily understandable chunks of knowledge. It was especially suited for Lu Yi because he was a semi-beginner who had mastered a small number of glyphs. A total beginner might have struggled to understand the concepts explained inside the book, but Lu Yi was able to process the knowledge better by referring to his glyphs from time to time. Before he knew it, Lu Yi had read to the end of the book. He became absorbed in thought as he held the book in one hand and propped his chin up with the other. Have you finished? Lady Yun's voice suddenly rang beside him. Surprised, he attempted to stand when she motioned for him to stay where he was. She then sat down in front of Lu Yi. Care to share your thoughts? Lady Yun asked. The way of glyphs is broader and deeper than I could imagine, Lu Yi replied honestly. He always knew that glyphs were complicated, but the book opened his eyes to how deep it really was. Lady Yun smiled. That is why there are so few glyph weavers out there. More than just perseverance and determination, it also takes an incredible amount of talent to walk this path. Luckily for you, talent is not a problem since you possess the inheritance of a glyph weaver. This disciple promises to work twice as hard to study the way of glyphs, Lu Yi replied formally before launching to a new question. According to the book, the primary elements of a glyph is yin and yang, and all glyphs can be broken down to differing numbers of yin and yang. Are there no exceptions at all? Lady Yun shook her head affirmatively. There are none that I know of at the very least. Respect welled inside Lu Yi. The person who discovered yin and yang is truly incredible. In the exploration of glyph fundamentals, it was stated that chaos was composed of yin and yang, and that they made up all things in existence. This was why all living and non-living things could technically be quantified as sums of yin and yang, and glyphs were the purest representation of it. To reiterate, a glyph was made up of the two primary elements yin and yang. The yin element looked like a two-dimensional picture of the letter S, while the yang element was the same letter but inverted. To construct a glyph, one must combine and arrange the two primary elements in various ways. The glyph would not take form if any part of the process were wrong, let alone function as intended. To Lu Yi, constructing a glyph was like constructing a house using two different types of building blocks, and there were, theoretically speaking, an infinite type of houses. It was up to the glyph weaver to determine how to build a stable house that fit their purpose. This wasn't an easy task, of course. A single glyph contained several hundred elements at the very least, and the amount of combinations and arrangements one could make with that many elements were almost incalculable. This was why Lu Yi had said that the way of glyphs was broader and deeper than he could imagine. When he recalled all the glyphs he had created until now, he realized that they were all composed of yin and yang. In the past he had thought that the internal structures of his glyphs looked more or less the same, but now he knew that he couldn't be any more wrong. This was what people meant when they said that a layman admires the art, but an expert recognizes the artistry. Someone who had never studied glyphs in their life would not be able to tell the anatomical differences between two glyphs. The person who discovered yin and yang is impressive, but the glyph weavers who invented all kinds of glyphs are even more impressive. Every useful glyph we enjoy now may be the culmination of one or multiple generations of study and research. They could have performed millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of failed experiments before they discovered a combination and arrangement of yin and yang, a glyph, that was usable. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. The number sounded exaggerated, but he knew it wasn't. It is thanks to our predecessors that we are able to enjoy the glyphs we have today. Lady Yun looked at Lu Yi. In fact, he could not imagine why the sect master was willing to leave her alone at the summit of clarity. Whatever grave offense he might have committed in the past, surely she was worth apologizing to and getting back with, right? Well, it was none of his business. After he returned to the summit of fortitude, he met Shui Yuan briefly before teleporting to the outpost. The outpost was less noisy than he thought, not because something bad had happened, but because both their new disciples and the associates were cultivating hard right now. Power was the root of all cultivators, and any cultivator who lacked the resolve to dedicate most of their time in cultivation would not go far on this path. Considering how much better the outpost cultivation environment was than before, any time not spent on cultivating could be considered a waste of time. First things first, Lu Yi sought out a junior brother at the Sanctum of Providence and confirmed that there was nothing that required his attention. It was only then that he headed to the training chambers. In the past there were far more training chambers than there were disciples. But now, people were queuing outside the entrances even though there were several hundred training chambers in the outpost. It wasn't like they couldn't cultivate without the training chambers, but it was so much more efficient to cultivate with a glyph of gathering spirits than without. Of course, this was just a temporary problem. Once everyone had used up their salary, the training chambers would be much less crowded than before. Chapter 209 The Rift of Illusions. Lu Yi did not enter his personal training chamber. Instead, he took a moment to identify his target before moving straight toward a training chamber and opening the door with his authority as the legate. There was a girl cultivating inside the room, and his sudden intrusion scared her to say the least. "Did I do something wrong, senior brother?" As if recalling something, she suddenly hugged her head and begged, "I swear I'm not trying to steal your woman, senior brother. I won't harass Sister Wuxia any longer, so please don't hurt me." Ha! Was it just his imagination or did the girl just drop a bomb on him? A while later, Lu Yi finished adding a gathering spirit that encompassed an entire wall of the training chamber and stepped away, leaving behind the girl who looked stupefied for one reason or another. There were a ton of training chambers in the outpost, and Lu Yi was unable to install gathering spirits to all of them despite starting early. That was why he dropped in whenever he was free. At first, his goal was to install 1 gathering spirits to each training chamber. Later he decided to upgrade his goal to 2 gathering spirits per chamber, then 3. After he was done fulfilling his quota for the day, Lu Yi entered his personal training chamber and used his remaining spiritual power to construct a small funnel. Then he switched his cultivation discipline to Gluttonous Feast and threw 2 spirit-restoring pills into his mouth. He read the books Lady Yun gave him as he cultivated. From time to time he would practice constructing a yin or yang element on his fingertip. The spiritual power he used up to build the gathering spirits quickly regenerated. Since the outpost's world spiritual chi had become much denser than before, both his recovery speed and cultivation efficiency were twice as good than before, if not better. If he were to invest all of his energy into cultivating, Lu Yi was confident he could reach 7th order in less than 20 days. It wasn't necessarily a good thing to cultivate too quickly, however. During the battle royale of the legates, Li Baxian had warned him about the dangers of cultivating power without regard to one's own strength. He would only be putting his life at risk if his skill was not befitting of his cultivation level. That said, Lu Yi wasn't particularly worried about this problem. His cultivation speed was dragging because he was studying the way of glyphs and constructing gathering spirits in the training chambers anyway, so all was well. Lu Yi went through the books quickly and consumed the knowledge they contained like a ravenous beast. Eventually, he hit a point where he could construct both yin and yang element with relative ease. He was still a ways away from being able to switch between the two primary elements as he pleased, however. Studying glyphs was fun, but it became tedious after he spent too much time on it. A thought later, he took out the mystic fruit seed in his storage bag and almost channeled his spiritual power into it when he recalled something. He hurriedly stopped his action and grabbed his inviolable. He wanted to know if he could carry the inviolable into the Rift of Illusions with him. His first dive had almost been a total waste of contribution points because the saber hadn't entered with him. When he was ready, he channeled his spiritual power into the mystic fruit seed and entered that strange little room. Lu Yi hurriedly looked down and was greatly relieved to find his weapon firmly in his grasp. Now we're talking. He knew what to do justice to his prior experience. He walked up to the one and only door in the room and pressed his hand against it. Just like last time, a short passage rippled into existence. It informed him that entering the Rift of Illusions would cost him 50 contribution points. Lu Yi was, for the lack of a better word, filthy rich right now, so he didn't even bat an eyelid when he pushed open the door. His battlefield imprint warmed, and 50 contribution points were deducted from his total just like that. Behind the door was a small space surrounded by thick fog. Everything beyond a 30-meter radius was invisible to the naked eye. It was as if the fog was concealing an unimaginable amount of danger. Lu Yi looked behind him. Just like last time, the door had vanished as if it never existed. It seemed like this small space was a transit point of some sort. Suddenly, strange noises came from the fog directly in front of him. It sounded like something was crawling rapidly toward him. Lu Yi immediately spread his legs and crouched a little. At the same time, he gripped the hilt of the inviolable tightly. The fog in front of him started coiling unnaturally. It looked as if something was about to burst out of the fog. Here it comes. Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power. The next moment, something strange leaped out of the fog and fell straight toward him. The creature looked like a praying mantis. Its four hind legs allowed it to move incredibly fast, and its forearms looked as sharp as a well-polished cleaver. The praying mantis was at least as huge as Lu Yi, and its color was green darkening into black. It had a pair of wings that allowed it to glide across the air. Lu Yi had never seen such a huge praying mantis in his life. The first time he entered this god-forsaken place, it had caught him completely off guard and weaponless. As a result, he only lasted for a couple of minutes before he was killed. Its mouth opened and closed repeatedly as it fell toward him, showcasing jagged, saw-like teeth. There was no question in his mind that being bitten by it was a terrible idea. As their distance closed, the praying mantis swung its forearms at his neck like a pair of scissors. It was aiming to remove his head from his body. The attack was as strong as the full-powered attack of a sixth-order combat cultivator. In fact, Lu Yi had the feeling that its strength was tweaked to match his own. Lu Yi was already making a low dash toward the praying mantis underbelly when the mantis blades came swinging. The inviolable drew a bright arc in the air, and dark green blood mixed with internal organs burst out in a shower of gore. The praying mantis collapsed in a heap just like that. The slash had nearly cleaved its entire body in half. That was the strength of a sharp-edge empowered slash. Anyone at his cultivation level would die if they were to take a direct hit. Before he could steady himself though, he heard more crawling noises from the fog to his left and right. The next moment, two praying mantises burst out of the fog and pounced toward him. Lu Yi wanted to test out the strength of his new glyph, so he did. His legs flashed as he empowered himself with windwalk, and his running speed abruptly improved by leaps and bounds. He reached one of the praying mantises in an instant and brought down the inviolable. The attack cleaved both the mantis blades and its head in one strike. There was no time to celebrate. He turned around and swung out just in time to block the second praying mantis attack. Lu Yi applied gravity well to his saber without a word. The praying mantis was no match for his strength to begin with, so the sudden weight instantly caused it to crash to the ground. Lu Yi seized the momentum and thrust over half of the inviolable's blade into its mouth. When he withdrew it, the praying mantis twitched weakly on the ground while making hissing, air-leaking noises. Lu Yi was breathing heavily at this point, but the unnatural fog surrounding the space churned yet again. This time, 3 praying mantises appeared from 3 different directions. There were no breaks since the battle began. Every time he took out a squad of enemies, a new squad with 1 additional praying mantis would enter the fray. Everything felt incredibly real. Lu Yi could smell the acrid smell of the praying mantis's blood and feel the liquid splashing against his skin. Even he was bleeding bright red blood when he took a hit from the enemy. Lu Yi did not know where this rift of illusions was or how the mystic fruit seed was able to connect him to it, but it felt exactly the same as the real world. The only difference between here and the real world was that death wasn't permanent. Also, the bodies of the praying mantises he killed disappeared in just a short time. If he wasn't mistaken, the purpose of this place was to temper a cultivator's combat skills. Shui Yuan was of the same opinion after she tested out the mystic fruit seed. This place was a dream come true for Lu Yi because his cultivation speed was too fast, and he had risen to power too quickly. Despite being a 6th-order cultivator and a battle maniac, he hadn't actually fought that many cultivators and so was very lacking in battle experience. The rift of illusions made up for his flaw perfectly. Yes, his opponents were praying mantises and not cultivators, but the pain and the feeling dancing on a knife's edge were all real. Here, Lu Yi could unleash everything he knew and fix his flaws little by little. When 9 praying mantises charged out of the fog, Lu Yi sensed that he was almost at his limits. The problem was that the arena he was in was only so big, so even with his glyphs he was unable to avoid being ganged up on. As a result, his body was covered in bone-deep slash wounds, and some of his internal organs were leaking out of his cut abdomen. When he killed the 3rd praying mantis of the 9, a mantis blade finally pierced through his head. The sensation of death was about as real as it could be. Inside his personal training chamber, Lu Yi abruptly opened his eyes and panted heavily. Despite knowing that dying inside the rift of illusions wouldn't lead to true death, that didn't mean dying was in any way a pleasant experience. Not only that, his head was hurting like there was a needle inside his brain. It was why Wuxia had given him the death stare after he tricked her into trying out the mystic fruit seed. No one wanted to experience death as a matter of course. He inspected himself to confirm that none of the injuries he suffered in the rift of illusions were reflected in real life. On the other hand, he had exhausted most of his spiritual power. It seemed that everything he experienced in the rift of illusions except his usage of spiritual power and accumulated fatigue was fake. As for the stabbing pain at the back of his head, it probably had something to do with mental exhaustion. This meant that he could only enter the rift of illusions every once in a while unless he spent an entire day recuperating. A mystic fruit seed's effect was completely random. Although this one hadn't given him a rich ley line that would drastically increase his cultivation efficiency, it did give him the ability to hone his combat skills through false death experiences. In a sense, it was completely priceless. Li Baxian's eye for valuables was truly impressive. There were 9 fruits on the mystic fruit tree, and somehow he had chosen the one that was best suited for him. With that done, he returned to his cultivation and recovered his spiritual power. He also ate some food from his storage bag to regain his strength. The days passed quickly. Besides returning to the headquarters once in a while to enjoy Shui Yuan's delicious food, he spent most of his time in the training chamber studying the books Lady Yun had given him, constructing the elements of yin and yang, and entering the rift of illusions once per day to murder praying mantises every day. The days were fulfilling to say the least. After he grew accustomed to the praying mantis's way of fighting, his skill began improving by leaps and bounds. He was able to identify the least tiring method to kill the big fellows in the shortest amount of time possible. At the same time, he was becoming more and more familiar with his new glyphs. On the 5th day, Lu Yi finally left the training chamber and, as per usual, checked with the junior brother guarding the Sanctum of Providence at the time if they had need of him. After confirming that all was well at the outpost, he teleported back to the headquarters and sought out Amber. Then he rode it to the Summit of Clarity. He had gone through all the books, and he was now capable of constructing and switching between the 2 primary elements at the level Lady Yun demanded of him. It was time to move on to the next step of his training. Chapter 210 Disassembling Glyphs. At the Summit of Clarity, Lu Yi was seated in front of Lady Yun in the library. His palm held out in front of him, he channeled a bit of spiritual power and created a yin element that was smaller than a grain of rice in just a short time. Once done, he changed it to the yang element. For the next couple breaths, he would continuously switch between the 2 primary elements while maintaining their stability. Lady Yun inspected his work for a while before saying, You may stop now. Lu Yi dispelled his spiritual power as she asked. Now I understand why the Glyph Weaver's inheritance chose you. You are incredibly talented in this way. Lady Yun looked at him with approval. When the sect master brought Lu Yi to her, she had made the decision to teach him not because she had caved to that bastard's pleadings, but because she did not want the Glyph Weaver's inheritance to be wasted on an amateur who didn't even know the fundamentals of glyphs. At the very least, she would teach him enough to make the most out of the inheritance. Now though, she realized that the late Glyph Weaver who chose Lu Yi to be his successor also had a discerning eye for talent. When she created her first ever yin and yang element, it had taken her 2 days to perform the exercise successfully. Lu Yi was just as green as she was back then, but he had done it in just an incense stick's time. On top of that, it had taken her a whole month of practice before she was able to switch between the two primary elements and maintain a stable form, but Lu Yi had reached that level in just 5 days. Clearly, he was much more talented in the way of glyphs than she was. He was definitely worth her teaching. Her eyes grew softer as she stared at Lu Yi. Maybe, just maybe, I could steal him from the old fool and make him my official disciple? I doubt that old fool would dare to go against my wishes. There is no hurry though. Let's take this one step at a time. She cast away her stray thoughts and summoned a wafer-like translucent crystal about the size of an egg on her palm. The crystal was flat with many hollow spots on its surface. In fact, the hollow spots looked like a picture made of many joined yin and yang elements. Lu Yi took a moment to examine the crystal after Lady Yun tossed it into his hands. He said, "Is this a glyph?" "That is correct." Lady Yun nodded. Any combination of yin and yang that could exist in a stable form is a glyph. It was a line that Lu Yi was familiar with because he had read it in a book before, one that was written by Mu Xiaoyao no less. He had no doubt that Mu Xiaoyao was an incredible glyph weaver. According to Mu Xiaoyao, stability was the determinator if a glyph could be considered a glyph. You could not create a glyph by combining a bunch of yin and yang elements at random. Certain rules and principles must be obeyed in order to create a stable glyph, or it wouldn't take form 99% of the time. Even if it took form somehow, the primary elements would actively try to repel each other. Worst case scenario, it might even trigger a spiritual power explosion. This was why inventing a new glyph was never an easy task. It was quite common for a glyph weaver to walk out of their abode while covered in self-inflicted wounds. Glyphs can be divided into two major categories: useful glyphs and useless glyphs. There are useless glyphs. The one you're holding is one such example. Lady Yun explained, a useful glyph is a stable glyph that creates some sort of effect, while a useless one is stable but does nothing at all. Now, try disassembling the glyph I gave you and tell me how many primary elements it contains. I also want you to tell me exactly how many yin and yang elements it is composed of. Understood, Lu Yi replied and examined the translucent crystal in his hand closely. At the same time, he began simulating the construction of the glyph in his head. This wasn't an easy task because the patterns in the glyph looked almost identically to one another. The combination of yin and yang elements was also so seamless that what looked like a link made up of two primary elements were really 3 or even 4 primary elements. It tested not just his eyesight but also his mind. The lesson was incredibly useful though. Already he was getting a better understanding of the glyph. Only by disassembling the glyph correctly would he be able to grasp its structure in its entirety. In fact, most of the great men and women Lu Yi knew from his past life had begun their career by breaking down what seemed like an impossible task into small, manageable components and dealing with them one at a time. An incense stick and many confirmations later, Lu Yi finally looked up and replied, "Lady, there are 30 primary elements in this glyph in total. 12 of them are yin and 18 are yang." Lady Yun nodded smilingly. That is correct. To date, this is the simplest glyph we know and the first glyph all glyph weavers teach their disciples. We call it the glyph 30th. Glyph 30th? All useless glyphs are referred to as numbers instead of names. I see. The senior who created 30th must be an incredible genius. Glyphs weren't necessarily better the more primary elements it contained. While it was true that a glyph containing more primary elements possessed greater potential and power, to create a stable glyph with only 30 primary elements was an incredible feat in its own right. It was like how cooking stir-fried shredded potato was one of the hardest tests a chef could receive. A chef who could prepare an incredibly time-consuming and complex dish like the Buddha's temptation was certainly skillful, but they might not necessarily be able to cook a stir-fried shredded potato that absolutely everyone was satisfied with. I am glad you feel that way. After that, Lady Yun quizzed Lu Yi on some of the knowledge that was written in the books she gave him. More than happy to learn, Lu Yi used the opportunity to pick Lady Yun's brain about problems that confounded him as well. Finally, Lady Yun gave him another lecture on the fundamentals of the way of glyphs. Time passed quickly. The teacher was eager to teach and the student was eager to learn. It was a match made in heaven. When night fell, Lady Yun finally rose to her feet and said, "Let us stop here. Your cultivation level could be better, and the way of glyphs is wide-ranging and profound. It will take time for you to become a master. For your new exercise, study the 30th and try to construct it. You may find me when you have succeeded." Just like last time, she made a hand gesture and summoned a dozen books to her. She gave them all to Lu Yi and sent him away. A while later, the servant girl from last time escorted Lu Yi to the exit. He turned around to thank her before asking, "If you don't mind, may I ask for your name, miss?" This wasn't the first time he met the servant girl, and it wouldn't be the last. Naturally, he would like to put a name to her face. However, the servant girl merely smiled at him and said nothing. Lu Yi watched her for a moment before clasping his hands together and saying respectfully, "Until next time." He did not realize she was deaf. What a pity. After he returned to the summit of fortitude, he saw the sect master standing beneath the square and looking up at the flag of the Crimson Blood sect, a golden flame with tinges of red. He immediately stepped forward and saluted the man respectfully. "Sect master." The old man turned around as if he just noticed him and asked, "Did you come back from Summit of Clarity?" "Yes." "That's good. There's no harm in learning the way of glyphs." The sect master nodded before looking to his left and right. Then, he lowered his voice and asked, "Did Lady Yun mention me while she was teaching you?" Lu Ye's expression immediately turned conflicted. How the heck am I supposed to answer this? In the end, he decided to be honest and said, "No, sect master." The dejection on the old man's face was plain to see. Lu Yi left after answering a couple more questions from the sect master. Then he entered the outpost, hid in his training chamber, and constructed a small funnel in his spiritual points just like before. He then switched his cultivation technique to gluttonous feast and ate some spirit pills. Finally, he began constructing the 30th. First, he created a yin element on his hand. Then he embedded it with a yang element. A glyph must be constructed in one go. To pause for even a second in the middle of the work would result in failure. Not only that, the glyph weaver must possess incredibly precise control over their own spiritual power. Otherwise, the work would fail as well. Although Lu Yi was now capable of switching between the two primary elements freely, he had never created more than a single primary element at a time. As a result, he felt difficulty immediately after he started constructing the 30th. This was unlike any of the glyphs he had constructed in the past because those glyphs took form the instant he commanded them to. It was because the secrets of the glyphs had already been imprinted into his mind through the leaves of the tree of glyphs. It is why he was able to complete Lady Yun's first exercise as quickly as he had. Unlike his peers, he possessed the unique advantage of having constructed many glyphs in the past. His foundation in the way of glyphs was quite special. His first attempt ended in failure after he had constructed just 3 primary elements. It was because his spiritual power wasn't stable enough. He tried again and again and again. An hour later, Lu Yi felt like murdering someone. Despite repeatedly telling himself to be patient and stay calm, the frustration kept mounting with each failure. Another hour passed and he finally could not stand it any longer. He sucked in a deep breath and took 2 items from his storage bag. The first one was the mystic fruit seed and the second was the inviolable. "Daddy's come to see you, insects." He paid 50 contribution points to enter the Rift of Illusions and he went to town on the praying mantises. For the past couple days, Lu Yi had entered the Rift of Illusions almost once every day. While honing his combat technique through countless death matches, he realized that the praying mantises weren't the only monsters he could encounter. He had fought against an ant that was as big as a human, a locust that was half his height tall, a spider and many more strange creatures whose name eluded him completely. In fact, he almost never encountered the same monsters every time he entered the Rift of Illusions, not to mention that they all possessed a unique ability of their own. For starters, the ant-like monsters possessed extremely corrosive blood. He had nearly pissed his pants the first time he almost caught a full-body acid bath. The locust was even worse, however. Every time it landed a wound on his body, it also left behind parasitic eggs that hatched mini locusts in just a short time. He had also encountered one monster that could spit venom, and another that was covered in spikes like a porcupine. Unlike a real porcupine, this one could actually discharge its spikes in every direction and deal a crazy amount of damage. Their unique skills were so varied and deadly that his first meeting with these monsters never went perfectly. It was also why he was never able to overcome the stage where 9 of the monsters were set on him. His best record so far was killing 5 monsters before succumbing to the other 4. The way he had died, well, that was better left unsaid. This time, the monster he encountered after entering the rift was the boar-like monster. He kept fighting until their numbers grew to 9, and spikes were flying toward him from literally every direction. He was unable to survive even though he spammed protection as frequently as he could, though he was able to kill 6 of them before perishing. He was improving bit by bit. Lu Yi was pretty sure that he could overcome the stage in another 2 or 3 tries. His head hurt as usual after he exited the Rift of Illusions, but his frustration was much diminished compared to before. The best way to vent one's frustration was to kick someone's ass or have your ass kicked. Chapter 211, The Seventh Order of the Spirit Creek Realm. Wielding his saber soaked with blood, Lu Yi finally managed to cut down the last monster inside the pocket dimension of the Rift of Illusions. Strewn on the ground around him were puddles of slimy green ichor, maimed limbs and entrails from the monsters he slayed. After so many days, he had succeeded in defeating the 9-monster wave. Despite the wounds that were making him dizzy, Lu Yi maintained as much vigilance as he could muster. He did not know if a 10th monster might appear out of nowhere. But if there really were one prowling nearby, he might as well just surrender. The mist up ahead roiled like a gathering storm, then he spied a shadowy figure approaching him through the obscuring veil. Lu Yi looked, his eyes throbbing with disbelief. The last thing he expected to see here, instead of monsters of myriad species, was a human. Whether it was a man or a woman, Lu Yi could not tell. Whoever it was, the figure remained surrounded by the mist that he could barely tell if it was a human at all. Naturally, it's not a real person but a magical contrivance conjured by this pocket dimension. But Lu Yi was still recovering from his surprise while observing his new opponent when the stranger lifted a finger at him. A flash of light sparkled through the mist and Lu Yi recognized it instantly. Telekinesis. This humanoid thing's a 7th order. Minutes later, Lu Yi reopened his eyes and found himself back inside his training chamber. His head was stinging from the imaginary blow that killed him and his face was a sickly pale white, but he looked positively thrilled. That a humanoid opponent would appear was certainly the last thing he expected to see inside the rift, especially after 9 rounds of dealing with oversized bugs, but he welcomed the change. Killing bugs might help to hone his skills but on a very limited scale. What he would be facing were real enemies. Human enemies. Hence a humanoid opponent would be more useful to his training than just insects. But whether he would still need to get past gauntlets of bloodthirsty insects first, Lu Yi would have to find that out himself the next time he entered the rift. Better not, he thought, to save time and effort. He would rather just fight humanoid opponents than go for another bug-killing spree once again. Especially since the humanoid opponent fought with the strength and power of not just any 7th order, but rather an elite 7th order. The answer to that would have to wait until tomorrow. He shoved 2 more spirit pills into his mouth and extracted the book Lady Yun gave him to read it. His strength returned a few hours later and all weariness that weighed his shoulders down was gone. It was time he tried to construct Glyph 30th. Somehow, either through good mood or great form, he succeeded on the first try. He dispelled his magic and tried to replicate the feat once more. Only this time he failed. Nevertheless, it was not too hard trying to replicate his initial success. He managed to get it right on the 3rd try. Then he failed during the 4th, although he did well again on the 5th and the subsequent 6th. Lu Yi practiced a couple more times, paying attention to his errors and making sure to grasp the feel as he accumulated enough experience and skill. By the time he almost reached the 100th time, he had grown adept enough to pull off at least 7 out of every 10 of his tries. That was a respectable score that Lady Yun would be proud of. That would mean that she would be happy to give him his next instruction. The repeated construction of Glyph 30th should have caused a dent to his reserves of spiritual power, but with both Glyph, gathering spirits and the cultivation discipline of gluttony feast in motion, his stores of power not only did not reduce, but instead, it was replenishing. In fact, he was fully replenished. He examined his spiritual points. Perhaps he could try to break down the barrier and see if he could unlock his next point. And his prayers were answered in the following hour. The barrier burst open like a dam rupturing, and he finally reached his 108th spiritual point. The exact number of spiritual points he needed to reach the 7th order of the Spirit Creek realm. Lu Yi channeled his power, allowing its effluence to flow through all remaining separated spiritual points, conjoining them into various microcosmic orbits that churned out greater power. The power of a fully fledged 7th order. Such a day of fruitful outcomes. After his discovery of the Rift of Illusions, his attempts to practice constructing glyph 30th had been rewarding, and he had achieved the 7th order of the Spirit Creek realm. It had only been 1 month since his return from Chess Island. Anyone who had noticed how fast he had progressed would have been in awe. It was time for a break. Lu Yi stepped out of the training room. With his spiritual power now fully replenished, he went to all other training chambers to cast more glyph, gathering spirits' magical circles there. He had been doing this for the past few days, and almost every training chamber now had at least one gathering spirits' magical circle. Some had 2, while the ones occupied by Wuxia and a handful of others had 3. All those glyphs plus the circles of boon that were already inside the training chambers in the first place would help to enhance the efficiency of their meditation by leaps and bounds. Lu Yi arrived at the Summit of Clarity 2 hours later. He took his seat before Lady Yun. Satisfied at his demonstration of the construction of glyph 30th, she produced a large handful of the same crystalline wafers she had shown him before. Each of them contained glyphs that looked like they were frozen, encased in ice, and suspended through time. Each of the wafers was numbered to denote the different types of glyphs. That they were numbered showed that they were useless in battle, although their very existence carried immense and enduring academic value to the tutelage of new glyph weavers. He dismantled the glyphs down to their basic elements without a hitch. Next, Lady Yun instructed him in more techniques for constructing glyphs by assembling yin and yang elements. Lu Yi never stopped asking questions whenever he found himself boggled, but Lady Yun provided answers to all his queries with tremendous patience and clarity. The sun outside looked like it was about to set when Lady Yun finally singled out 2 crystalline wafers from the others. These are glyphs, 83rd and 165th. Practice on them and come see me once you're able to reconstruct them. She also handed Lu Yi a few books. Lu Yi stowed them away carefully, said his farewells, and left the Summit of Clarity with Lady Yun's maidservant seeing him out. He went back to the Summit of Fortitude and found Shui Yuan. "Wait, you're in the 7th order now?" she gasped, her surprise and amazement at his rapid progress undisguised. "That means you can start learning telekinesis now." Which was exactly Lu Ye's reason for coming to Shui Yuan. He had encountered enough 7th orders during the battle royal of the legates for the seed of envy in him to become the impulse that had driven him to hurry here as soon as he had reached the 7th order himself. "But I'm afraid I'm not adept enough in the magic of telekinesis," said Shui Yuan, although her eyes gleamed with inspiration. "Why don't you try asking Li Baxin? He's particularly masterful in this regard. I'm sure he's the ideal person to speak to about this." "Brother Baxin, eh? All right, I'll speak to him and see." He had his fill of good food with Shui Yuan to restore his energy before he gave Amber another round of the red substance from his dragon scale. Then he rushed back to the outpost and straight into the training chamber. As he began meditating, he delivered a message to Li Baxin. The latter too was astounded to hear about Lu Yi achieving the 7th order in such a short time. But he was even more pleased and delighted to give Lu Yi advice and instructions when he knew how Lu Yi was interested to learn about telekinesis. Li Baxin might not be able to come over and teach Lu Yi personally just yet, but he could still provide a trove of helpful information through his messages. After a lengthy explanation of how to master telekinesis, Li Baxin said, "Give it a go on your own, Lu Yi. Feel free to come to me with more questions." "Understood, Brother Baxin, and thank you." He drew out Inviolable and placed it across his knees. Next, he channeled his spiritual power into it. Telekinesis was all about the manipulation of objects using spiritual power, so Li Baxin told him. The purer spiritual power a cultivator had, the greater the strength of the mental connection to the object would be and the higher the speed would be. There was also the matter of distance. 7th orders usually could employ telekinesis on an object within 100 meters, but those with purer spiritual power could reach even further, which would undoubtedly be an advantage during battle. A cultivator's finesse in the handling of his or her spiritual power was equally important in affecting the manipulation's reach and speed. Hence both speed and distance were the advantages that cultivators who mastered telekinesis could rely on during a battle, while the purity of one's spiritual power and the finesse in controlling spiritual power were the two main requirements to mastering the discipline. And in a battle where both combatants were cultivators who could use telekinesis, the one with greater reach and higher speed would definitely have the upper hand, if the spirit artifacts were both of the same grade and class. The requirement of pure spiritual power was not something Lu Yi worried about. With the Tree of Glyphs now regaining its ability to consume the toxins in his body, his spiritual power had been restored to its former pristine state, and he had never been more confident in his handling of spiritual power. That he could manipulate the yin and yang elements with the ease and deftness of fiddling with a toy was proof enough of that. There were no better masters in handling spiritual power than glyph weavers. But the crux of telekinesis lay with the fact that a cultivator would gain the ability to control spiritual power that had physically detached from them when they reached the seventh order. Those who had yet to attain the seventh order could not do the same. Once a portion of the spiritual power was separated, a cultivator would lose control of it. Just like the Fire Phoenix technique that Lu Yi had been using to clumsy and lamentable effect. Lu Yi had always refrained from using the Fire Phoenix technique in battle unless he absolutely needed to, because he lacked the precision to make sure that his projectile would hit its target. Every time he used the technique, more often than not, the projectile would just miss, and his spiritual power would be wasted, to say nothing of the fact that missing would also mean giving his opponent an opening for a riposte. However, he did note that the late Dong Shuyi once fired a fireball at him that could chase him like a bloodhound on a scent. The technique had once proven to be a major headache for Lu Yi and Amber. Now that he knew more about seventh orders, he finally understood how Dong Shuyi was able to do it. Dong Shuyi could also manipulate the spiritual power that had separated from him. That was why he could steer the fireball around and make it chase Lu Yi. At long last, he had reached the seventh order himself. To test his theory, Lu Yi exited his training chamber. He fired a Fire Phoenix projectile up into the sky, feeling the sensation of heat escaping his hand as a plump bird-like firebolt dashed up into the night sky, flapping its wings furiously. Lu Yi had always believed that whether his spell would work depended purely on luck. But this time, everything felt different. He could feel the tingly sensation coming from the glob of spiritual power separated from him. He could still control it. He willed it to loop around, and the fiery avian made a circle in the air, although the spiritual power that fueled the spell quickly ebbed away as the bird eventually dissipated into nothing. Ha 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 ha. A peal of laughter burst out from beside him. Lu Yi swiveled around and found a young lass with a hand propped against the pillar of a gazebo. She was looking to the sky at where the fiery projectile was flying before it had vanished. Who's she? She looks familiar, Lu Yi mused quietly. Realizing Lu Ye's stare upon her, the girl quickly withdrew her gaze sheepishly. Who are you? She snapped to attention like a sentry and swallowed hard before she managed to squeak. My name is Hixin, brother Lu Yi. Her eyeballs rolled nervously in their sockets before she stole a guilty look at him. And I wasn't laughing at you just now. Then why were you laughing just now? I don't know. Hixin gulped down a mouthful of saliva anxiously. Something just felt funny and I just laughed. I swear, brother Lu Yi, I wasn't laughing at you. Then she realized that what she said did not sound convincing at all. She dropped to the ground, crouching with her arms over her head. Please, brother Lu Yi, don't hit me. She was there on the floor, shivering with fright for a few seconds until she finally looked around. Lu Yi was gone. Only then did she pat her chest and exhaled with relief. Five days went by like a year, and Lu Yi could finally take no more of the setbacks of seeing how he was barely making any headways with mastering telekinesis. He was hardly a person weak of heart, but he just could not help feeling beaten, especially after seeing Qin Yu's demonstration the day before. With him and Qin Yu as the only two seventh orders in the outpost, Lu Yi wished to take a look at how Qin Yu magically controlled his weapon. Hence he sent a message and asked if Qin Yu could demonstrate telekinesis for his benefit. The newly elected person in charge of the bazaar was only too happy to oblige. With a swoosh, his weapon flew into the sky in a flash of light, fleeting freely through the air with the grace and ease of a lark. As if that was not bad enough, Qin Yu even admitted to Lu Yi that his telekinesis was amateurish at best before he had taken his leave. But where would he be if Qin Yu's level was only just amateurish? Disgraceful? In fact, Qinyu even told him that he learned the basics of telekinesis within 3 days after he ascended to the 7th order. What about him? Lu Yi left the outpost and went back to the sect's main stronghold to have a meal with Shui Yuan. Tormented by frustration that just wouldn't stop haunting him, Lu Yi shoved everything into his mouth with little regard for table manners. An observant Shui Yuan gently added more food to his plate as she asked, "Something wrong at the outpost?" "Nope," Lu Yi mumbled through his mouth full of food. "Then what's wrong?" she asked softly. Lu Yi swallowed everything down and exhaled morosely. "I just discovered that I have zero talent in telekinesis. The way I see it, I'm not going to be able to do in 1 month what others could do in 3 days." "Everyone has his or her own strengths and weaknesses, Lu Yi," said Shui Yuan. "You have great talents and glyphs. Lady Yun could barely stop singing praises about you. And you could even defeat enemies well beyond your rank. But no one is good at everything. There's no need to feel bad just because you just discovered something you're bad at, young brother Lu Yi." With full of affection and sisterly love she said, "Young brother Lu Yi," for even though the sect has many new fresh inductees, but Lu Yi remained the special one whose very existence in the first place had ensured the continuity of the sect. "I know, but I just couldn't stop feeling terrible about it. How about I take a look at what's the problem after this? I might not be as good as Li Baxin in the magic of telekinesis, but I would still say that I'm fair." As if a real Lake Realm cultivator would be poor in telekinesis. She sent Lu Yi to learn from Li Baxin not because she refused to teach him herself, but because of Li Baxin's incredible and extraordinary talents in this branch of magic. Most 7th orders could only magically control one spirit artifact. Only through the increase of one's finesse in controlling spiritual power and rank of cultivation could the number of spirit artifacts be increased. But Li Baxin proved himself to be a freak of nature the moment he ascended to the 7th order. As soon as he learned telekinesis, he was capable of magically controlling up to 9 spirit artifacts, demonstrating an impeccable level of spiritual power control that no one had ever seen before. This was also the reason behind the Grand Master of the Northern Profound Sword Sect's interest in him. That, plus his being a swordsman cultivator, was what made him the 10th deadliest cultivator in the Spirit Creek battlefield, even though he was only just an 8th order who was trained in a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. Even Yan Xing, his biggest rival in the Thousand Demon Ridge, had to admit that he had underestimated Li Baxin after they last fought, where Li Baxin rained hell down on him with a bombardment of more than 100 energy bolts. After their meal, Shui Yuan and Lu Yi adjourned to the square outside the main hall. They stood 100 meters away from each other. "All right, Lu Yi," said Shui Yuan. "Give me all you've got." Lu Yi looked around to make sure no one was around before he drew his weapon out of his storage bag. Shui Yuan's forehead betrayed an imperceptible crease the moment she saw Inviolable. Lu Yi was already channeling his spiritual power through the saber, saying, "Here I come, Sister Shui Yuan." There was no need for him to worry about hurting her. She was just too strong for him to even lay a scratch, assuming his telekinesis could get Inviolable past the 100th meter mark. Lu Yi watched the reddish shade of his spiritual power washed over the entire length of the saber. Next, he directed it with his mind, and Inviolable, in a fiery splendor, shot straight at Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan's eyes widened with shock. The flying saber was not traveling at slow speeds, but it was nowhere near fast either. In fact, if this was the best any 7th orders could do, then Lu Yi would have nothing to be worried about. Such a level of telekinesis mastery would be of no threat to Lu Yi even if it were a swarm of more than a dozen weapons hurtling toward him. Inviolable streaked until it was 30 meters away from reaching Shui Yuan when it stopped. That was as far as Lu Yi could go, just barely 70 meters. He steered Inviolable into several somersaults and swishes. Then he summoned it back to him before the spiritual power in the saber was depleted and it slid back into its sheath. "That's pretty much all I could do," Lu Yi muttered sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Which was the best he could do after 5 days of never-ending practices. There was hardly any range. If Lu Yi were to use telekinesis in a fight against an opponent who could also magically control his weapon, he would be at a massive disadvantage. Next, there was no speed, which translated to a lack of momentum, which would also mean 0 damage. Then there was the matter of duration. Within seconds, he needed to recall Inviolable or the weapon might run out of spiritual power and he would lose control of it. That would leave his saber vulnerable enough to be captured by an enemy instead. Shui Yuan strode to him and reached out a hand. "Let me see your saber." Lu Yi pulled Inviolable out of its scabbard and handed it to Shui Yuan, who took the weapon and tried injecting her own spiritual power. A pale glow swept all over the saber and she examined it carefully. She asked after looking at the saber, looking very odd, have you been using this saber to practice telekinesis, Lu Yi? Yeah. She looked like she almost burst out laughing. The enchantments placed on this weapon are not suitable at all for telekinesis. Why of all weapons did you choose this one? Also it's too heavy. Did Li Baxin not tell you that you should select a suitable weapon for telekinesis before you begin practicing? Lu Yi thought about it and responded, nope. Li Baxin had told him so much about telekinesis, how he could learn it more quickly and what matters he should pay close attention to and so forth, but somehow the matter of a suitable spirit artifact never came up. What a moron. Shui Yuan slapped her forehead. Is it the saber? Lu Yi gasped anxiously with every semblance of a dying man who had just been told that he might have a chance of surviving. It is. This saber lacks the prerequisite enchantments needed for telekinesis and it's heavy. That's what caused the lack of range and speed. Furthermore, Lu Yi, you must have seen people using telekinesis during the battle royal. Did you not notice anything different? I did. But I thought the problem came from me. Well, for what it's worth, your being able to cast telekinesis on something like this shows how extraordinary you are, Shui Yuan said weakly. So what kind of spirit artifact's more suitable for telekinesis? For starters, it needs to be light. But not as light as possible. Too light and you risk compromising your momentum. It all depends on your personal preference. Next, you need to select one with the proper enchantments. A spirit bank enchantment at least, or else what happened just where your spiritual power wouldn't last enough would happen. A spirit bank enchantment is what helps to keep your spiritual power in your weapon and therefore lengthens the duration of your telekinesis. I see. Lu Yi exhaled heavily, visibly relieved, thinking to himself, it's not me. It's our shortcoming as your seniors, Shui Yuan admitted. It has been years since the Crimson Blood sect had seen a new acolyte and Shui Yuan had lost her touch with teaching others. As for Li Baxin, he had been so caught up with teaching Lu Yi how to use telekinesis that he neglected to tell him about picking a proper spirit artifact. Maybe he was under the impression that Lu Yi had already found one. Shui Yuan began to tell Lu Yi more about the enchantments on spirit artifacts. Chapter 213 Telekinesis at Long Last. Being no stranger to making purchases from the Vault of Providence, Lu Yi knew exactly how to quickly find what he needed. He stood in the middle of the vault, fenced in by a labyrinth of shelves and racks each filled to the gunnels with myriads of different spirit artifacts. There were just so many types of spirit artifacts that the sheer number of selections could satisfy anything that a cultivator could ever need. The spirit artifacts used for telekinesis and weapons for real combat had real differences, according to Shui Yuan. The former required at least 3 types of enchantments for telekinesis to work properly: Spirit Bank, Reinforcement, and Sharpening. The Spirit Bank enchantment was to ensure a telekinesis's duration. Without this enchantment, a cultivator's spiritual power would quickly leak away over time, just like Inviolable would lose all of Lu Ye's spiritual power after only just minutes of using telekinesis. Reinforcement and Sharpening enchantments, on the other hand, were very common types of spirit artifact enchantments. The former was to ensure a spirit artifact's sturdiness while the latter is to intensify any amount of damage dealt by the artifact. Lu Yi strolled amongst the jungle of shelves and racks like a hunter on the prowl, searching for his prey. Still, he had yet to find anything that was perfect. Every single piece of equipment here, even after filtering everything based on his criteria, was just too expensive. Forged with 9 weapon enchantments, Inviolable, despite being one of the best weapons in the low-grade tier, was priced at only 135 contribution points. Yet telekinesis-qualified spirit artifacts with 9 weapon enchantments cost almost close to 200 points. He began to appreciate just how economical Inviolable had been. Just when he was about to pick one, he paused before the decision was made. He did not have to buy here, he realized. Wuxia should have a lot of spirit artifacts by now. Wuxia had barely spilled any blood during the battle royal of the legates. But it was by her assistance that the many legates on the Grand Sky Coalition side managed to rake up innumerable kills. Hence, to thank her for her help, many of the legates and prolegates showered her with spoils after they cleared up any scene of battle. By the time Lu Yi and she returned triumphantly, her wolf golem was strapped with scores of storage bags hung all around it like ornaments on a Christmas tree. There would have been even more storage bags had she not had the wisdom to sort and organize whatever she collected back then. Lu Yi got out of the Vault of Providence and the first thing he did was contact Huaxi, who came from the direction of the training chambers in no time. "Wow, you're 7th order now?" Huaxi exclaimed with surprise. They had been so busy training and meditating since their return from the battle royal that they barely saw each other, and she would not have known that Lu Yi had made a breakthrough if he did not ask to meet. "Do you have anything that's suitable for telekinesis?" "I guess so. I've kept everything but not here," said Huaxi, twirling around on her heels and walking away. She waved, "Come with me." They made a beeline straight back to the training chamber quarter. They stepped inside Huaxi's personal training chamber and there Lu Yi saw mounds of storage bags piled up in a corner. Those must be her spoils from the battle royal. "You have not opened all of them yet?" "I've been saving them for you." "What for?" "Sister Shui Yuan told me that you've been making great improvements in your studies of glyphs. It would be just a matter of time before you'd be needing these storage bags." Lu Yi did not understand at first how his making great strides in his studies would have anything to do with the storage bags, although he caught on pretty quickly. With a dawning look on his face he said at last, "Thank you so much." Huaxi picked 3 of the bags out of the pile and handed them to him. "The spirit artifacts are all inside these 3 bags. Go through them yourself. Who knows what you're looking for?" Lu Yi took the bags and sat down on the floor to pour through the contents. Huaxi just left him be and went back to her meditation. There were just so many spirit artifacts that the other Grand Sky Coalition legates had collected during the battle royal that Huaxi couldn't carry any more storage bags, hence they had to assemble all the spirit artifacts into 3 storage bags for her convenience. And amongst the number, there had to be many that were suitable enough for telekinesis. Lu Yi was amazed to find more than several hundred spirit artifacts in total, all of them crammed into the 3 storage bags, spirit artifacts of different shapes and sizes. Trading all of them off to the Vault of Providence would surely bring Huaxi a huge sum of contribution points. But since she wasn't in need of contribution points yet, she might as well just tuck everything aside for posterity. Huaxi had eased quite comfortably into her role and position as progate of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Shui Yuan has been very kind to her and as a medical cultivator, Huaxi's learning from her could reduce a lot of trial and error, and naturally she was keen to do her part for the sect. Finally, after some time of rummaging through the hoard of spirit artifacts, Lu Yi found a 1-foot-long knife. The weight and length of this short weapon were just what Lu Yi needed. All he took was one glance and he knew that it would be perfect, especially since this knife did not have a hilt, just a double-edged blade. Lu Yi could only surmise that this knife must have once belonged to a 1000 Demon Ridge legate who was killed during the battle royal. It had 9 enchantments, so it would have fetched a price of at least 180 contribution points in the Vault of Providence. Of the 9, 2 were Spirit Bank enchantments, 3 were reinforcement enchantments, and another 2 were for increasing the deadliness of the weapon. Lu Yi could not recognize the remaining 2, but they had to be something to help increase the weapon's potency by his best guess. "Pick a few more. I hear that a cultivator with incredible control of spiritual power can telekinesis a few spirit artifacts at the same time," urged Huaxi when she saw him with only one. "I'll have this one first to practice. I can always come looking for you when I need more." "As you wish. It's not as if I'll be leaving any time soon." "Why does it sound as if you're being held captive here?" "Who knows?" Lu Yi left Huaxi's training chamber and went back to his own. The first thing he did was channel his spiritual power into the knife. Inviolable was a weapon Lu Yi bought from the Vault of Providence. A spirit artifact that had not recognized a master, unlike the hiltless knife. The hiltless knife once belonged to an enemy legate. Even after his death, the knife still carried traces of his spiritual power, imprints of his ownership of the weapon that the knife had been accustomed to. Hence, even with Lu Yi channeling his power through it, the hiltless knife might not just yield willingly. Hence Lu Yi needed to channel his powers continuously into it, keeping it inundated with his spiritual power so that it would slowly grow to acclimatize to him. That would help him to be able to use the knife to its fullest. That was what Lu Yi did to gain full control of the mystic spirit bell after he looted it from the heir of the 9-star clan after he slew him. He could not even activate the mystic spirit bell at first, and it was after speaking to a smith during a visit to one of the Divine Trade Association branches that he learned what to do. For this reason, no one ever picked up someone else's weapon to use in the heat of battle. One only relies on one's very own ones. With spiritual power as pure as the morning dew, and now that he had reached the 7th order, Lu Yi trusted that the process would not take too long. Within hours, the hiltless knife was wheezing to and fro in the air like a swallow flying around freely. Lu Yi broke down into tears that streamed uncontrollably down his face. After such a string of difficulties, telekinesis at long last. Feeling cramped up inside the chamber, Lu Yi decided to take his practice outside, and he was rewarded by the howling whistles of his knife shooting around in the air like a bolt of lightning. An even bigger surprise was how long his range was, almost 120 meters. That delighted him, for most seventh orders would not even make it past the 100th meter mark. The additional 20 meters might not mean much in conventional skirmishes, but to opposing cultivators both fighting with telekinesis, the extra range would give Lu Yi an edge to grasp the initiative quickly. In fact, the speed of his telekinesis seemed to outstrip that of other seventh orders by a far stretch. He had seen enough of telekinesis in action back when he was fighting enemies in the Battle Royal, and after comparing what he saw with his own telekinesis, he discovered this advantage. With greater range, higher speed, and better momentum, Lu Yi might not even need to lift a finger to defeat opponents of the same rank. In the meantime, his demonstration of telekinesis had attracted the attention of scores of other fellow acolytes who stood by to watch. Everyone cheered at the sight of the shiny bolt of steel streaking around like a shooting star. All of a sudden, the sky rumbled as it slowly grew dark with gloomy cumulonimbi clustering overhead. Lu Yi withdrew his knife and waved everyone away. "Show's over, everyone. Now off you go. It's gonna rain." He wheeled around and headed back to his training chamber. Having made headway in mastering telekinesis, Lu Yi realized that he needed to put it to the test to actually know how effective his telekinesis really was. His hiltless knife might look all quaint and dandy flying around as freely as a bird, but it would still be useless if it could not perform during real combat. And to do that, Lu Yi thought of entering the Rift of Illusions. He extracted the mystic fruit seed and paid 50 contribution points to step into the illusory mist. The gossamer strands curled and swirled around him. Before long, Lu Yi saw it, an insectoid monster of similar rank as his, charging right out of the mist, heading straight for him. But the monster only just appeared when a tiny bolt of light speared through it with the ease and smoothness of a fiery hot knife slicing through butter, eliciting a spray of greenish slime. The monster crashed to the ground within seconds of its appearance. Lu Yi tilted a brow with interest. "Telekinesis really is useful," he mused. "Beats having to run and dive around whacking at it with inviolable." The mist rolled uneasily again. This time 2 insectoid monsters emerged. One of them tumbled to the ground the moment it appeared, just like the first monster, while the other crumbled after barely 2 steps. Lu Yi effortlessly breezed past the next few rounds with the help of telekinesis. But there was only so much his hiltless knife could do. By the 4th round, Lu Yi had to attack any remaining monsters with inviolable, owing to the present limitations of his telekinesis. The knife's spiritual power was finished in the 5th round, and Lu Yi recalled it, switching to close combat to deal with the insectoid monsters. Minutes later, Lu Yi reopened his eyes, his face chalk white, and he was back inside his training chamber. He had made it up to the 8th round before he was killed by one of the monsters. The difference between 6th order monsters and 7th order monsters was noticeably huge, just like the gap between cultivators of both ranks. But with telekinesis he felt stronger, so strong that the gap did not seem too significant, at least to him. Even though he did not manage to reach the 9th round, Lu Yi wasn't at all distraught. It had only just been a few days since his ascension to the 7th order, and he had only just mastered telekinesis. Prior to this, the 5th round was pretty much the best he could do, and with the addition of one telekinesis-sensitive knife, he was able to reach the 8th round. That in itself was a major breakthrough. If only he could control more spirit artifacts using telekinesis, he wondered. He might really be able to make it to the 9th round then. He would be able to fight against that humanoid opponent once more. That would mean another visit to Wuxia to procure more suitable spirit artifacts. It was easy enough controlling his new knife, and Lu Yi sensed that he could at least magically wield one more. Such was the benefit of having immaculate control of his spiritual power. All of a sudden, the thunderous groans from high up in the skies only seemed to grow louder and longer. The rain really was coming. Then he felt a throb coming from his battlefield imprint. It was Li Baxin sending him a message. "Watch out, Lu Yi. An insectoid attack is coming." Chapter 214 Insectoid Attack. A relatively flat canyon sat in the wilderness more than 10 miles away from the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Right in the middle of this canyon was a gaping pit more than 30 meters wide. A hideous shaft that reached down towards a bottomless abyss. No one knew how deep the pit went. But standing by the edge of the pit alone and feeling the spine-chilling howls of winds screaming into one's face could easily strike the fear of the heavens into any man. Such was the Spirit Creek battlefield, a land of untold bounty and a cornucopia of unimaginable horrors. Riding on Amber's back, Lu Yi perched at the precipice of a cliff that overlooked the clearing where the pit lay. From his vantage point, the entire gorge was infested with myriads of insectoid monsters. Spiders, mantises, locusts. Every one of them looked just like the insectoid monsters he encountered in the Rift of Illusions, although the ones in the rift were just so much larger. Swathed in a strange coating of black like paint on the oversized insects' heads, thoraxes, and abdomens, the collective mass of insectoid monsters exuded a very unsettling presence, unlike the usual foul aura that mutants emitted, but rather a sinister presence that threatened to eradicate all life in this world. What filled the air was this incessant buzzing that could only be the sound of the insectoid monsters feeding. The formerly verdant and lush vegetation and flora that once embellished the canyon with life and tranquility were gone. Everywhere the insectoid monsters went, they left behind desolation in their wake, not a blade of grass left standing. By Lu Ye's reckoning, the insectoid army now swarming the gorge was at least 10,000 strong and counting. The torrent of monsters pouring out of the hole barely looked like they were going to stop, and with enough time, this insectoid horde could become an unstoppable force of wanton destruction and death. It really is an insectoid attack. That was Qinyu, who came with Lu Yi on his own mount, a leopard spirit beast. But standing beside Amber was enough to make it honest and tame, with its usual ferocity and wrath all but extinguished. Many at the outpost had sighted a rare display of lightning where a deadly column of electricity had zapped all the way from the sky to the ground. Even from more than 10 miles away, the terrible lightning strike could be seen with absolute clarity. That phenomenon was what prompted Qinyu to quickly inform Lu Yi about the possibility of an insectoid attack. Lu Yi was just speaking to Li Baxin about this after the latter's warning. Insectoid attacks were a form of periodic natural disasters that occur in unpredictable cycles. After one attack, it could take months or even years before the next attack came. That lightning phenomenon last night was the telltale sign of an imminent attack. Right after the prognostic occurrence of the lightning, the appearance of the pit would follow, which the people in the real world of Jianghu called the wormhole. The bottomless black pit from the depths of which the insectoid horrors would emerge to lay waste upon whatever they saw. That was the difference between insectoids and mutants. There were also insect-type mutant races, but they did not inherit the same destructive instinct as real insectoid monsters. In fact, mutant races could coexist easily with humans even in the real world of Jianghu, where many even took on the shape and appearance of humans to join various militant sects and orders. On the other hand, insectoid monsters lacked such intelligence. Their actions all relied on their baser instincts, which was to destroy. Whenever an insectoid attack occurred, it was regarded as a cataclysmic event, for it affected the whole Spirit Creek battlefield, where wormholes would appear near each and every outpost in the battlefield. If allowed to fester, the insectoid scourge would have all the time they needed to build up enough strength to overrun and decimate outposts and even cities. No one could know which outpost could be facing imminent invasion whenever the wormholes appeared. Everywhere the insectoid swarm went, they would leave behind death and destruction in their wake. No lands left unpillaged, no crops left undamaged, and no fields left unstripped, and the biggest threat came from how fast they grew and bred. As such, what ordinary cultivators needed months to achieve, a single insectoid monster could become in mere days. It is for this exact reason that insectoid infestations needed to be handled quickly and decisively, lest the monsters become too great in number and too dangerous a force to deal with. Nevertheless, as with all situations of threat and peril, insectoid attacks also pose as moments of fortune. Cultivators were awarded contribution points for every insectoid kill, and their carcasses could be sold to the Vault of Providence, despite how obscenely low the price was. But with so many monsters to kill, the sale of their carcasses would nevertheless rake in a sizable amount of points. Therefore, to many cultivators of the battlefield, the insectoid scourge was both a threat and a boon. Insectoid attacks had occurred here at the Crimson Blood Sect outpost before. But with no one to defend the outpost, the scourge had enough time to burgeon, so the insectoids effectively overwhelmed even the outposts of prominent forces nearby. With no one else nearby powerful enough to deal with the threat, the eradication of the monsters was, in the end, left to the champions from the centermost areas of the battlefield. Hence, the vicinity of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost was always a desolate and bare wasteland in the aftermath of an insectoid attack, before the rich spiritual qi in the atmosphere of the battlefield once again breathed new life into nature, where all forms of flora were once again reborn. "Stay here. Report back if anything is wrong," instructed Lu Yi. "Understood," responded Qin Yu. Amber wheeled around and sped off in the direction of the outpost. As he rushed back, Lu Yi delivered a message to Wuxia. His reconnaissance of the insectoid scourge and the information that Li Baxin had supplied him told him what he needed to know about handling this threat. If this happened 2 months earlier, the Crimson Blood Sect outpost would be in no shape to deal with the stampede when it arrived, and it would. But things at the outpost had changed now. His fellow acolytes at the outpost could not train and meditate all day without honing their experience and testing their skills in the real world outside. This insectoid attack could just be what everyone needed. According to Li Baxin, every outpost in the battlefield needed to manage its own defenses against insectoid attacks, but the strength of the attacks at each outpost varied. Was this actually a contrivance of the heavens? No one could say. But somehow, the initial attacks on outposts situated in the outer ring areas of the battlefield were usually light. So long as they did enough to repel the invasion, the crisis could be averted with little to no losses. Which was a stark contrast to the insectoid attacks which could already be happening now on the outposts at the centermost areas of the battlefield. Lu Yi arrived at the outpost. Meanwhile, Wuxia already, as Lu Yi instructed, had the acolytes all mustered just outside the sanctum of providence of the outpost, where everyone waited pensively without a word. Aside from Wuxia and a handful of full-fledged members of the Crimson Blood Sect, the rest were the 100 or so initiates who had joined them recently. But they were not alone. The independents who had pledged themselves to the sect numbered almost 600 men strong. Such was the advantage of having so many independents pledged to their cause. Lu Yi could rely on them to help shore up the defenses. No outpost could survive being assailed by the insectoid scourge with just 100 initiates and acolytes holding it. Lu Yi vaulted himself off Amber's back. Stares and gazes all homed in on him. More than 700 pairs of eyes were watching him, but the mood was quiet and tense. He addressed his fellow comrades. "I'm sure by now you know what's happening. An insectoid attack is coming. This is a test that every sect and order with an outpost in the battlefield must suffer and endure. In the past, this outpost did not have the strength to withstand any attack. But this time it does. I've seen what every one of you has been doing. I've watched how you all improved and grew. That's all fine. Your rank is what cultivators depend on. But you need more than just power. You need real combat experience. You need to feel how it is exactly in real battle. So here is a chance for you to do so. I was with Chen Yu just to reconnoiter the insectoid force, and they are big enough. But take heart. Our enemies are many, but that is all. They do not possess great capabilities. Even a second order can easily slay more than 10 of these monsters. So here is your opportunity, everyone. A chance to not only gain real and valuable combat experience, but also to earn contribution points. I believe I don't have to elaborate any further about the benefits of the latter. So the Scourge is a field of contribution points waiting for you to pick up. Question is, do you want them? We do. The entire congregation roared with voices that threatened to bring the outpost down. Then go get them. We are not like other sects and orders. They have defensive enchantments to keep their outposts safe so that they could fall back inside if things get tough. But not us. We don't have such luxury. So we fight for our survival. Our enemies are a spiteful force that knows nothing but wanton destruction. Fail, and the fields that you've worked so tirelessly on will be ravaged by these abominable beasts. So here we are, the last bulwark to everything in the outpost that we hold dear. There is no turning back now. While we draw breath, we fight. There is only war. Leave the outpost. Heed my call, brothers in arms and comrades. You have 1 hour to break into squads of 5 to 10. Elect a squad leader. The squad leader shall be responsible for the allocation of contribution points after the attacks. The more you kill, the more you get. The best 10 performers of this skirmish, whether you're an acolyte, an initiate, or just an associate, shall be awarded a bonus of spirit stones. The best 3 will win an additional prize, a 9 enchantment spirit artifact. That was enough to send a sweeping wave of exclamation through the whole crowd. While most were expecting only spirit stones, despite not knowing how many, as prizes, with this skirmish being the first ever endeavor mounted by the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, the rewards were bound to be generous. Yet now, Lu Yi shocked everyone by announcing 9 enchantment spirit artifacts, the best of all low-tiered spirit artifacts, where one would cost at least 100 contribution points in the Vault of Providence, as additional rewards to the best 3 performers. The squad with the best overall performance will get to make a request of me after this skirmish. Anything you ask for, so long as it is within my power to confer, just ask it. A tiny arm shot up into the air, followed by a squeaky voice. I have a question, Brother Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked, it was He Xin. Speak. I have a friend who wished to ask if the special team request could be used on Sister Wuxia. Is that your friend or is it you? Lu Yi scowled at her playfully. He Xin had this strange attachment to Wuxia, she was just so full of admiration for her. At the same time, she was one of the best cultivators Lu Yi had, a 6th order. With Lu Yi and Qin Yu being the only 7th orders in the outpost, Wuxia and He Xin made up 2 of the handful of 6th orders they had at the moment. Lu Yi gave Wuxia a look and she bobbed her head demurely. All right, Lu Yi pronounced before he added, but only for you. An overjoyed He Xin clenched her fists with anticipation and excitement. Off you go then. You have 1 hour. After that, we march for the wormhole. The square turned into a massing whirl of disorganized clutter as cultivators began to look for friendly faces and formed groups. It did not take long for them to get into their squads and their leaders were elected. In the meantime, Lu Yi extracted an empty jade slip and channeled his power to store some information inside. Li Baxian had given him a lot of useful knowledge, including the traits of some of the insectoid species and their weaknesses, and he too had some tips of his own from his bug-slaying exploits in the Rift of Illusions. All this information would be invaluable for the cultivators who would be facing the insectoid attack for the first time, and he needed to disseminate it before the skirmish began. Chapter 215 Insectoid Wormhole. In just 1 hour, the compound of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost that had been teeming with activity with the recent inception of fresh members immediately became empty, with every cultivator, acolytes, initiates and associated independents, making a beeline for the insectoid wormhole more than 10 miles away. The outpost was left completely undefended, but there was no need to worry. With Beaky still around, no Thousand Demon Ridge enemy would dare to attack and risk getting attacked by him instead. But more importantly, with the insectoid attacks that were happening all over the battlefield, everyone would be busy handling their own defenses. More than 10 miles away in the canyon where the wormhole had appeared, a battle had already begun. The number of insectoids had increased further in the last hour, and with the insectoids' incredible speed in breeding and growing, there was little wonder as to why insectoid attacks were regarded a cataclysmic event. So long as these monsters could find enough sustenance, they could become a potent legion of insectoids capable of ravaging and annihilating literally everything on the face of the battlefield. Hence, it could not be stressed enough that this was the single most important factor in defeating an insectoid attack. So long as one could whittle down their numbers and prevent them from becoming an all-out infestation, the insectoid threat could be contained. The 700-man-strong force was broken down into almost 100 smaller squads. Led by their respective squad leaders, they were scattered all around the perimeter of the canyon where they were to slay every insectoid monster they found while slowly moving in towards the bottomless abyss from whence these abominations emerged. Individually, the insectoid monsters would not pose as much threat at all. By usual cultivator standards, most of the insectoid monsters were just 1st or 2nd orders. There were barely any 3rd orders at all, and if anything, none of them were anywhere close to the ones Lu Yi encountered in the Rift of Illusions. The insectoid monsters inside the rift were almost a man's size. But out here, the monsters were the size of a man's head at best, the smallest just as big as a fist. Plus, with their crude methods of offense, slaying them wouldn't be too difficult a task. The only caveat would be their innumerable numbers. With tens of thousands of them now swarming the hills, every inch of the vista in sight had been turned into barren land. Traces of spiritual power were spiking everywhere. Every single squad busied itself with clearing out the infestation of their respective zones and drenching almost every inch of the canyon with the slimy green hemolymph of the monsters and leaving the whole area reeking with an intolerable acrid stench. Contrary to the steady pace of the squads mowing their way through the multitudinous horde of insectoids, was Lu Yi rapidly hacking a path straight through the insectoids like a bulldozer, leaving a trail of maimed torsos and limbs in his rear sight. There was only so much that he could do with Inviolable against enemies of such diminutive girth. He could easily swing his weapon and slay a few with one blow, but it was nowhere near enough. Fortunately, Inviolable was not Lu Ye's only mode of offense. After all, he was a spell cultivator to a certain extent. Using fire phoenixes and fire dragons interchangeably, Lu Ye was able to dole out vast amounts of area of effect damage, incinerating large amounts of insectoids into charred remains with every attack. Most especially the Fire Dragon technique, as a subsidiary technique of the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic and a spell that could only be learned by a 7th grade, its damage and range far outstripped the Fire Phoenix technique by leaps and bounds, although that would also meant that the spell would consume more spiritual power. Of the two fire elemental spells, Lu Ye was especially satisfied with the Fire Dragon technique. At the very least, he would not feel embarrassed whenever he used it. Somehow his Fire Phoenix looked every bit like a puffy chicken alight with flames instead of a majestic bird of fire. On the other hand, the fire dragons he conjured appeared so real and so elaborately detailed that he could almost make out the scales on the dragons' trunks. The canyon was not at all large or wide. Lu Ye reached within sight of the wormhole in no time. When he finally made it to the bottomless abyss, he looked inside and saw a black pit staring up at him. Swarms of insectoid monsters of different shapes and sizes were still scaling the jagged and rough surface of the hole as if they had detected him approaching, and some even lunged at him, although all of them were already reduced to sickening pieces of bug flesh and viscera, all thanks to Inviolable before they even got any closer. With just one beat of hesitation, Lu Ye hurled himself into the hole. As he plunged downwards, insectoid monsters pounced at him one after another, but every one of them was repelled, with Lu Ye channeling his power and enveloping himself in an energy shroud. Boom. Lu Ye hit the bottom of the abyss with a loud crash. He looked up and estimated the depth. The fall was barely 35 meters by his reckoning, and that was good news. All around him, he could hear the incessant buzzing surrounding him. More insectoids were stampeding at him. Lu Ye channeled his powers once more. There was no time to stop. Swinging Inviolable wildly at anything that came his way, he charged deeper into the insectoid nest. The fiery luminescence blazing over the saber's blade illuminated his way. That was glyph, radiance at work. While it might have seemed useless at first to Lu Ye, in this situation it turned out to be extremely handy. But to conserve spiritual power, Lu Ye kept the glow to just within 35 meters. He was down there for at least a quarter of an hour before he came screaming out of the pit like a soaring bird. The fiery pair of wings on his back was the first thing that everyone noticed the moment he made his appearance. He flew over the canyon until he found Wuxia, and he landed next to her, utterly sodden with green mucilaginous hemolymph dripping off the hems of his clothes. A few first-order independents rushed forward to attend to him by washing off the muck with water. Wuxia had been keeping herself away from the action. As the only full-fledged medical cultivator they had, she needed to be here so that she could administer treatment whenever needed to. But the extermination had only just begun, so there were hardly any casualties yet. There were more than a dozen cultivators here. Most of them were only first orders, and being in the thick of the fight could be too risky for them, hence they were assigned to assist Wuxia here. The rest were acting as apprentices to Wuxia since their desired path was medical cultivation just like hers. That was fine for Lu Ye. In fact, the Crimson Blood sect could use different varieties of cultivators, especially medical cultivators. At the moment, the strength of the outpost here might still be in its infantile stage, but with cultivators of different principal paths, its development was heading in the right direction. "Found it?" asked Wuxia as she plucked a maimed arthropod leg out of Lu Ye's head and tossed it ignominiously away. Lu Ye shook his head. "It's a maze down below. I couldn't go further without risking being lost." He was searching for the nest. Deep inside the labyrinthian underground passage, the insectoid monsters must have come from somewhere, and it could only be the nest, their very origin. To end an insectoid attack, one needed to locate the insectoid nest and destroy it. This information came from Li Baxian. The nest would expectedly be guarded by stronger and more powerful insectoids that Lu Ye would need help dealing with. That had been the usual tactic other sects and orders used whenever they were dealing with an insectoid infestation. While not all of them would marshal the entire force of their outposts, the gist had always been the same: to deploy men to control the number of insectoids while they located the nest for further action. But with enough experience in dealing with insectoid attacks, many of the sects and orders in the battlefields had long mapped out the subterranean tunnels where the insectoids would emerge from, and that had helped them to know how to plan their strategy. In the meantime, this was the first time the Crimson Blood sect had mounted any endeavor to meet the insectoid threat. Hence, they would need to search the underground tunnels themselves. The first order of business would be to first clear out the whole canyon before they could shift their focus underground. No one knew how the insectoids came to be. Cultivators could fully exterminate the scourge up to the last monster, and still more would come after some time. But every time an insectoid attack came, the same indicative lightning column phenomenon would occur. Next, insectoids would appear out of nowhere and start to multiply. Before long, they would proliferate enough to stampede and overrun everything they could find. Therefore, whenever the same lightning phenomenon repeated after quite some time, everyone would know better than to discount it as just some harmless anomaly. Which was also the reason behind Li Baxian's immediate warning to Lu Yi when he realized what was going on. The first casualty came in at last, which was expected since the enemies were just so numerous despite their being so weak. Wuxia quickly attended to him as best as she could, not neglecting to provide explanations and advice to her apprentices. There was no need for Lu Yi to get directly involved. He could slay these insectoids with the same ease of a farmer wielding his scythe through a fistful of stalks, but contribution points he would be rewarded with just so few because of his rank, where he would need more than 20 or 30 kills just to scrape enough points to matter. Unlike the rest, who were awarded enough points the moment they made a kill. This bug-killing spree really was turning out to be a windfall for them all. Without a permanent way to earn contribution points steadily, this was a 1 in a million chance for the Crimson Blood sect members to earn as much as they could. With enough manpower to deal with the insectoid infestation, there really was no need for Lu Yi to get involved. Heading inside the pit and searching for the nest, that was his forte. More casualties began to pile in, although the wounded were quickly allowed to rejoin the fight once Wuxia was done with them. A few hours later, the area of infestation had been drastically reduced by at least half. By closing in the perimeter, the work was getting easier the more the perimeter constricted. At long last, with the last insectoid felled 4 hours later, everyone celebrated with peals of cheers. Maimed carcasses still dripping with hemolymph agglutinating into sickening green streams and puddles swaddled the landscape. Clean the place, then take a rest. We're going spelunking in 6 hours. As soon as Lu Yi finished barking his orders, everyone sprang into action. With several squads watching the entrance of the pit to prevent any more insectoids from coming up, the rest scurried about to collect the carcasses. Carcasses that could be sold to the Vault of Providence. The vault really was a cornucopia of boon to the cultivators of Jianghu. Whatever one needed, so long as one had enough contribution points, one could procure from it. At the same time, virtually anything could be sold to the vault in turn, although the prices offered by the vault oftentimes were borderline scandalous. These insectoid carcasses were not worth much individually, but there were just so many that the full amount would have been astronomical. By the end of the 6th hour, all 700 cultivators mustered around the pit, each of them lit up with confidence and exuberance. With a hand on the hilt of his weapon hung from his waist, Lu Yi strode towards the abyss with Amber padding quietly beside him as the crowd parted to let him through. Yi was sitting just on top of the white tiger's back. He paused at the edge of the pit, then he leaped down without even a hint of hesitation. So did Amber, with Yi still on his back. Next to jump was Jianghu, followed closely by the squad led by 6th Orders. Almost immediately, those still waiting outside the pit could hear the screeching death rattles of the insectoid monsters coming from below. Minutes later, everyone could hear Jianghu calling. "It's safe down here. Come on down." The squad still outside now began to descend the pit. As soon as they got down, they set alight their torches as they prepared to explore the tunnels with their squad leaders in the lead. Chapter 216 The Insectoid Nest. The bottom of the pit was an empty clearing where even the ground was roasted by Lu Yi using the fire dragon technique when he first came in. Ropes came dangling down, and those who were not strong enough to jump down just rappelled their way down. The ropes were also there to facilitate quick exfiltration if need be. As soon as a squad regrouped at the bottom, they would set alight their torches and begin their exploration of the underground passages. With this being the first Crimson Blood sect operation against the insectoid threat, they had 2 objectives to complete. The first was finding out the location of the main insectoid nest. That would go a long way in helping to contain this time's threat. The next would be to map out the whole subterranean network of tunnels for posterity. Insectoid attacks would come again, and the sight of the insectoid nest would not be the same as it was now. Therefore, going the extra mile to map out the whole labyrinth would make future incursions against the insectoids easier and more convenient. Lu Yi had discovered that the tunnels were interconnected with countless forks everywhere. How did this labyrinth come to be, he did not know, but it did remind him of the mines at Evil Moon Valley. And to explore such a discombobulating network of tunnels, he would need manpower. Lots of it. In this regard, he was comforted that the Crimson Blood sect had managed to attract a number of acolytes, initiates, and associates recently, especially after the battle royal of the legates. Or else, he would not even know what to do in this situation. Then he remembered that it was Shui Yuan who had advised him to attract more initiates and associates, saying that since the sect had once again begun taking in fresh acolytes, having more people would be useful for the future of the outpost. She must have expected this insectoid attack, Lu Yi realized. That was why she had given him the instruction back then. Now Lu Yi channeled his power. He constructed a large glyph, gathering spirits where the wounded and weary would rest and recuperate. Hua Ci and her apprentices could also set up a temporary staging area here to tend to the wounded. There was no need to hurry. Lu Yi first rested and regained his power. He swallowed a few spirit pills and made sure that he was fully replenished before he ventured deeper into the tunnels. Splotches and puddles of greenish hemolymph were scattered everywhere he passed by. There were no carcasses in sight. The squads must have been collecting them while they fought. He reached a second fork and he chose the one he liked best. The deeper he explored, the more forks he encountered. Finally, he arrived at a tunnel where the fighting had not reached. He drew inviolable and slew any insectoids that he came upon, pressing forward to explore and to see if the insectoid nest could be nearby. In the meantime, in different parts around the labyrinth that honeycombed deep underground, squads of acolytes, initiates, and associated independents were busy exterminating the insectoids. The deeper they ventured, the bigger and more dangerous the insectoids became. Naturally, that would also mean casualties. The wounded would immediately withdraw to prevent further injuries, retreating the same way they got in while bringing along with them a sketch of their explored routes to be handed to Hua Ci. While she attended to their wounds, the others would compile all the sketches into one complete map of the whole subterranean network. The extermination was progressing well enough, even though no one had yet reported any sightings of the insectoid nest. Everyone was raking in a rich bounty so far, but as the difficulty gradually ramped up with bigger and more powerful insectoid monsters, more people were getting wounded. But as cultivators they expected no less. Theirs was a life of untold perils where every night of merrymaking and glorious singing could very well be their last. It took one full day before reports came to Lu Yi, who was at that time dispensing death and carnage to a bunch of insectoid monsters, that the insectoid nest had finally been sighted. That's the advantage of having numbers. Lu Yi mused. He immediately wheeled around and backtracked in the direction he came from. Lu Yi returned to the temporary staging area at the bottom of the pit an hour later, fully swaddled and clothes slick with hemolymph. Hua Ci helped to wash away the green slimy muck. Next he channeled his power to heat himself up, radiating enough heat to dry his clothes. Then he found himself a flaming torch as Hua Ci led him to one of the tables set up there. On the table was a map. The one compiled by the collective efforts of all 700 members of this battle in the last 24 hours. One look at the map and Lu Yi saw too many forks and bends that could confuse even the most experienced pathfinder. The disorderly tangle of subterranean tunnels and caverns actually connects to one another. But the map was not yet perfect. There were still parts that needed surveying. Hua Ci pointed at a particular spot. The insectoid nest here. But it's kinda dangerous there. Qin Yu and his squad's heading that way already. So are Amber and Yi. Lu Yi studied the map intently and planned his route. He looked at the other parts of the map. According to Brother Baxin, the nest usually occupies a large underground space. Look at this site where the nest is sited. There are so many tunnels leading away from it, and if Brother Baxin is right, they would all converge at the exit, which is this hole where it leads to outside. That means I could take any route and I'd still end up where the nest is. He was certain that by the time the underground network was fully mapped out, the whole thing would look like a spindle apparatus with the nest cavern being at one end while the exit here would be at the other. Now that much of this spindle apparatus shape was almost complete, it showed that the squads were making good progress, although one had managed to reach the destination, the cavern where the insectoid nest was housed. That the other routes were making varying headway was only due to the different overall strengths of the squads. But a few Lu Yi noticed were very close to catching up. A little more time and they would reach the nest cavern as well. I'm heading to the nest now. With that, Lu Yi spun on his heels and headed back inside the tunnels. The tunnels were illuminated with flaming torches hanging off the walls at regular intervals, which was hardly a marvel since cultivators often carried items such as torches in their storage bags just in case. After almost an hour of traveling, he heard the din of battle coming from ahead, plus the unmistakable roar of a tiger, Amber. He focused his sight and looked ahead. Spells of myriad colors screamed through the air. Then he heard a girlish voice snarling ferociously. A seventh-order insectoid. That's you, He-Shin. Qin Yu's voice resounded. Apparently, someone must have come up with the way to classify the insectoid based on their strength and power in comparison to the human cultivator fashion. A seventh-order insectoid would be the insectoid equivalent of a human seventh order. But I'm a girl, brother Qin Yu. How could you leave such a job to a girl? Even so, she screamed, "Here I come, you monster." Lu Yi rounded a bend just in time to see He-Shin. Her face and complexion flushed red as she lifted a shield almost as tall as her, using it to shield the blows of a gigantic mantis very much taller than her. The blows the giant bug rained down on her shield elicited metallic clangors akin to the tolls of a bell with such force that with every blow, He-Shin could only brace as her entire self trembled at the impact. He-Shin might look like the average young lass normally, but she was in truth a body-tempering cultivator. When Lu Yi found out about this, he was so astounded that he looked as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. He did not think that the small and petite frame of hers could contain such rich and powerful endurance and vitality. With He-Shin soaking up the damage and abuse from the gigantic bug, Qin Yu and Yi were free to fire all the spells they could and deploy whatever spirit artifacts they needed, allowing them to make short work of the oversized insect. But if anyone thought that this was the end of the battle, they would be sorely mistaken, for another gigantic insectoid the size of a mammoth appeared. Pull back. There are too many of these monsters. Qin Yu roared. The fight must have alerted the rest of the nest to their presence, and more seventh-order insectoids, accompanied by scores of fifth and sixth orders, stampeded this way. They had to retreat without Lu Yi losing a lot of precious ground. I'm a body-tempering cultivator. I'd rather die fighting than turn around and run with my tail between my legs. He-Shin growled through gritted teeth. But she only just finished when all of a sudden, a strange force dragged her from behind and she felt as light as a feather as she glided backward. Someone had seized her by the back of her collar and tossed her into the air. By the time she landed safely, she saw a stranger standing at where she originally was, and scores of insectoids were collapsing at every swing of the stranger's fiery red weapon, its flaring glow lighting up the entire passageway. A seventh-order insectoid lunged through the air and the weapon shot up, slicing the monster into two grotesque slabs of insectoid flesh and viscera in one fell stroke. Lu Yi! Yi exclaimed with joy and surprise. Brother Lu Yi! Hearing the cries of his name, Lu Yi swung his weapon, flicking away the slimy green muck from his weapon as he acknowledged everyone with a curt nod. Enough of that. We fight. His sudden appearance was like the much-needed jab of adrenaline to rejuvenate the offense, turning the tables back once again in their favor. A silvery bolt of light zigzagged through the insectoid mass, tearing through them as effortlessly as a needle through bolts of cloth. Scores of insectoids fell in that exchange alone, and that was what was needed to rally the men for a renewed charge. That was enough for Lu Yi. Maintaining his telekinesis was enough to ensure their advantage. He strode over to Yi and Amber. The brawny white tiger had grown much since the last time Lu Yi saw him. Since he started living at the Crimson Blood Sect stronghold, he had had all the food and spirit pills he needed, notwithstanding the amounts of times he came to Lu Yi to ask for his usual mysterious red substance fix from the latter's dragon scale. It would not be easy to gauge Amber's power levels. After all, it wasn't a human cultivator. But the radiation of its beastly aura could parallel even a sixth order, especially with that ethereal aureole of gold that cloaked him. Amber could easily bite through the insectoid defenses, and one maul with its claws could easily dent any insectoid armor-like shell. On the other hand, Yi's initial vocation was first to learn the ways of healing magic from Shui Yuan. She had lost count of the number of times that she had been stricken by worry and anxiety at Lu Ye's injuries. That prompted her desire to become a medical cultivator so that she could be of some use to him. But her hopes were dashed when she discovered that she lacked the aptitude for the talent-demanding discipline, and for that, she had been wallowing in disappointment for quite a few days. Feeling sorry for her, Shui Yuan then recommended that she learn how to be a spell cultivator from their teacher and Grand Master Tang Yifeng. With her emotional wounds still raw from the setback, little did she realize that this would turn out to be a revelation. Lu Yi had not been aware of how Yi had been doing in her tutelage with Tang Yifeng. All he knew was that she did spend a lot of time with him. Yet right now, as he saw how deftly Yi was firing one spell after another with great skill, Tang Yifeng had been singing praises about how Yi was gifted in spell casting. In fact, he had even posited that Yi must have been a spell cultivator before she died and her soul got attached to amber. Just a couple or maybe a third demonstration and that would be enough for Yi to master any spell. As a ghost attached to amber, her strength and power all came from amber, and that would mean that she wielded the power of a sixth-order spell cultivator. And because of her spectral physical properties, Yi was not confined only to a certain element. She could use any element she liked with little to no difficulty. But she has her weakness as well. As ghostly entities are not able to consume spirit pills, the only way she could recover her power was to retreat into amber and feed on his vitality. That would mean that amber would be shouldering the taxing strain from her as well, since all her power was derived from him. Chapter 217. Take heart. The fighting had never once stopped since it began. Once the insectoids sensed any discharge of spiritual power because of the fighting, they would immediately stampede toward where the discharge was coming from. It was always just a matter of how many of them. Unless someone could destroy any insectoids they stumbled upon with just one blow to prevent emitting enough fluctuation of spiritual power to alert the rest of the colony. But that was simply just impossible. At the same time, Lu Yi was leading a charge that barreled through the insectoid horde with Hixin providing him cover, making straight for the insectoid nest cavern. He only had 1 foot inside the chamber when the insectoids, in a stalwart rally of their kind, managed to force him back outside. What Lu Yi did manage to see was that the cavern was a very spacious and wide underground chamber. In fact, he surmised that it was even bigger than the square outside the outpost Sanctum of Providence. But it was too dark for Lu Yi to get a proper look. But he did manage to catch sight of strange and grotesque walls of raw flesh all around the whole chamber as far as he could. There was an infinite number of sacks dangling from the ceiling, and one after another, they burst open to reveal fresh additions to the ranks of the insectoid horde. This is the nest, Lu Yi mused. The sheer repugnant hideousness of the place was enough to make one vomit. The whole place was reminiscent of the bowels of a colossal demon's stomach. A warren of innumerable abominations waiting to grow and hatch, and a cesspit of horrors biding its time to unleash hell upon the entirety of the battlefield. Insectoids were a unique type of creature, as Li Baxin told him. Once an insectoid hatches from its egg sac, it would, like the rest of the colony, fall into a collective and destructive rampage to devour everything and anything with life. Part of what they consumed would go to further facilitate their growth, and another part would be siphoned back to the nest where it would be used to nurture more insectoid hatchlings. That demonstrated the close bond between the nest and the individual insectoid, a symbiotic relationship that mutually benefited both sides. In fact, it was because of this bond that a hypothesis was once formed. A nest of insectoids like this, if left unfettered, would take only 10 years before its number and power grew strong enough to overrun and lay waste to the whole battlefield, ousting humans to become the new dominant species of this dimension. An insectoid horde that would engulf the entire battlefield whole and would snuff out all life from this dimension. Hardly anyone could envision such a horrifying scene. But something like this would never happen, for every sect and order in the battlefield would immediately march forth to nip the insectoid scourge in its bud before it's too late. At the moment, with the perimeter extermination complete, the Crimson Blood sect side had basically contained the threat of the insectoid infestation. Without being able to destroy and consume anything, the insectoid horde would not be able to further grow and multiply. All that was left to do was to keep cutting down their numbers until the nest had fully used up its life and energy. Then the battle would be won. That was the standard course of action that many sects and orders in the battlefield employed against insectoid attacks, given their extensive experience in meeting the threat. Naturally, casualties came hand in hand with skirmishes like this, even if it were sects and orders of the central regions of the battlefield. Unlike the outer ring areas, insectoid infestations at the center were far more difficult to handle. Lu Yi had encountered inside the Rift of Illusions insectoid monsters before that could almost fully render themselves invisible. They could creep up on any unsuspecting prey and deal a sudden and fatal one-hit kill attack. And these were the kinds of insectoid monsters that the sects and orders of the battlefield's central areas would have to fight against. Fortunately enough for the Crimson Blood sect, this must be a certain machination intended by the heavens to prevent weaker factions from incurring catastrophic losses. Still, given enough time, the infestation here would eventually produce insectoids of the same ability and deadliness. Another important thing that Lu Yi was explicitly warned about was to prevent any dead bodies of cultivators from falling into the hands of the insectoids. Consuming the corpse of a cultivator would mean a great boon to the insectoid nest, and the resultant hatchlings produced would be far greater and deadlier than before. With only one passage leading straight to the nest cavern cleared and Lu Yi holding down the enemies on his own, there was little to be feared. The rest would only need to clear away the rest of the passages and force the insectoids back into the nest cavern. That way the insectoid threat could be contained inside and no longer endangered anything outside. Aware that some passages could do with a bit of help, Lu Yi sent Qinyu and Yi to aid the other squads. He alone would be enough to hold this point. He stood there, alone. But he did not idle around. He sent forth his hiltless dagger, using telekinesis to harass the insectoids and luring them into the passage where he could easily make short work of them. Knowing that the nest cavern must house a huge number of insectoids, Lu Yi was not foolhardy enough to gamble his own safety. In fact, he could sense a threatening presence within the darkness that pervaded the nest cavern. There must be something dangerous and deadly enough that he would be a fool to flippantly challenge. It did not take long for the passage to fill up with dead carcasses of the insectoids. Lu Yi was able to divert some of his attention to stowing away the carcasses at first. But as he got busier killing, he began to just ignore the carcasses. That was when he realized something was amiss. Despite the never-ending streams of insectoids swarming at him, which he could easily cut down, the number of carcasses never seemed to drop or increase. That was when he saw insectoids dragging the carcasses of their dead back inside the nest cavern. Without any other ideas, he crammed whatever he could inside his storage bag while he kept the slaughter going on. After what seemed like hours, the rest of the tunnels had all been cleared and the underground network of tunnels had all been fully mapped. The disorienting number of twists, bends, and intersections ultimately formed 9 main tunnels that led straight to the nest cavern. That did not come without its price. The prospect of having to go face to face with an unruly drove of bugs was enough to make her squirm and shift uneasily with her hair standing on ends. There were 2 types of bugs that she hated the most, those with no legs and those with too many legs. But Lu Yi had little choice. His best people, Yi and Kong Yo included, numbered up to only 8 and there were 9 tunnels to hold. The Crimson Blood sect really could do with additional manpower. Hence, Lu Yi had little choice but to rope in Wuxia. She might be a medical cultivator, but she was still a 6th order. Holding the passage should be simple enough for her, even though she might not be able to deploy those poisonous mushrooms of hers in this situation. Lu Yi swiveled around to look at her and their eyes met. Take heart. Ha. Wuxia gasped incredulously. It begins now. Before she could even demand an explanation, Lu Yi turned back around and crouched. With a hand on the hilt of inviolable hook to his waist, he launched himself forward in a backwash of force and air, shooting forward like an arrow released. The metallic flash of a drawn inviolable zipped straight for the opening of the tunnel with several insectoids crumbling to the ground, dismembered and maimed. Charge! A deafening battle cry resounded as one after another, cultivators poured out of Lu Ye's tunnels on cue, joining him in the attempt to secure the forward expanse just outside the tunnel entrances. The eruption of clamor and violence took the entire nest by storm, rousing the whole cavern enough that cascades of incessant buzzing filled the air as grotesque insectoids all rushed forth to meet them. High-tier cultivators all rushed forward to form up the battle lines, forming an arching semicircle with the rest of the low-tier comrades just behind them, firing what spells and talismans they could to their heart's content and felling one insectoid after another without being endangered. Those in the rest of the other 8 tunnels punched through the insectoid defenses in unison, maintaining the same semicircle formation as Lu Ye's with the best cultivators holding up the front lines. The battle was slowly nearing its conclusion. A voice echoed in the air, "Those who are hurt or weaker than the rest, collect the carcasses. We don't want the insectoids coming back to collect their dead." It was out of crucial necessity. The nest could absorb life and energy from insectoids and their dead carcasses and use those as sustenance to conceive new hatchlings. and the ability stemmed from the morbid walls and ceilings of flesh that could extract life and energy and funnel it to the nest as part of a biological system. Hence the need to quickly collect the insectoid carcasses, or the life and energy still contained within the dead insectoids would be drawn away by the walls and ceilings. That was what the insectoid monsters were doing, dragging the carcasses of their dead kin back inside the nest so that the nest could feed and produce new offspring. Chapter 218 Aerial Advantage. If nothing was done to clear the insectoid carcasses, then the nest would consume them to produce new offspring and the extermination would never stop. That was what Li Baxin had specifically warned him about. For this reason, Lu Yi ordered everyone to make sure to bring along a few spare storage bags to store the carcasses. Unlike the insectoids that got out, the ones in the nest were mostly 3rd to 4th orders, with quite a number of 5th to 6th orders in between. Fortunately, there were not many 7th orders, so the situation was still manageable for the entire Crimson Blood sect force. One after another, Lu Yi zapped every insectoid he saw with relentless streaks of fire dragons. The faster and the more he killed, the better he could keep the situation under control. And so it was with him holding down the fort. But despite their advantage, no one was reckless enough to push into the darkness ahead. After all, there was no telling what else could be prowling around waiting for the humans to commit an error. Nevertheless, a 7th order furiously using his spiritual power, not to mention the brilliant eruptions of luminescence from the fire dragon spells, was causing another problem. Barely 30 seconds passed since the Crimson Blood sect force managed to push into the nest. Lu Yi began to feel a powerful presence in the darkness ahead, and it was approaching quickly. He knew what it was: 8th order insectoids. Not 1. Not 2. Judging from the cluster of presence, there were 3. There were not many. With Lu Ye's current rank and strength, there was every chance of him being able to kill one of them with just one blow, then he would just have to deal with the remaining 2 with the help of the rest of his comrades. The plan had only just crossed his mind when Kong Nyo's voice pierced through the din of the fighting from nearby. Danger! It was a keyword. If any side were to face too much pressure, all they needed to do was give the call and Lu Yi would come over to assist. In the meantime, he intentionally had Kong Nyo's tunnel just beside his own. Knowing that he was only just a 5th order, Lu Yi was aware that he might still need help against the 7th order insectoids even though he has the biggest squad of cultivators. Lu Yi had planned well. There was no time to wait for the 8th order insectoids to appear. A pair of wings unfurled on Lu Ye's back and he took into the air. With inviolable gripped in one hand, he held aloft its scabbard with another, and without warning, it shone with a brilliant radiance as if the sun had risen inside the nest cavern. The strong and blinding light stretched as far as its rays could reach, allowing Lu Yi a glimpse of the darkened subterranean stone chamber. If he could not see it before, the light now gave him the chance, although it was not quite a sight that Lu Yi would enjoy. In fact, it sent a numbing sensation across his scalp. The infestation inside the nest cavern had strayed far beyond his imagination. Of shapes and sizes most grotesque and horrific, the insectoids were a vast boundless sprawl all over the place. The walls, the ceilings, everywhere, and they were crawling towards Lu Yi and the rest of the Crimson Blood sect force because of the waves of spiritual power released from the fighting. Watch your heads. Lu Yi screamed to his comrades at the same time. He maintained constant vigilance about the 8th order insectoids. One reason for his soaring up into the air was to create a diversion to lift some of the pressure off the backs of his comrades, and if the 8th order insectoids weren't moving his way, then his plan would be a failure and the others would be in danger. Not even Hua Ci could withstand the onslaught of the 8th order's insectoids. Luckily enough, the insectoids, 8th order or not, barely had a shred of tactical acumen and intelligence. And this was all thanks to Li Baxin, who had supplied Lu Yi with a lot of crucial information. Like a lighthouse with its shining beacons lit during a squall, Lu Yi, with his shimmering scabbard, became the sole target of the 8th order insectoids. They plotted through hundreds of their own kind, blocking their way, mercilessly cutting down any insectoid unlucky enough to be in their way with their razor-sharp forelegs. These were not all of them. Further inside the depths of the nest cavern, Lu Yi could sense 3 more 8th order insectoids coming. That would make 6 8th order insectoids. Sects in the outer ring of the battlefield would not have the means of defeating such a force if they failed to take the insectoid threat seriously. Even for humans, 7th order cultivators were rare enough in these parts, never mind 8th orders. The only 7th Order cultivators were usually the legates of the outposts and their prolegates. Lu Yi let loose a fire dragon from mid-air. The elaborately detailed visage of a flaming dragon screamed all its way down into the massing horde of insectoids, killing a huge number of them in one blow. Another one came down near Kong Nyo, instantly relieving much of the pressure on his side. "Brother Lu Yi," cried another voice. Lu Yi flew over quickly. The standard method of dealing with an insectoid infestation would be to seal up the pit of the wormhole and just keep on killing until the nest ran out of sustenance to reproduce, where victory would be a virtual certainty. That would take time and patience, but it remained a safe method where any unforeseen mishaps could be addressed timely. Still, that was not what Lu Yi opted for. He led the Crimson Blood Sect force on an assault straight into the nest cavern, sending everyone in his command into a full-scale head-to-head skirmish against the insectoids at their doorstep. It was risky, no doubt, but the returns were huge as well. That he chose to undertake such a risk was only because of his great mobility, which allowed him to provide assistance on whichever front needed his help. Such was the advantage of being able to fly. One that no ordinary 7th Order had. Lu Yi held aloft his makeshift torch. That did not prevent him from unleashing his fiery wrath ceaselessly, leading the 6th 8th Order insectoids on what appeared to be a cavern-wide wild goose chase as he flitted around to help stave off the pressure on all fronts of the Crimson Blood Sect assault force and steadily gaining the initiative of this skirmish. In the raving pursuit of Lu Yi, the 8th Order insectoids had been causing a great deal of collateral damage even to their own kind. The Crimson Blood Sect assault force might not have been able to collect those carcasses being so far out of their reach, but the relief on their pressure was nonetheless very much welcomed. Now that the tables were in his favor, Lu Yi decided that perhaps he should deal with the core of 8th Order insectoids still gunning for him. The longer he allowed them to survive, the more they would be a threat. Still in flight, Lu Yi cast forth his hiltless knife. Steeped with destructive energy, the knife soared around like a fiery comet, finding its first mark, an 8th Order insectoid, and blasting a hole through it amid a backwash of mucky hemolymph. Admittedly, this gave Lu Yi his first impression of how dangerously sturdy the physical endurance of an 8th Order insectoid could be. It took Lu Yi more than 7 to 8 blows using telekinesis before one was finally killed. The tiny reddish sparkle retraced its way back to Lu Yi, where he caught it with his fingers to replenish the spiritual power imbued inside before he cast it forth again. But the continued use of his flying ability, glyph, radiance, the relentless firing of fire dragons, and telekinesis caused such a great toll on his spiritual power. In barely a quarter of an hour, Lu Yi could feel that he had expended almost 7/10 of his full power, with just a measly 3/10 left. And that was even though he, a 7th Order, already had a much bigger storage of spiritual power with more than 100 spiritual points unlocked. If he had pulled off a stunt like this when he was still a 5th Order, he would have long been exhausted. Unfazed, Lu Yi retrieved a jade flask from inside his storage bag. He unstoppered it and appended the bottle, emptying its contents down his throat. It tasted odd. For one moment, he tasted the sweet fruitiness of some fermented beverage before a bitter zest kicked in. A cider made of crushed mystic fruit. Li Baxian had bid him to give to Shui Yuan all the mystic fruits that he collected during the battle royal of the legates. With the mystic fruits peeled and crushed before being mixed with a number of expensive and rare herbs that Lu Yi did not even know the names of, Shui Yuan turned the fruits into a beverage that could simulate the exact same effects of ingesting mystic fruits. When she handed Lu Yi the mystic fruit cider, Shui Yuan had informed Lu Yi that a flask of the cider would restore almost half a 7th Order cultivator's full reserve of spiritual power in 30 seconds. Nevertheless, there were also drawbacks to mystic fruit cider. It would take a longer time for the effects to take place, indicating a slightly reduced potency if compared to consuming a mystic fruit the normal way. Even so, drinking a flask of mystic fruit cider gave a bigger amount of restoration. What Lu Yi had just consumed was 1 flask of mystic fruit cider. Shui Yuan had given him and Hua Xi 30 flasks in total, which would have made spending his spiritual power so wantonly something Lu Yi loathed to do. To use his power so recklessly in such a short span of time was nothing short of being foolhardy for any cultivator. Lu Yi could feel the warmth emanating from inside his belly the moment he finished the bottle. The warm rush began to swirl in him like a vortex, filling every spiritual point of the microcosmic orbits inside him. In just 30 seconds, Lu Yi no longer felt the fatigue and lethargy that came from having just 3/10 of his full reserves of spiritual power. He felt invigorated. He was everywhere, giving help to whichever side that needed him while he would find time to eliminate one eighth order insectoid at a time whenever he could. Gradually, the pressure from the insectoids had grown noticeably weaker. The nest was still desperately trying to reproduce fresh insectoid hatchlings to replenish the colony's ranks, but the rate could no longer keep up with the slaughter. Across the different fronts just outside the tunnels leading into the nest cavern, the Crimson Blood Sect assault forces were slowly solidifying their foothold here, and of the original 6 8th order insectoids doggedly hot on Lu Ye's heels until now, only one remained. 2 if you counted the one still reeling with spasms from Lu Ye's hiltless knife savagely turning it into a honeycomb beehive. When the hiltless knife's work was finally done, that left only the last remaining 8th order insectoid. Satisfied, Lu Ye ceased the magic of his glyph, radiance, and landed just in front of Kong Nyo's group where, this time, it was his turn to charge straight at the lone 8th order insectoid. He drew inviolable and activated glyph, Sharp Edge, sidestepping the incoming monster deftly while he ducked, slicing his weapon's blade through the monster's leg. A splatter of greenish hemolymph hit the ground, accompanied by a shrill screech from the adult-sized monster as it crashed to the ground. Its jet-black exoskeleton failed to prevent the deep bite of inviolable. The monster had only just fallen down when Lu Ye was already back on his feet and over his fallen enemy, driving inviolable straight through its back and punching out the front. The insectoid monster writhed and contorted with agony, its movements eliciting more slimy green muck spraying everywhere like a fountain. Inviolable's blade shone with bright red radiance, emitting a burst that ripped a bigger hole through the monster's torso before the blast ultimately ripped the carcass into halves. Kill them all. Kong Nyo's voice blared through the din like a war horn. More battle cries thundered from the rest of the other fronts in response to his call. For the next hour, the Crimson Blood Sect assault forces steadily pressed deeper inwards, limiting the surviving insectoid's area of activity. Lu Ye gave Inviolable a forceful flick to shed off any blood before he returned it to its scabbard as he finally exhaled easily with relief and contentment. It is game, set, and match. Lu Ye mused. There was no longer any need for him to intervene. The others could mop up the rest of the insectoids with hardly any difficulty. More so, since such a chance to garner more contribution points is hard to come by and there was no reason for Lu Ye to get in their way. Sister Wuxia, stay with me. Ruan Lingyu's frantic voice was coming from one end of the nest cavern. Lu Ye strode over at once. With a flaming torch, he found Wuxia fallen on her knees, looking dazed as if in a trance. Ruan Lingyu was kneeling just in front of her, shaking her shoulders madly. Is she hurt? Lu Ye asked quickly. Ruan Lingyu shook her head. But there was no missing those tears welling in her eyes. According to her, Wuxia was just leading this side against the insectoid horde not long ago. Everything was fine until the victory was certain and she fell into such a state as soon as she relaxed. Lu Ye examined Wuxia and made sure that she was not hurt. Chapter 219 Farming Points. The Crimson Blood Sect assault force progressed deeper into the nest cavern's depths, mowing down insectoids as they moved. Lu Ye skirted around, keeping just behind the forefront to provide backup whenever needed. His job now was to prevent any unnecessary losses on his side. It took another few hours before the lion's share of the colony had been exterminated. The nest never stopped churning out new life and new hatchlings kept popping out of the egg sacs hanging from the ceiling, but most if not all of them were swiftly dealt with before they could even get their first glimpse of the world. On the other hand, Lu Ye was studying a particularly large meat sack. Unlike the others, this bulbous bud of flesh and liquid inside looked unusually large, the height of a man, and it had tiny capillary-like vessels reaching up to the ceiling of flesh before spreading off everywhere else. But that was not the point. What really perturbed Lu Ye were the 3 8th order insectoids guarding this insectoid nexus. These 3 were unlike the rest of the 8th order insectoids Lu Ye had slain earlier. They had forelegs armed with sharper and deadlier serrated edges, stronger and thicker jet-black exoskeletons that looked more like real armor than just biological constructs for defense and support, as well as girth and height much bigger than that of the usual 8th order insectoids. The aura they emanated was telling enough that they might not be 9th orders, but they were definitely far more dangerous than their ordinary 8th order counterparts. These were the Praetorian types that Li Baxin had warned him about, one of the special classes of insectoids in a colony. Most insectoids would be driven by the impulse to venture away from the nest to explore and consume whatever sustenance they could find. But not these Praetorian types. Their duty and calling were the well-being of the Nexus, which they would watch and protect at all times, even with their own lives. That was why none of them were attracted to Lu Yi despite him flying around with glyph, radiance shining so brightly like a beacon. That was why none of them came to aid their kind when Lu Yi and the rest of the Crimson Blood Sect assault force slaughtered them. For nothing mattered more to them than the safety of the Nexus. So long as nothing came within reach of the Nexus, the Praetorian types would remain steadfastly immobile. The only way to defeat such enemies would be to overrun them with superior numbers. A group of cultivators skilled in using spells and talismans was handpicked for this task. They stood almost 70 meters around the insectoid Nexus, surrounding the Praetorian insectoids in a ring of steel. Lu Yi would have preferred more people, but 100 men were the best he could do for now. Everyone channeled their powers. With his telekinesis, the hiltless knife left Lu Ye's fingers, shooting into the air with a sharp whistle. Like a blazing meteor, it jetted straight for one of the Praetorian insectoids at the same time as Qinyu launched another telekinesis attack of his own. On cue, more than 100 spells and talismans hurtled for the 3 surviving insectoids as well. A cascade of explosions, plus the chaotic pulses of spiritual power, rocked the entire subterranean stone chamber, threatening to bring the whole ceiling down. The insectoid's unique screeches slashed across the bedlam. Goaded, the 3 Praetorians finally marched forth to meet their human foes. They might refuse to stray far from the Nexus, but that did not mean that they were going to take any attacks lying down. For this reason, Lu Yi had expressly forbidden everyone from hitting the 3 at all to avoid any unwanted consequences. The red sparkle of light soared back and forth, spearing through the first Praetorian insectoid that came Lu Ye's way again and again until it toppled to the ground in a crash before a swarm of spells and talismans rained down on it. It would have got up to its feet if not for the hail of death and destruction blasting off its exoskeleton, penetrating its flesh and ripping it apart. Its other 2 brothers suffered similar fates. Individually, they could have defeated most of the cultivators present, but none of them could ever withstand the sheer intensity of the volleys of spells battering down their defenses. It did not take long for them 2 to crash to the ground, joining their brother in death. One did manage to weather through the crippling salvos of attacks, but before it could get any nearer to threatening any of the cultivators, it was pinned down by a group of body-tempering cultivators led by Hishin until the rest mobbed and slew it. Who it was who had dealt the killing blow, no one could tell in that pandemonium. But everything had gone well with a properly thought-out plan. All 3 Praetorian insectoids were easily disposed of and the battle was finally won. This would have not been possible without Li Baxin's advice, knowledge and wisdom amassed by the many cultivators of the past who had given their lives to thwarting the insectoid threat. Cheers erupted from all around the nest cavern, and everyone was jubilant. They had almost a dozen men in this battle against the insectoids, but everyone nevertheless remained happy and delighted at surviving their first insectoid attack. Most of them were gripped by fear, apprehension, and dread when they first heard about the insectoids attacking where many had lost their lives in the past. But this time, for the first time, they prevailed. They survived. And those who managed to pull through all reaped rich rewards. But the battle was not yet over. Technically. The nest had not yet fully withered, and so long as it endured, the nest would never stop churning out new hatchlings. Lu Yi strode to the centermost meat sack where the Praetorian insectoids had been standing guard. He recognized it for what it was. The insectoid nexus. He carefully ran inviolable by its side, slicing open the meat sack gently. The membrane burst open with an unbearable and putrid stench surging out, but no one could miss how much life was pulsing inside. Lu Yi thrust an arm into the flesh and rummaged around as if he was looking for something. The sickening squishes were graphic enough to make several female cultivators so disgusted that they scurried away with their hands clasped on their faces to prevent them from throwing up. Lu Yi did not have to dig long. He retracted his arm moments later with a grotesquely misshapen mass of flesh and blood vessels barely the size of his fist still beating in his grasp. One look at it and anyone knew what the thing was. The heart of the insectoid nexus was still full of life. So it's true. That reminded Lu Yi of a possible scenario that Li Baxin had warned him about. A sense of foreboding hung over him. Go in and have a look? Yi suggested. I'm heading in. I'm coming along, Yi added briskly. All right. Take Amber with us. Right. Yi pranced off and went to fetch Amber. Meanwhile, Lu Yi called Qinyu to him before leaving Qinyu instructions to watch over the others in his absence and to raise him over anything urgent. Riding on Amber, Lu Yi and Yi explored the unknown tunnel, plunging deeper into the darkness. He had inviolable drawn in case of any surprises while he held aloft its scabbard with glyph. Radiance activated like a flaming torch. Yi sat in front of him, and Amber bounded forward as quickly as it could. That brought back some form of nostalgia, like how all three of them used to travel together in the past, carefree and happy. Yi loved those days, and being reminded of that left her in such a jovial mood that she began humming a tune. Lu Yi propped his chin on her head and the strands of her hair flailed in the passing wind, pricking his face gently enough to feel itchy. Your head's so heavy, Yi protested. Lu Yi deliberately applied more force. I'm telling Sister Wuxia about this, wailed Yi angrily. I'll have her deal with you. Wuxia? Lu Yi smirked. He might be concerned with her before, but now that he knew her weakness and with the tiny spider golem still in his possession, the tables had been turned. You've grown bold enough to not fear Sister Wuxia anymore, Lu Yi? And you seem to have forgotten whose surname you now carry. Lu Yi clenched his fist and noogied her head with it. Wah, I'm a Lu. All right. Yi tried to push him away to no avail. I'm Lu Yi, all right, all right. The banter went on as the trio pressed forward through the tunnel. It took almost an hour before they finally reached somewhere they could sense the pulsing discharge of spiritual power up ahead, notwithstanding a loud, continuous buzzing. Lu Yi quickly shut down glyph, radiance, and fell quiet immediately, so did Yi as well as Amber, who padded forward quietly to maintain stealth. Lu Yi patted the tiger's back to motion for it to stop. Next, he and Yi clambered off its back and they sneaked forward themselves. They reached a corner and peeked. An incredible sight filled their visions. Chapter 220 Free Food. It was another gigantic underground cavern filled from top to bottom with walls and ceilings of flesh pulsing with spiritual power. Even from a distance they could make out the multitude of insectoid monsters massing in an incredibly huge cluster. Yet another insectoid nest. But this nest was not within the vicinity of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. This was somewhere else. Insectoid attacks did not just occur at only a select few outposts. They occurred everywhere around the battlefield, making it a worldwide cataclysmic event where virtually every person, sect, and order would be affected. Right now, everyone should be defending their outposts from insectoid attacks. That would mean that in the event of insectoid attacks, an insectoid nest would appear in the vicinity of virtually every outpost in the battlefield. The Crimson Blood Sect force was done with the insectoid nest on their side, with all 700 cultivators under its command now underground farming contribution points at their leisure. And this only happened because Lu Yi opted for a drastic and aggressive course of action that had not only worked in the sect in everyone's favor but was also rewarding. Unlike this side. Whatever this sect was, the people here have clearly chosen the standard way of sealing the exits of the nest cavern and slaying all insectoids that came their way. It was by no means an efficient way of dealing with the infestation, but under usual circumstances, it was a safe and dependable way. Without legates that possessed the ability of flying and dangerous prowess that could easily defeat opponents beyond their rank like Lu Yi, it was understandable for most sects and orders in the outer ring areas of the battlefield to select such a safe course of action. That was exactly the reason why Lu Yi had the confidence to undertake such a risky method, but his gambit paid off, or else, the Crimson Blood Sect would need more time and resources to deal with the infestation. The fact that Lu Yi was able to reach this nest showed that both colonies, this and the one in the vicinity of the Crimson Blood Sect where he and his comrades had just defeated, were connected. This should not have been possible under usual circumstances since most colonies existed as separate entities. But in this case it was. According to what Li Baxin had told him, a colony that had grown too strong and too numerous would invade another colony and take over its nest. That would mean that once a colony's growth was left unfettered, it would turn aggressive enough to burrow more tunnels in search of other colonies for a hostile invasion of their own kind. With no one to defend the outpost in the past, the insectoid colony in the vicinity of the Crimson Blood Sect would grow and thrive. The nearby sects and orders would first deal with their own infestation before they would join up to deal with the one there, knowing that if they did not intervene quickly, the infestation would eventually become their problem. But there had also been times when the insectoid colony became too dangerous, and they had to call upon the aid of champions from the sects and orders with outposts in the inner ring or even the centermost area of the battlefield. But at any rate, that would explain why both colonies were connected. The tunnel must have been made by a past infestation that had gone awry. Only no one expected that the Crimson Blood sect would be able to deal with their side of the infestation so quickly. Just when all nearby sects and orders were still busy defending their outposts and conducting their side of the extermination, the Crimson Blood sect side had already sealed their victory. In the meantime, Lu Yi could hear grunts and snarls coming from the other tunnels leading into this nest, intertwined with the occasional yelps and shrieks of pain. Someone must be hurt. Risks existed even with the safest course of action. One could have all the tunnels leading into an insectoid nest manned, but once the insectoids reached a certain level of strength and number, their attempts to break past the defenses could still incur huge losses. There were 3 factions near the Crimson Blood sect outpost. One of them belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition while the remaining 2 are part of the Thousand Demon Ridge. A look at the map of this locale showed that the locations of the 3 factions' outposts formed a triangle and the Crimson Blood sect outpost was situated right in the middle of that triangle. They were the outposts of Bayshore Abbey, the Redoubt of Wrath, and Clan Feng. Bayshore Abbey was the sect that belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition. The Tier 9 Order's outpost was situated somewhere to Lu Ye's outposts west, while the outpost of the Redoubt of Wrath, a Tier 8 Order of the Thousand Demon Ridge, was positioned to the north, whereas the outpost of Clan Feng, another Tier 9 Thousand Demon Ridge faction, sat just somewhere due east. Lu Yi paused and deliberated about the route that took him here. Next, he compared it to his map and discovered that he had reached somewhere below the outpost of the Redoubt of Wrath. That would mean that the people now in the other tunnels leading into this nest and were fighting off the insectoids were acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath. Needless to say, the acolytes of the Redoubt must be experienced cultivators in dealing with insectoid attacks. That would explain the relatively stable situation here. Given enough time, the extermination of the insectoids here would end without a hitch. Beyond any doubt, both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng must have enjoyed imposing their tyranny upon the undefended Crimson Blood sect outpost. The independents here would not have been able to gain a foothold if it were not for the presence of Bayshore Abbey. Since his appointment as legate of the outpost, Qinyu had told him the things that he knew about the outpost. It was said that geological veins of or existed beneath the vicinity of the outpost and above it, a sprawl of magical fruit trees. These are all part of the outpost's property. But with no one to man the Crimson Blood sect outpost, it was the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath who had been claiming these resources as their own, and this had been going on for years. And Lu Yi had been ignoring this for the moment. The outpost had only just accepted new recruits and a conflict so soon did not seem smart at all. It would take some time for the new members to get used to the place and develop a feeling of belonging and attachment to the outpost before Lu Yi could feel comfortable leading them into a real battle. But this could pose a real chance for a rehearsal. Lu Yi crouched in a corner and watched a while longer before he crept backward and waved to Yi. Yi sidled closer, cocking her earl closer to listen. Lu Yi whispered his instructions to her. At length she nodded, "All right." She clambered back onto Amber's back and they backtracked into the tunnel, heading down the same way they came. Little did the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath know that in their fierce skirmish against the insectoid horde, the victory they expected to be a certainty would not be coming today. Unsure about their safety, coming here at first took a long time for Lu Yi and Yi since Amber did not travel at its highest speed. But now that it was certain that this tunnel was safe, Yi and Amber could ride as quickly as they could on the way back. This time, Yi took 1 hour to ride back and forth, rejoining him with almost 200 to 300 storage bags now hanging all around Amber. She handed a storage bag that she intentionally singled out. "They're all here," she reported, "and Sister Huasi has ordered a full retreat from the nest. It is already withering as we speak." "Good. But are you sure about this, Lu Yi?" asked Yi, seeing the look on Lu Ye's face was enough for her to guess that he must be up to something no good. "Who knows? But there's no harm in trying. If things go south we'd just be losing some insectoid carcasses. Big deal." Lu Yi retrieved the storage bags hanging on Amber and crept to the entrance of the tunnel and opened the storage bag to empty its contents into the nest. There were insectoids nearby. But because of the ruckus caused by the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath at the other end of the nest, none of them noticed Lu Ye's presence. Sensitive to light and the discharge of spiritual power, none of the insectoids would ever notice Lu Yi hiding inside the tunnel so long as he maintained a low profile. But the sudden deluge of carcasses out of nowhere caught the insectoids nearby by surprise. They screeched to each other, and a few came over to have a look, finding nothing but a huge heap of dead carcasses. In mere seconds, a swarm of insectoids headed this way and began working to move the dead carcasses into the nest so that the nest could do what insectoid nests did best: the assimilation of the carcasses for the reproduction of fresh hatchlings, in just moments reducing the remains into dust. The insectoids only just finished their toil when they discovered another heap of carcasses appearing out of nowhere. None of them knew what was happening. Their stunted sentience and intelligence prevented them from wondering what was happening and who was behind it, but every one of them was overjoyed at the prospect of free food. Driven by their instinct, the insectoids rushed this way quickly and mobbed the heaps of carcasses, moving them inside. Thud, thud, thud. At one end was Lu Yi emptying the hundreds of storage bags to his heart's content, and at the other was the horde of insectoids trying to drag every carcass into the nest, forming a tacit and cohesive synergy that struck just so perfectly. Lu Yi finished the first 50 storage bags, then he moved on to the next 50, then the next. Whether his plan would work, even Lu Yi could not say for certain. But on the off chance that it did, then things would be really interesting, a real opportunity for further gain. As Lu Yi busied himself with serving up heaps after heaps of rotting nourishment for the insectoid nest, the fight between the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath and the insectoid monsters was beginning to grow more difficult and furious. From the other end of the nest, he could hear voices complaining, "Wait a minute, brother? The insectoids are not getting lesser. For one moment just now, I thought the tide was already weakening." You do better by just swinging instead of whinging. Shut up and focus on the job. Their numbers will be dropping soon enough. Okay. It all started with the acolytes manning the entrances of the tunnel. The sudden intensification of pressure on them rose a notch without warning, but they persisted, mistakenly steadfast in the belief that the number of insectoids inside the nest are still falling. After all, they had been doing this for years, and the years of being victorious had created a sense of confidence. But as time progressed, they began to realize that they were right. Despite their relentless efforts, the insectoids really were growing more and more numerous. They were getting pushed back by the rising pressure from inside the nest as more and more of their men were getting hurt and killed. Lu Yi was listening to every word they said, and hearing that his plan was working injected thrill and excitement into his endeavor. When he finally emptied the last of the storage bags that Yi brought him, Lu Yi retrieved another storage bag, the one that Yi had singled out, and extracted from inside a lump of flesh the size of his palm that was still pulsing with life. A nucleus of life. As the one thing that ensured the continuity of an insectoid colony, this nucleus of life would be the catalyst to the fruition of Lu Ye's plan, which, in his attempt to see it work, he had to effectively stop everyone from farming contribution points. Which was also why the nest at their side was beginning to show signs of dying. A nucleus of life contained more sustenance than dead carcasses could ever hope to compete. He squeezed it and weighed it in his hands as if he was hesitating, then he lobbed it into the nest. "Here's to an early Christmas, guys. You better appreciate it." The lone storage bag was carrying up to 8 nuclei of life. That they had so many was only because of the Crimson Blood Sect force's quick and efficient manner in exterminating the insectoids before the sustenance inside these nuclei was used up. A quarter of an hour later, the entire nest chamber stirred with more intense rustling, buzzing, and popping. Lu Yi knew what the noises meant: woe for the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath. That had to be new insectoid hatchlings breaking out of their egg sacs, and the sheer loudness and magnitude of the clamor had to mean that there was a sudden surge in numbers. "Well, I hope you guys at Redoubt are ready for a nightmare," Lu Yi mused mischievously. An agonizing shriek came from the other end of the nest, joined by several more. "What is going on? Why are there so many suddenly?" An angry snarl slashed over the din. Hold. Don't let them break through." "Help, brother. We need help. We're losing ground." Inside the darkness of the tunnel at the other side of the cavern, Lu Yi deposited a spirit pill into his mouth. He waved to Yi. "Let's go." With the first phase of his plan working, it was time to work on the next. Chapter 221 Depravity. 50 miles to the north of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost was this canyon where a large gaping pit could be found. That was another wormhole. Like the one near the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, The vicinity of the pit was a forlorn and bleak desolation with not even a blade of grass in sight. The only thing with any semblance of green were the dried patches of hemolymph plus some maimed insectoid limbs and carcasses. The Crimson Blood sect force was hidden just over the precipice of a cliff nearby, and everyone waited, quietly and tensely. They were enjoying an easy moment slaying bugs to farm contribution points after a fierce battle to combat the insectoid threat when Wuxia had everyone brought here. The appearance of Lu Yi joining them later was telling enough. Something big was about to happen, and it was going to be fast. As if their recent adventure with their legate and prolgate wasn't enough to show what crafty figures they both were. It did not take long for the rest of the force to guess what Lu Yi and Wuxia were up to, and that made everyone anxious. For good reason, since the only large-scale operation everyone had ever taken part in was the extermination of the insectoid infestation they had just lived through. But it was this battle turned out to be a steep learning curve, one that had helped every squad to learn how to fight as a group, and being victorious against the insectoid had turned out to be a much-needed confidence boost. Despite their apprehension, no one was worried enough to panic. The mountain breeze rustled through the thin vegetation where the Crimson Blood sect force waited in silent vigil. Lu Yi peered over the cliffs, mumbling impatiently under his breath, "Why the hell are they taking so long?" He had made sure that the acolytes of the Redoubt of Watch were showing signs of sounding a forced retreat before he left. That would mean that they should have been out by now, unless they had managed to rally for a riposte. That prompted Lu Yi to wonder if he needed to initiate things himself. If he could strike when Redoubt of Wrath acolytes were still in the heat of their furious skirmish against the insectoids and give them a well-placed stab in the back, he could wipe them all with the insectoids here all in one fell swoop. But such a huge undertaking, especially in such a tight and cramped space like the pit and adjoining tunnels, could mean large amounts of casualties. For this reason, Lu Yi would prefer to fight on an open field. If he could strike when the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes were coming out of the pit, then all they need to do after that was to guard the pit and let the insectoids mop up the rest of the enemies still inside the pit in what could seem like a two-pronged attack. "I think we should be more careful next time, Wuxia," said Lu Yi suddenly. He had noticed that the Redoubt of Wrath had left a handful of men outside to watch the exits so that they could keep an eye on things outside and inform the ones inside as quickly as possible. "We've been sloppy." He reflected on how he had sent every man from the Crimson Blood sect outpost down into the pits with no one to watch their homes and no one to guard the exit of the pit. "I planted my mushrooms just in case." Wuxia gave him a resentful look. "Oh." Lu Yi answered curtly, "Good thinking." The conversation was abruptly cut off by a sensation coming from his battlefield imprint. Lu Yi checked it quickly, and beaming broadly, he exclaimed, "At long last." Was he? Since her inception as a member of the Crimson Blood sect, she was also accorded her very own battlefield imprint. And as a spectral entity she could become invisible at will. That made her the perfect candidate for reconnaissance and scouting. Lu Yi had sent her into the pit to reconnoiter, and after quite some time she had finally responded. Lu Yi vaulted himself onto Amber's back, pulling Wuxia up with him. Next he called to everyone, "Let's go, people." Amber bounded forward, bolting down the slopes on the side of the hill with the wind in their faces and playing with Huasi's locks. The rest of the Crimson Blood sect force swept forward in a tide just closely behind. There were no battle cries nor was there any howling, but the sight of several hundred cultivators flowing out of the mountains and the jungle would have seemed intimidating nonetheless. Almost every single one of the cultivators who had pledged themselves to the Crimson Blood sect banner, especially the Associate Independents and Initiates, had all suffered the torment of the two nearby Thousand Demon Ridge sects before. Many of them had at least lost a friend or two to these scum, and hence, they had no love for both the acolytes of the Redoubt or clan foe. But even without the long-repressed sentiments of resentment, hate and frustration, knowing that they were the enemies was reason enough for every single Crimson Blood sect cultivator to swing their weapons at them. The Crimson Blood sect force stampeded halfway down the slope when Lu Yi clambered to his feet into a crouched position on top of Amber's back. With one last whisper beside Huasi's ear he said, "I'm off." The charge would have been easily noticed by the Redoubt of Wrath cultivators watching the pit. So Lu Yi needed to deal with them before they could warn the others inside. His powers surged and a pair of flaming red appendages unfurled into wings on his back, and he shot up into the sky, heading straight for the wormhole. Only 5 acolytes were assigned to guard the wormhole entrance into the nest, and all 5 of them were panicking. Not because they had discovered that they were under attack by the Crimson Blood sect, but because they had been in contact with their people within. The situation was dire and the rest of the redoubt of Wrath acolytes was pulling back out to regroup outside. "How could this be?" yelped one of the acolytes watching outside, a male with a pallid complexion. "Never. Their many times of exterminating insectoids in the past should have made the acolytes of the redoubt effective bug killers. Losses had always been expected, but no one thought that something like this, where they were being beaten back in addition to piling up deaths, could ever happen." Brother Lu said something about the insectoid tide suddenly becoming stronger. "That's what changed things." Thought. One of them fell to the ground on his knees with tears surging out of his eyes. Somberly he murmured, "No, Sister Sun. She's gone. How could they?" He bent down in grief and knocked his head on the ground. "And oh, Sister Sun. Keep yourself together, Brother Gua. Sister Sun is not our only casualty. She's dead. That's enough for me," screamed the acolyte called Gua. He got up and began stalking toward the pit with eyes as red as a feral wolf. "I'm going in there. Those monsters must pay." One of his brothers quickly locked his arms around Gua. "Calm down, you fool. Brother He Meng and the others are pulling back out and our job is to hold this place for them." "Wait a minute, what's that?" another acolyte called out with astonishment. Everyone looked in the same direction he was staring at. Something flaring red was speeding towards them. When the bright incandescence finally subsided as the object, or rather person, drew nearer, what filled their sights left them petrified with disbelief and awe. It was a person with a pair of wings on his back shaped with spiritual power. But it was too late by that time. Rooted to the spot like a statue, they could only sit on their own hands as the stranger unleashed a tiny red comet-like spark that speared through every single one of them with lightning-quick speed, leaving streamers of blood-red ichor in its wake. One after another, the redoubt of Wrath acolytes fell. The pair of wings on Lu Ye's back disintegrated and he landed. Next, he withdrew his hiltless knife. This went well. None of the enemy acolytes here had managed to send any warning to the ones inside. He strode to the edge of the wormhole and peered inside, finding nothing but complete pitch blackness staring back at him. He knelt and placed an ear to the ground. A deep rumbling was approaching. But when he looked up, he frowned. The noise came from his own men marching to him. Wuxia was the first to arrive with Amber and the first thing she did was scurry around the perimeter, planting some mushrooms everywhere. They might look harmless at first glance, but Lu Yi knew better. By the time the rest of the Crimson Blood sect force formed up around the pit of the wormhole, everyone glanced at Lu Yi with looks of anticipation, apprehension, or even dread. None of them had an inkling of how a bug extermination just turned into a war. Around the pit. Kill anyone who comes out. The men all dispersed into their squads, forming 3 layers of concentric perimeters around the wormhole. Body-tempering cultivators and combat cultivators to the front. Spell cultivators at the rear. Don't be too anxious to strike, wait for my signal. And don't fall into the pit. It's instant death if you drop inside. The cultivators only just formed into formation when Yi's head popped up, much to everyone's surprise, more so, for those who were witnessing this special trick of hers for the first time. "They're coming," Yi squeaked as soon as she found Lu Yi. A loud groaning reverberated from inside the abyss, intertwined with the clamor of battle. That must be the redoubt of Wrath acolytes fighting their retreat. "Get up quick," a voice from below bellowed, "fast." The ropes leading into the pit went taut. They shook and scuffed the edges of the pit for a few minutes until the first head peeked out of the hole. It was at least 70 meters from the top of the pit to the bottom of the wormhole. That the enemy acolytes managed to climb out so fast showed how frightful and anxious they were to be alive. The first head that looked out of the hole cried, "Gimme a hand." He even reached out an arm. But no one took it. Incredulously, he looked up to find a horde of stony-faced people staring at him. "Wait a minute. How did we have so many people out here?" The enemy acolyte thought. "No, I've not seen these faces before. And why are they raising their weapons?" The last thing he saw was the flaming image of a roaring dragon that looked so real, baring its fangs at him before a loud, "Kill them all," drowned the rest of the bedlam as spells and talismans of all sorts rained down on him. Those without talismans or who were not yet able to fire spells swung their weapons down at those who were just emerging out of the pit. Shrieks and howls slashed over the pandemonium as enemy acolytes were struck down, tottered and plunged back into the abyss, knocking and bringing with them a number of those who were just climbing up. None of the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes below knew what was going on at first. Bodies started to fall from the sky, and everyone was panicking until a voice cried, "It's the Grand Sky Coalition." Only people from the Grand Sky Coalition would attack them, though which sect or order the enemies above were, none of the Redoubt of Wrath knew. After all, everyone should be busy dealing with their own insectoid infestation right now. There was supposed to be no one here but their own people. But knowing that the enemies outside the wormhole were Grand Sky Coalition cultivators dashed all hopes of surviving this disaster. Caught between the hammer and the anvil, which were the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators and a horde of raging insectoids, none of them could ever hope to survive such odds. Down below the wormhole, near the entrance to the tunnels where the insectoids were pouring from, a combat cultivator was swinging his polearm in deadly circles, lashing down one insectoid after another in his bloody attempt to keep as many as his brethren alive. This was He Meng, legate of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost in the battlefield and a 7th Order cultivator with more than 130 spiritual points unlocked. The sudden increase in the strength of the insectoid horde had caught them all unawares, disrupting the Redoubt of Wrath's original plans of the extermination. Beset by the string of failures that had cost several of his men their lives, He Meng was forced to order a retreat. At least that way he might be able to salvage what forces he still had, and they could lick their wounds while they made new plans. As a veteran of many insectoid attacks, he was sure that his men would ultimately prevail. But when he sensed waves of spiritual power and heard screaming and shrieks coming from behind, he knew something was wrong. He quickly demanded to know what was going on, and the reply came swift and speedily enough. "The Grand Sky Coalition ambushing us from above? Who on earth could that be? What depravity is this? Don't they need to contend with their own infestation?" Even so, He Meng immediately realized what dire straits he and his men were in. How were they going to survive this? Chapter 222 Sucker Punch. "What should we do, Brother He?" asked a 6th Order acolyte fully sodden with slimy hemolymph. "How about we send word to Brother Cheng to call for help?" suggested another. Unlike the Crimson Blood sect, it was standard practice for legates and prolegates to leave part of their force in the outpost to watch it while the rest headed out to deal with the insectoid threat. Outposts were a sect or order's main presence and symbol of power in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and the security of an outpost should never be taken lightly. In this case, the Redoubt of Wrath had almost 100 men watching the outpost while more than 500 were here inside the wormhole. Among the 100 watching the outpost was Ching Bo, prolegate of the Redoubt and a cultivator fresh into the 7th Order. But with the outcome of this expedition now taking a terrible and disastrous turn, with the insectoids mowing them down and Grand Sky Coalition cultivators cutting off their exit, calling Ching Bo for help really seemed like the best course of action. "He won't make it in time," He Meng shook his head. The outpost was only just 10 miles away, but Ching Bo would still need time to consolidate the needed resources for a reinforcement party, and that would be too late by then. "Fight with me," He Meng growled, a hint of defiance and ferocity gleaming in his stare. He might not know who his enemies were, but he was a 7th Order and a veteran of many gritting battles. There was no way he would be daunted by the situation, and fighting their way out was the only way for any of them to survive, since the alternative was sitting on their own hands before they end up as bug food. Whatever had gone wrong, the insectoids had suddenly grown stronger, and the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath would have triumphed in this extermination if not for it. With no time to lose, He Meng entrusted the fight to his men while he quickly selected a handful of 6th Orders to come with him. They reached the bottom of the pit more than 10 seconds later. A handful of 5th Order cultivators were there, half-crouched with their hands on their knees. One of them called, "Let's do this." At more than 50 meters away, He Meng and the 6th Orders bolted. As soon as they reached the 5th Orders, the latters cupped their hands around the feet of the runners and gave them a boost. "Geo!" The 5th Orders grunted strenuously as one, pushing with all the might and spiritual power they could call upon. That gave He Meng and the 6th Orders the propulsion they needed to fly up and out of the pit. He Meng immediately channeled his power. Reaching the top of the wormhole in mere seconds, the rancorous legate of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost was shocked to find faces staring down at him as he neared the opening of the pit. By the time he rose high enough to get a full view of the force that already had the wormhole surrounded, he spied a force of at least 600 to 700 men. What? So many? He Meng was informed that Grand Sky Coalition members were waiting to ambush anyone getting out of the pit, but he was under the impression that the number of ambushers wasn't many since most other sects and orders at this time should be busy with dealing with their own insectoid infestation. That was why he expected to see just a minor drove of enemies, not an army of cultivators. Clearly, his assumption was misplaced. The 600 to 700 men that now had the opening of the pit surrounded were enough to make up the full complement of an outpost's force of cultivators. What the hell? Don't they have to defend their own outpost from insectoid attacks? Before he could even answer his own question, a pair of streaking lights shot straight at him, followed by a volley of spells and talismanic bolts. Shrieks and screams cascaded all around him. The Sixth Orders who came up with him weren't ready for the assault by the enemies that caught them by surprise, and all He Meng could do was watch as his men fell back into the pit, one after another, like flies. Of the cadre of Redoubt of Wrath acolytes who came up, He Meng was the only one to survive the onslaught, all thanks to his prowess as a Seventh Order and his skills with his spear. He parried every blow that came his way, just before a fiery red spark lanced through him, creating a wound that disgorged a fountain of red as it exited him. As his weight dragged him back downward, a fiery image shaped like a dragon flew and lunged at him. In the meantime, Lu Yi, who had been just beside the pit, mused aloud wryly, "That's a rather nice trick, these fellows." He could almost guess how these enemy acolytes managed to get out of the pit and what they were thinking of doing. But clearly they had underestimated the number of people here. That was why they came up only to serve themselves up on a silver platter. Down below the pit, the Fifth Orders who gave He Meng and his squad vanguard of Sixth Orders a boost watched as they rose up and came back down without even a second of stopping to fight at the top. In fact, He Meng came back down with company, a fiery energy bolt shaped like a dragon snapping its jaw at him while it gave chase. Bodies tumbled to the ground in a series of heavy thuds, each of them crackling and burning in flame, causing the bottom of the pit to be filled with the odor of roasted flesh. But these were not all. Several more of those who were climbing up with ropes were singed by the flames and asphyxiated by the fumes, fell amid wails of despair and crashed down as well. "Brother He," one of the Fifth Orders cried, rushing over to help snuff out the flames. Any man weaker than He Meng would have been killed already. He had just taken a hit from Lu Ye's hiltless knife before the fire dragon spell hit him. His hand shot up and seized the Fifth Order by the collar, and he hissed bitterly, "The Crimson Blood Sect. It's the Crimson Blood Sect." He had spied a snowy white tiger and a young man just beside it when he was falling back into the pit. Any legate worth his salt would have instantly recognized who it was. With that, his head hung limply between his shoulders. And so died He Meng, legate of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost in the battlefield. The Fifth Order burst into tears. But there was no time for grief. With the Crimson Blood Sect sealing off their exit, the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes down here, without He Meng and the Sixth Orders who had perished in their ill-fated attempt to secure their survival, were about to find themselves neck-deep in insectoids at any moment. Harrowing screams coming from those at the front told him as much. With no more Sixth or Seventh Orders to keep the insectoids at bay, the remaining Redoubt of Wrath acolytes down here could never prevent the fate of becoming bug food. Driven into manic delirium, a few of them began clambering up the ropes, clawing their way as desperately as their limbs would carry them. They would rather just die at the hands of the Crimson Blood Sect. The Fifth Order got to his feet. He tapped on his battlefield imprint and delivered a message. Next, he grimly took up his weapon and charged at the insectoids. If he must die, then he would rather die at the hands of the insectoids instead. Many followed in his footsteps. Terrible and heart-wrenching howls came from the bottom of the wormhole as the insectoids feasted on the poor men and women stranded down below. More than 10 miles away, the message that had just arrived drained all color off the face of Cheng Bo, the prolgate of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost. Caught between the Crimson Blood Sect and the unstoppable insectoid tide, He Meng had lost his life in the course of his duty, and the remaining Redoubt of Wrath acolytes were facing certain death. He checked his battlefield imprint. To his horror, he saw with his own eyes how the names of the acolytes in his battlefield imprint vanished piecemeal. Cheng Bo crashed into his own chair with despair. The rest of the acolytes still manning the outpost began to realize what was going on as well. They swamped Cheng Bo with questions, but when they received not so much as a despondent and blank stare from him, they feared the worst. The expression on his face was enough to indicate that whatever they dreaded was indeed true. Crimson Blood Sect. Cheng Bo snarled, his teeth gnashing as blood filled his eyes in rage. As prolgate of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost, Qing Bo heard all about Lu Ye's exploits at the Battle of Golden Tip. In fact, Qing Bo and He Meng had discussed much about their new neighbor and had talked about how they should be prepared and wary of him. What an ungodly bunch of people, mused Qing Bo at the time. 4 decades they had not got any new acolytes, then all of a sudden when they had finally stumbled upon one, they found one who was obviously able to live up to that reputation. If that Lu Yi could defeat opponents well beyond his rank when he was only just a 5th order, then there was no telling what incredible feats he would be capable of once he hit the 7th order. To both of their amazement, Lu Yi turned out to be relatively quiet after his appointment as legate of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. There was almost no development up until the battle royal of the legates. If alone they were confident that there was little to what Lu Yi could achieve. But what the Redoubt of Wrath legate and Prolgate did not know was this was only just the calm before the storm. Word about the Crimson Blood Sect that came in the aftermath of the battle royal of the legates unsettled them both. Without warning, the Crimson Blood Sect had flung its doors open, receiving 100 initiates in one go, including 500 associate independents as retainers. That overnight maneuver instantly turned the Crimson Blood Sect into a force too formidable to ignore. Since that day, the Redoubt of Wrath followed the Crimson Blood Sect's every movement with great interest, wary that they might attempt anything untoward. But the watchful vigil did not last long when both the Legate and Prolgate deemed that the Crimson Blood Sect's ambition did not stretch farther than just wanting to keep themselves to themselves. Never did they realize that this assessment could not have been any more disastrously erroneous. Just when the Crimson Blood Sect looked every bit the semblance of just a harmless group of people looking to live like recluses, they delivered a sucker punch out of nowhere, knocking the Redoubt of Wrath dizzy. 493 cultivators, including their legate He Meng, perished in barely 4 hours. Never had the Redoubt of Wrath suffered such a devastating loss since its founding. I'll remember this, Lu Yi, and when the time comes you'll pay. Qing Bo's enraged howls rocked the whole outpost as the remaining 100 or so acolytes there mourned the demise of their brethren. In the meantime, the Crimson Blood Sect cultivators maintaining their watch of the wormhole were growing restless. Since that small skirmish, they had hardly seen any action and all they could do was just sit by the edge of the pit while the screams and shrieks from down below slowly waned. And by doing absolutely nothing meant 0 chance to farm more contribution points. Moments later the cries were gone. Utterly gone. Next came an endless litany of incessant buzzing. That must be the insectoids. The Crimson Blood Sect force reeled with anticipation. They had been somewhat miffed and exasperated when he retrieved the nucleus of life from the nest of the insectoid infestation at their side, cutting short everyone's leisurely kill bugs to earn points frenzy. Now, the chance to do so again had arrived, by their own making, and everyone looked more than happy to start farming points again. So, Brother Lu Yi, Xinyu asked. The anticipation was almost written on his face. Are we gonna fight our way down again like the first time? The success of dealing with their first insectoid infestation had given the Crimson Blood Sect cultivators enough confidence to make another attempt. But to their dismay, Lu Yi shook his head. With a wave of his arm, he called, "We're retreating." Qinyu could barely believe his ears. Retreat? Yes, retreat. The 700-man-strong force rumbled away despite everyone's dubious incredulity. But be they acolytes, initiates, or associates, no one would dare to disobey Lu Ye's orders. The entire force withdrew back into the hills where they were waiting a few hours earlier, and Lu Yi returned to his perch at the top of the cliffs overlooking the rocky canyon. Retreat, he called it, even though they did not withdraw far enough. A quizzical Hua Si formed up to Lu Ye's side asking, "What are you thinking of doing?" Lu Yi was surveying the growing mass of insectoids in the canyon. Quietly he muttered, "We may have just, with our own hands, created horrors out of our deepest nightmares." What do you mean? Did you not notice how deadly and dangerous these insectoids are compared to the ones we exterminated? One might argue that the Redoubt of Wrath goons had slain off the weaker ones of the horde, but I doubt that's the real reason. Which is? Brother Bashin had warned me about this. During the course of exterminating the insectoids, we must never, under whatever circumstances, allow the insectoids to get their hands on any human cultivator dead bodies. Obviously, I guess there are other reasons other than just the sheer amount of energy stored inside a cultivator's body. But the bottom line remains unchanged. Once the insectoids consume a human cultivator, they will become incredibly stronger. Lu Yi paused and murmured, How many of those wretched Redoubt of Wrath goons were down there just now, you think? 300 to 400? Wuxia articulated what Lu Yi has been dreading. Then we're doomed. This insectoid infestation has just grown beyond what we Outer Ring region outposts can handle. Chapter 223, Playing Both Ends Against the Middle. One look at the insectoids and one could imagine how dangerous these invertebrate monsters were. Those just the size of a man's fist were only as harmful as chickens, while those as large as a man's head, second and third order cultivators, would still hold them back. But the kind almost as tall as a man would need more caution to deal with. These were 6th and 7th order insectoids. And so many of these 6th and 7th order kinds teemed among the growing swarm of insectoids that slowly crowded the whole canyon in just the span of a few hours since Lu Yi and the Crimson Blood sect retreated into the hills. Everyone could only silently give thanks that they did not enter the wormhole. There was no dispute that these insectoids were much, much stronger and more dangerous than the ones the Crimson Blood sect had just exterminated. An expedition into the wormhole would most definitely be a doomed one. And these were just the ones outside. Needless to say, the ones inside the nest and guarding the nexus must be even worse. For all everyone knew, there could be an army full of 8th order insectoids or even 9th order ones inside. Lu Yi gave Wuxia some quick instructions before he vaulted himself onto Amber's back. Everyone watched as he rode away, heading straight into the canyon. He got near enough for the insectoids to see him, then he fired a fire phoenix at those at the forefront. The fiery bolt shaped like a bird smashed into the insectoid mob and several came rolling out of the conflagration, roasted and charred. Sensitive as ever to spiritual power, the insectoid swiveled at Lu Yi the moment he fired his first spell. The entire throng of insectoids swarmed straight for him like an unstoppable tide, their sickening susurration a constant indication of their insatiate appetite. Amber roared as it carried Lu Yi, bounding and scampering in circles around the mouth leading into the canyon to make sure that they were catching more attention from the insectoids, while Lu Yi fired his spells again and again at the approaching horde. Naturally, more insectoids pullulated towards him with gigantic spider-like insectoids spewing threads of silk in their vain attempt to capture him. The rest of the Crimson Blood sect force watched from their position, feeling apprehensive and concerned for his safety, being spectators who witnessed how Lu Yi had ridden down alone and the entire insectoid swarm surging towards him after he had done enough to catch their notice. What in the world was Lu Yi thinking of doing? No one knew. He made circles around the canyon, leading the insectoid swarm behind him, and the ruckus he caused attracted even those who initially did not give chase. Such was the peculiar bond the insectoids shared that they could communicate in ways that only their kind could fathom and understand. Hence, it was usual that if one was provoked, the rest would follow. The multitude of insectoids remained hot on Lu Yi's heels, following him northward as quickly as their legs could carry them, leaving the canyon bare and bleak as every new insectoid that popped out of the wormhole immediately joined the northbound throng. A bird's-eye view would have yielded the sight of a long serpentine parade of insectoids that was elongating all the way from Lu Yi to the pit. Wow. So it works, huh? Wuxia muttered under her breath, genuinely astounded. She was skeptical when Lu Yi told her about his plan. She did not expect that he would be able to pull it off, since she believed that without intelligence, insectoids functioned on their base instincts. But clearly, the lack of intelligence was what made them susceptible to manipulation. She recollected her thoughts and relayed Lu Yi's instructions. The rest of the Crimson Blood sect force was to follow the insectoid horde north as well. Their destination, the Redoubt of Wrath outpost more than 10 miles away. In the meantime, Prolgate Qingbo and the remaining acolytes at the outpost were still wallowing in grief, utterly oblivious to the incoming threat that was marching towards their doorstep. A gift that was being delivered personally by the very person whom Qingbo was thinking about now, Lu Yi. Right now, the Prolgate of the Redoubt of Wrath was giving a report to the main stronghold out in the real world through his battlefield imprint. Apparently, the news had hit the higher echelons of the Redoubt's leadership so hard that one of the elders collapsed with an aneurysm. Almost 500 good men lost to the insectoids, and no such devastation had ever occurred before. The 100 or so acolytes of the Redoubt were still saddened by the deaths when all of a sudden, a thunderous crack resounded across the entire vista outside the building before everyone could feel the eruption of spiritual power. Qingbo evidently sensed it too. He was left bewildered for one split second before he almost leaped to his feet, bellowing, "How could they?" Something or someone is attacking the defensive ward of the outpost. Rage overwhelmed him. The Redoubt of Wrath might only be a Tier 8 order, but through their illustrious history, they had never endured such ignominy before. On the same day the Redoubt had lost almost half of 1,000 men, someone had decided to launch an assault on the outpost. Since when did the Redoubt of Wrath become an object to be trifled with? Cheng Bo tore out of the outpost's main edifice with a host of his men, still aggravated by somberness. He looked up and saw a lone figure flying in the air with a fiery red pair of wings flapping on his back. "Who goes there?" Cheng Bo demanded sonorously. The deafening voice seemed to have worked to intimidate the stranger, who quickly flew away and vanished. How ridiculous! Cheng Bo cursed, still completely unaware of what was going on and what that stranger's motives were. "Be Brother Cheng," cried a shaking voice behind him, the acolyte's face fraught with horror and disbelief. Those are insectoids. We're under an insectoid attack." Cheng Bo began to realize something was amiss. He gazed into the distance and there it was, an endless jet-black trail of insectoids winding all the way from the direction of the canyon toward the outpost. His face went white as he finally grasped the severity of what had just fallen into his lap. For the insectoids, creatures driven only by an unquenchable hunger, to make such a purposeful beeline for the outpost was impossible. Like a disease, insectoids only moved further away from their nest in a concentric pattern. Without motivation or provocation they would only look for the nearest source of sustenance. But what if they were being driven here like mules with a carrot? Crimson Blood Sect bastards! Cheng Bo roared, all that anger, resentment and frustration swelling in his chest erupted in one tempestuous outburst. He would not have felt so disgusted if the Crimson Blood Sect had marched up to his doors themselves instead. There was no reason to grudge each other personally just because they belonged to opposing factions. But for the Crimson Blood Sect to cut off the exit of his people and cause the deaths of He Meng and the rest of the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes, before driving the entire insectoid horde right to his doorstep was nothing short of despicable. Cheng Bo could confess that for all his life of cultivating his arcane skills and power, he had never, ever, encountered anyone so depraved and vile. Whoever was capable of something so heinous must have insides completely blackened with sin. "What are we supposed to do now, Brother Cheng?" The Redoubt of Wrath acolytes were on tenterhooks. The stranger who had landed a blow on the outpost's defensive ward earlier was gone, but the insectoid horde remained persistent in its advance as the monsters began to crawl around the edges of the defensive ward, feeding off its energy. The magical energy channeling through the ward made it a real buffet of sustenance for the insectoids. The present number of insectoids feeding on the magic of the defensive ward was not nearly enough to fully deplete its power, yet. But the ward's defenses would eventually crumble if given enough time, with more and more insectoids emerging from the endless stream leading straight from the nest. "Those who are manning the defensive ward, make sure that it's holding. The rest of you, come with me." Cheng Bo barked his commands. With the rich spiritual qi in the atmosphere of the battlefield, the defensive wards of outposts rarely ceased, since the wards could consume spiritual qi from the air to maintain their operation. No further supply of spiritual power would be needed for the wards to run in a passive state. In fact, more complex defensive wards could even store additional amounts of spiritual power for future use. Hence, under most circumstances, a defensive ward operating passively would immediately activate during the event of an invasion, during which, its operation would begin to consume spirit stones. Some outposts, especially the more affluent and powerful ones, had more than one defensive ward that linked up into a larger defensive arrangement. That way, the multiple wards would complement one another to maintain the integrity of the overall defenses during the event of a breach. Outposts in the outer ring area of the battlefields, on the other hand, usually had only one defensive ward. Wide-area defensive wards were very costly, and having one was usually the most of what lower-tier sects and orders could afford. Especially since defensive wards can seem like glass hammers sometimes. Weaker and minor sects and orders situated in the outer ring areas of the battlefield were rarely under attack and did not actively seek to invade each other. Hence, when the Mystic sect launched attacks on the Nine-Star clan back then, the entire battlefield was shocked. As if an invasion was not bad enough, the Redoubt of Wrath outpost was finding itself facing imminent destruction and ruin at the hands, or rather, the claws, of an insectoid horde now besieging the outpost. Nothing like this has ever happened before. But Cheng Bo was not going to abandon the outpost just yet, even with barely 100 defenders left. It was his duty as prolgate to hold the defenses by life or by death, and it was a charge that he meant to keep. He relayed his orders. The defensive ward was to be strengthened immediately, but just when Qingbo was about to lead the rest of the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes on a sortie against the insectoids, he sensed another spiritual power disturbance coming from the back of the outpost. He immediately sent a force to deal with the insectoids at the gates while he brought with him a tiny retinue to check the rear. To his ultimate surprise and horror, he, with the few acolytes who came with him, discovered another horde congregating just outside the rear. This time it was humans, and they were firing spells at the defensive wall, eliciting ripples that spread upon the translucent wall of energy keeping the outpost protected. Qingbo nearly fainted. Never had the outpost endured such trying times with them being attacked on both fronts. He tottered unsteadily, and it took another acolyte to help hold him. Next he gathered his thoughts and roared loudly, flailing his arms, "Luyy, show yourself." He could barely recognize any of the faces from the invading army of cultivators, but he was sure of one thing, that they must all be Crimson Blood sect. It was obvious enough, with these people attacking as soon as the insectoid army appeared right in front of their doorstep. He had been careless, and he had underestimated how devious and brutal the Crimson Blood sect could be. As if they were not satisfied by the lives of so many Redoubt of Wrath acolytes already taken by the insectoids previously, they wanted to conquer this outpost. But Qingbo could see why. Being able to conquer an enemy outpost would yield huge rewards. At this juncture, Qingbo was convinced as much as every other acolyte in the outpost that the outpost was as good as lost. If it were just the insectoids or just the Crimson Blood sect force, then there might still have been a way to save the outpost. But with the insidious plan of playing both sides against the middle, no one could take such abuse and hope to survive. It is dark. Everything now seems dark, Qingbo mused in despair. How dare you do something so heinous, you Crimson Blood sect scoundrels? Are you not afraid of retribution? One of his acolytes howled belligerently. As if you have been kind and generous to us before? A voice responded from the Crimson Blood sect force outside. We're just returning the favor. Wait till this defensive barrier falls and I'll be more than happy to show you how. Chapter 224, Successful Seizure. The defensive ward of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost did not last beyond an hour. As the golden sparkles of its final dregs got whisked away by the wind and dissipated in the air, the deluge of Crimson Blood sect cultivators poured through the first crack in the barrier they saw, charging straight into the outpost. The invaders themselves were incredulous. None of them had expected that the seizure of an enemy outpost would be so easy. It was rare enough for an outer ring area outpost to be attacked, never mind captured. Yet here they were, after barely an hour, and the enemy outpost was theirs for the taking. The defenders, Redoubt of Wrath Prolgate Qingbo and the remaining 100 or so acolytes, were nowhere to be seen. He had led his men in a retreat to the real world of Jianghu, preferring to risk his future prospects rather than jeopardize his own precious life. Never once a staunch believer of slogans such as "to the death" and the like, Qingbo liked his life, and he would not even need to waver between the choices of defending the outpost with his life and saving his own hide. Dying meant losing everything, at least that was what he always believed in. The Crimson Blood sect force captured an empty outpost save for the insectoid horde which was beginning to overrun the place. And Luyy already had a plan set in place. Qinyu was already at the forefront, leading a band of third orders and above to meet the insectoids head-on. Those who were weaker immediately fanned out and dispersed, clearing every room and chamber they could find and sacking the outpost clean. Luyy and Wuxia both veered somewhere else, the outpost's sanctum of providence. The latter placed a hand on the Divine Opportunity column and used her privileges as prolgate of the Crimson Blood sect to strip away all the enhancements. Luyy was only there to make sure she was safe. He had known from Li Baxian that the process needed time and Wuxia would be defenseless during that period, hence Luyy wanted to come along just in case. Wuxia shut her eyes while she worked. In the meantime, Luyy strode and found a large chair that he sat on before he deposited a spirit pill into his mouth and began chewing. Next, he tapped on his battlefield imprint and started to look for something. He had kept the marks of all ally legates and prolgates that he had the chance to fight side by side with during the battle royal of the legates, and some of the outposts of these friendlies were nearby. Among them was a certain order known as the Athenaeum of Finality, whose outpost currently stood near the outpost of Clan Feng. As it turned out, the Athenaeum of Finality outpost was due east of the Clan Feng outpost, which was itself also due east of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. That would place the Clan Feng outpost right in between both Grand Sky Coalition orders. The scholarly-looking Ding Yushu had spoken to Lu Yi about a possible alliance during their encounter in the Battle Royal of Legates. But Lu Yi was too hard-pressed to commit to anything yet since he did not have enough manpower to raid a pantry, let alone invade the Clan Feng outpost. But now that the chance had presented itself, Lu Yi decided that it was time for him to hold the Athenaeum of Finality legate to his promise. The seizure of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost had been surprisingly easy, and that prompted Lu Yi to conceive the notion of taking down Clan Feng too, vanquishing both opposing factions in one fell swoop. His power has been seeing improvements by leaps and bounds. It would not be long before he would have to travel to the inner ring areas of the battlefield if he wanted to progress further. Hence, if he could eliminate the threat posed by Clan Feng prior to his departure, then he could rest easy knowing that the outpost would be safe even in his absence. Even so, whether his plan would work would first depend on the Athenaeum. Clan Feng might be a Tier 9 order, but capturing its outpost wouldn't be as easy as seizing the Redoubt of Wraths. The bulk of the latter's force had perished due to the insectoids, whereas Clan Feng's strength was very much intact. The caveat was apparent. Lu Yi would first need to secure the Athenaeum's support before he could attempt an invasion on the Clan Feng outpost. That would mean that a no from Ding Yushu could immediately kill the idea in its crib. Lu Yi found Ding Yushu's mark and delivered a message. "How are things going, Ding?" A reply came speedily enough. "Everything's fine at my end. We're pressing steadily into the insectoid nest as we speak. It won't be long before we're done here. Do you need help, Brother Yi? I can spare a few of my men." "It's all good. I'm contacting you because I have a proposal." "A proposal?" an incredulous Ding Yushu uttered when he saw Lu Ye's message. What proposal could Lu Yi have hatched when he should be busy dealing with his own insectoid infestation? Lu Yi ended his lengthy conversation with Ding Yushu with a pondering look on his expression. Outside the outpost, Qin Yu and his contingent of cultivators were maintaining a perimeter, holding off the insectoids from inundating the outpost. The insectoids at the front were just the tiny and weaker ones, plus a handful of stronger ones which Qin Yu and his men could still resist for now. But they could not be expected to hold out for long. The long trail of insectoids leading from the wormhole 10 miles away was hardly stopping, and it would take more than just several cultivators to fully mow them down. "I'm done here." Hua Xi's voice broke Lu Ye's train of thought. The look she was wearing indicated success. The extensive amounts of enhancements on the Divine Opportunity column of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost showed just how glorious and historic it had been, despite being just a Tier 8 sect. Just the affluence of spiritual qi in the atmosphere alone was thicker than that of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Lu Yi and Hua Xi might have reaped enough bounties from their participation in the Battle Royal of the Legates to improve things at their outpost, but it still didn't come close to competing with the boon of this place. That made coming here to strip away the enhancements one of the prime objectives of capturing this fort. Even so, the process of stripping away enhancements from a Divine Opportunity column was bound to incur unwanted collateral damage. Nevertheless, the gains were still huge indeed. Lu Yi paced towards Hua Xi and told her the new devilry he had just come up with. Hua Xi stared at him. "Are you sure about this?" As if taking down the Redoubt of Wrath wasn't enough, now Lu Yi has set his sights on Clan Feng. "There's no harm in trying," he shrugged. "Might as well give it a go." "That was what you said before. No harm in trying. Now look at what happened to the Redoubt of Wrath," Hua Xi mused sardonically. That was exactly what he said before when he was trying to downplay his motives, and the Redoubt of Wrath really took the brunt of his shrewd design. Hua Xi began to feel somewhat sorry for the Clan Feng outpost for the calamity they were about to face. The 2000 Demon Ridge outposts could only blame their luck for building their outposts so close to the Crimson Blood Sect. At the shrill signal of a whistle, the Crimson Blood Sect force withdrew from the outpost expeditiously at Hua Xi's lead, while Lu Yi, Qin Yu, and those more powerful helped to make sure everyone pulled out safely. Within moments, Qin Yu and the others found a chance to slip away too, leaving Lu Yi to face the insectoids alone. The latter surveyed his handiwork, a full vista of black, an endless sprawl of crawling insectoids wanting to sink their mandibles, pincers, chelicerae, or whatever mouthparts they had on his flesh. Lu Yi unleashed his full plethora of skills. The fiery red sparkle of his hiltless knife shot around like a deadly comet, engendering sprays of hemolymph everywhere. His fire dragons pummeled into masses of insectoids, releasing waves of infernos. Glowing red, Inviolable was just as deadly, cutting down every insectoid its edge found with unnerving ease. Everything Lu Yi was doing, he was certainly making sure that the insectoids could see him and only him. Satisfied that he had done enough at last, he unfurled his wings and he took to the air. He landed almost 100 meters away where Amber was already waiting. Lu Yi fired another fire dragon for good measure, and the resultant trace of spiritual power was enough to make every insectoid look his way. Lu Yi thrust an arm in a certain direction and Amber began speeding that way. In the meantime, Lu Yi retrieved another flask of mystic fruit cider and gulped down everything to restore the spiritual power that he had expended. Chen Yu gazed at Lu Yi scampering off. Wait a minute, where is he going? That was not the direction of the outpost. Nope, not yet at any rate, replied Wuxia. Now everybody, come with me. She got up on her wolf golem and led the Crimson Blood Sect force onward. At the same time, inside another insectoid nest deep underground, the acolytes of the Athenaeum of Finality gave one final push, ending the infestation at their end with the slaughter of the remaining insectoid monsters. That would last another 2 hours until Ding Yushu finally walked up to the nexus and sliced it open to retrieve the nuclei of life inside. Chapter 225 Clan Feng. With the nexus split open and its nuclei removed, the insectoid nest was beginning to deteriorate and shrivel. Those who are wounded but can still move, stay and clear things up here. Ding Yushu barked loudly, the rest of you who can still fight, come with me. He began striding out of the nest and the rest of his men, a 400-man-strong force, went with him. They clambered out of the wormhole and headed somewhere else. It was only halfway when the men began to realize that they were not heading back to the outpost. It rather seemed like they were heading for the Clan Feng outpost. Filled with anticipation, one of them finally asked, Brother Ding, are we hitting Clan Feng? No. Clan Feng. Gods, have I waited so long for this? The last time Zhang and I fought with a bunch of Clan Feng goons, we killed one of theirs. Don't forget that Feng girl. She looks sweet enough for Brother Ding to keep as a concubine, haha. Damn, I've never seen anyone who could laugh so vilely as you. And leave Brother Ding's name out of any smutty deliberations of yours. The last thing we want is for his name to get tarnished for nothing. And what makes you think that Feng girl is a good match for one as distinguished as Brother Ding? Oh, give her to me then? I wouldn't mind having her. Quit prattling. So, Brother Ding, are we really gonna hit Clan Feng? The notion of launching an assault on the Clan Feng outpost was like a jab of adrenaline to the battle-weary men who had just survived a gritting skirmish against the insectoids. Clearly, the beef between the Athenaeums and Clan Feng's acolytes must be more brutal and personal than just the simple enmity of being on opposing sides. As if fate had had a hand in this, every outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield would always be near 2 or even 3 other outposts and at least one belonged to an ally faction. Understandable, if fate or maybe even the heavens had a part in this, for outposts surrounded only by outposts owned by enemy sects and orders would never be able to allow any of its acolytes out for fear of being attacked. That would be detrimental to the growth of the order's future generations. Right now, Lu Yi was looking at his map, studying the positions of the nearby outposts, and noticing that if 2 ally outposts could join forces, they could form a force formidable enough to take down any enemy. Of the 3 outposts near the Clan Feng, 2 belonged to the Crimson Blood Sect and the Athenaeum of Finality respectively, with the last formerly occupied by the Redoubt of Wrath. With the Crimson Blood Sect outpost virtually empty in the past, Clan Feng could devote all of its resources to the Athenaeum of Finality. On the other hand, the Athenaeum could hardly boast the same luxury. Their hands were tied with having to handle the threats coming from not 1 but 2 enemy outposts. The usual fisticuffs were pretty much the most they could afford to incur, for if anything were to escalate into an all-out skirmish with either side, the other enemy faction would intervene to make life hell for the Athenaeum. That culminated in a massive pileup of resentment and bitterness between both sides, where even the pettiest of rivalry could mutate into the most savage vendetta. That's enough. Ding Shiyu cautioned for silence from the front. Until now, he has been extremely tight-lipped as to the details of this sudden expedition. He could use the secrecy. Too many with knowledge about what the real plan was could risk jeopardizing the mission, and he wasn't too certain about the plan himself, despite Lu Ye's assurance. No plan survived the first contact with the enemy, so it was said. Obviously, Ding Yushu enjoyed a very high standing amongst his comrades. If his side were to suffer any losses in their skirmish against the Athenaeum, Heavens knew that he might demand compensation from Clan Feng instead. But she could not let Ding Yushu do as he liked with impunity. Knowing that this presented a chance for that hideous and insufferable imbecile, who would never resist pouncing at a chance to make a name for himself, she knew that just a little nudge would do the trick. That was why all she did was just supply information. By telling that imbecile about Ding Yushu making a move on her side, what happened after that would not and could not be any responsibility of hers. That went well, Feng Yu commented dryly to herself as she sipped her drink. Boom. A sonorous crash jolted Feng Yu from her chair, causing her to choke on her water. It took a couple of coughs before she could at last regain her senses. A Clan Feng acolyte rushed in urgently. Who? She growled furiously. She did not see with her own eyes, but she knew what happened. Something or someone must have just attacked the defensive ward of her outpost. Infuriated, she thought, who in heaven's name could be doing this at this time or day? The acolyte who came in reported in dismay, insectoids. What insectoids? Feng Yu responded sternly, the creases on her face making her look like a seething hen. But as she spoke, she could have sworn that she caught an irritating and interminable buzzing. Her expression twisted. She got out at once and rushed to the battlements where what she saw drained all color from her face. Insectoids of all assortments and proportions were crawling all around the dome-shaped barrier of light that was the magical defensive ward of the outpost. Many were even the length and breadth of a man, and they were chewing and gnawing at the barrier, feeding on its energy. In every spot that was bitten, the glow turned noticeably weaker. As if that was not bad enough, some of the insectoids even spewed a strange, greenish secretion that, once dripped on the surface of the defensive ward, could nibble its way through the barrier like acid. The sight of the insectoids threatening to overrun the outpost was enough to send a jolt of cold and fear down Feng Yu's spine. What in heaven's name? This is not an infestation that outer ring outposts could deal with anymore. She thought of the Athenaeum at first, but that was impossible. If the Athenaeum's infestation had come this far and at this force, then they should be at their own outpost, panicking like ants in a hot pan, not here sealing off the exit of her men. But if not them, then who? The Crimson Blood sect? But did they not just recruit more than 100 initiates? Even if they had bungled the extermination, there's no way that the infestation could grow into such a monstrosity. And even so, how could the infestation in their area travel this fast to this place? Insectoids are supposed to spread slowly and gradually to consume everything nearby before they press further away. Sister Feng. Someone called from beside her. Feng Yu immediately tore her attention off the swarming insectoid. Yes. It's pointless to think about where these insectoids came from. The enemy has reached our gates and we need to handle these insectoids quickly if we don't want the outpost to be overrun. Fast. Increase the strength of the wards. Feng Yu screeched. Clan Feng acolytes scurried hastily to where the defensive ward was placed, shoveling more spirit stones into it so as to increase its strength. 3 miles away from the rear of the Clan Feng outpost, the 700-man host of the Crimson Blood sect force waited quietly just below a descending slope. A group of such size would have easily been noticed under normal circumstances. But with most other sects and orders busy handling their own insectoid infestations, most of the cultivators in the Spirit Creek battlefield were underground by now with barely just a skeleton crew to watch the outposts. This was why the Crimson Blood sect force could wait in silence without anyone realizing how close they were. So, Brother Lu Yi? Asked somebody anxiously. Capturing the Redoubt of Wrath outpost was thrilling enough, especially for those who had just tasted their first success. Everyone was more than eager to sample that same thrill once more. Patience, Lu Yi responded. He communicated with the legate of the Athenaeum of Finality Ding Yushu and received word that they had arrived, and his deputy was on his way. Lu Yi lifted his chin and gazed at the Clan Feng outpost. The phosphorescent dome-like shield was still holding and he was not amused. He had intentionally waited here because he was giving time for the Athenaeum Prolgate to arrive with his reinforcements. But also so that he could hunt down some Clan Feng acolytes. After all, his motives were not only confined to just capturing the outpost. If he could kill a few thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, that would be all the more rewarding. Li Baxian's tips on dealing with the insectoid threat included a warning about how the magical barrier of defensive wards was usually weak against insectoid attacks. If the Crimson Blood sect were to launch an assault in conjunction with the insectoids gnawing down the defenses of the outposts, the Clan Feng acolytes inside would immediately withdraw back to the real world of Jianghu, just like what happened at the Redoubt of Wrath outpost earlier. Hence, Lu Yi decided that he should wait for the insectoids to first defeat the magical barrier. That would give him the chance to rush in and secure the outpost's Sanctum of Providence and deny the Clan Feng acolytes their only chance of retreat. He had regretted allowing the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes to escape earlier. Despite the huge loot, Lu Yi was pretty sure that the Prolgate must have heaps of goodies inside that storage bag of his. So this time he was determined to not let the Clan Feng Prolgate or Legate escape. This insectoid attack had posed the perfect chance for Lu Yi to accumulate his experience in siege warfare as he experimented with his methods on both enemy factions one after the other. Chapter 226 Fengyu. Chaos and panic pervaded the Clan Feng outpost. The power of the defensive ward was at its maximum. The number of insectoids flooding the whole area wasn't falling just yet. They crept all over the semi-spherical shield, gorging on the spiritual power that flowed in it. The view from inside the outpost never looked so horrific and bleak, with the shield completely engulfed by the insectoid horde. So many of them were scrabbling at the top of the dome, in danger of falling directly into the outpost if the defensive ward ever failed, and this was only prevented by the desperate and hurried strokes of the Clan Feng acolytes who never stopped depositing spirit stones into the ward's nexus. But the horde was only just growing bigger, stronger, and thicker. At this rate, the defensive ward would surely fall, give or take a few hours. Fengyu never looked so pale. For she had realized that with the Athenaeum acolytes sealing off the exit at the wormhole, those trapped down below the nest could not come back to lift the siege of the insectoid horde outside the outpost. Was this a coincidence, she wondered for one split second, or is this some sort of plot? She would not have felt so worried if this were just a mere coincidence. But what if this really was a plot? Then this could be more than a simple insectoid extermination gone wrong. In the meantime, Feng Lianju received word about his outpost currently being assailed by an insectoid of indescribable proportions. He would have been able to sound a retreat and lead his men back to help lift the insectoid siege. But with the Athenaeum army keeping watch over the only exit, getting out of the wormhole was tantamount to suicide. Besides, they were still far from completing their side of the extermination. As much as they were worried about the situation of the outpost, there really was nothing they could do. Time passed by swiftly. More than 6 hours had passed, and the incandescence of the shield had become weak. The magic of the defensive ward was teetering on the brink of collapsing, and once it did, the 100 or so acolytes inside would not be able to hold back the unstoppable tide of the insectoid horde. Fengyu was shivering with panic. Of all the ways that anyone would use to attack the outpost, she had not thought about this. Then again, she was consoled by the fact that this appeared to just be an insectoid stampede instead of a real invasion launched by any enemy factions. She shuddered to contemplate the loss that she would incur if this really were the latter. But fate just loved an ironic twist. Just when she thought that this was really just an insectoid infestation, deafening rumbles reverberated from the rear of the outpost, followed swiftly by the ripples of spiritual power discharge. None of the Clan Feng acolytes could fight. Shaken to their very core, the only hope for survival would be Fengyu's call for a retreat where everyone would immediately withdraw back to the real world of Jianghu. The layer after layer of surprises had delivered an unbelievable blow to what was left of their morale. No one could tell what was going on amid the pandemonium until another Clan Feng acolyte came rushing in, howling, "Attack! We're under attack. There are hundreds of cultivators outside." The news hit Fengyu so hard that she nearly blacked out. An attack. Now of all times. Who the hell could that be? We're done for. Just when she thought that the situation could not get any worse, the twist fell out of nowhere to punish her naivety. A thunderclap came on cue as the glowing wall of light shattered. The defensive ward had finally crumbled under the sheer pressure of the insectoid horde. Thousands of insectoid monsters rained down on the outpost like a heavy deluge, inundating the entire outpost with not only an insectoid army of unquenchable hunger but also their constant and vexatious buzzing. Back to Jianghu. Feng Yu growled through gritted teeth before she ran as fast as she could for the Sanctum of Providence. And she was hardly the only one. Scores of acolytes thronged for the Sanctum, hoping that they could be the first to make it to the safety of the main stronghold through the Divine Opportunity column in the Sanctum. But these were only those who were quick on the uptake. Heavens help those who were still unaware of what just happened. But by the time they arrived at the square just outside the Sanctum, they were greeted by the sight of a rowdy group of strangers led by a cultivator riding on a ferocious-looking white tiger. The leader swung his saber and off came the head of the first clan Feng acolyte, foolhardy enough to test his wrath. A tiny red sparkle was flying around him. Feng Yu could clearly see that that was a weapon manipulated using telekinesis. She had not seen this stranger before. The glow he emanated showed that he must be at least a 7th order, but the purity of the glow was something that not even the superior Cloud River Realm cultivators in Clan Feng could boast. Feng Yu watched as the stranger dispensed death and destruction with unnerving coldness and efficacy. Of every 6th order who dared to fight him, none of them survived beyond the first exchange of blows. Suddenly, the young stranger noticed her. Their gazes locked for one split second. Next, his eyes twinkled like a wolf who had discovered its prey. He leaped off the back of his tiger and glided over, bringing his saber down at her without any ounce of mercy or compassion. That the blow failed to kill Feng Yu was not because of her skill, and Lu Yi was not one to show clemency, especially towards an enemy. But when Lu Yi threw himself at her, Feng Yu allowed herself to collapse by bending her knees and deftly dropped to a kneel on the ground with her head prostrated before his ankles. Of all the reactions that Lu Yi anticipated from her, none of them included this. A few strands of her hair gently fell to the ground. The handiwork of Inviolable when it was just so close to nicking her. Lu Yi had lost count of the number of kills that he now had under his belt since entering the Spirit Creek battlefield. Many died before they could even mount anything resembling some sort of opposition, while some died fighting him. A rare few had tried begging for their lives to no avail. Most fights and skirmishes between cultivators from both the Thousand Demon Ridge and the Grand Sky Coalition were often bloody and deadly, since it was generally accepted that no quarter would be shown to the defeated. To lose a battle meant forfeiting one's life, and no amount of pleading and groveling would usually change that. Therefore, one could almost imagine Lu Ye's surprise when he saw the woman falling to her knees without even the slightest hesitation. This really was a first. What was more ludicrous was the fact that this woman was also a 7th order cultivator, which was what caught Lu Ye's eye the moment he laid eyes on her. Lu Yi knew that she must either be the legate or prolgate of this outpost, which would also mean that she must be carrying enough valuables to make killing her worthwhile. Until she bent her knees so willingly and so eagerly that Lu Yi became so confused and surprised that he failed to make any adjustments to his attack. That was what saved her life. Lu Yi bent down to peer at the woman now humbly submitting herself to him. She had her forehead right on the ground, a gesture of utmost reverence and deference. Her complexion was a pallid cream white, and it was this, plus her posture, that when added to her form-fitting dress only presented to everyone her voluptuous curves. Lu Yi might have fumbled the first time, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. He had survived long enough to know better than to underestimate an enemy 7th order. The only safe enemy is a dead one. That the woman now presented herself before him appeared like the best chance for him to behead her. "I'm a medical cultivator. Please, sir, have mercy." Lu Ye's blade immediately slowed to a sudden halt. He frowned. This woman had the sense to invoke one of the most important unspoken rules in the battlefield, that medical cultivators should be spared whenever possible. This was something that Lu Yi wasn't aware of in the past. But since his appointment as legate of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, Shui Yuan had had enough time and opportunity to instruct him more about the many practices and customs to observe in the battlefield. As a matter of fact, Shui Yuan had taken special care to tell him about sparing the lives of medical cultivators. She must have realized what a bloodthirsty beast Lu Yi could be sometimes. The reason behind this rule was simple enough. Medical cultivators usually come in short supply, even in the battlefield, and most, if not all of them, who learned the crafts of other fields of study such as spells or weapon mastery only did so as a means of protecting themselves. The purpose of medical cultivators did not usually stray from their main objective, which was to save lives. That made them absent from the front lines even in skirmishes and wars. The last reason is a practical one. Enemy medical cultivators could also be used to heal one's own wounded. Come to think of it, Pang Dehai did mention this briefly when he told Lu Yi and Yu Xiaodai about how medical cultivators were usually spared even if they got abducted or captured by enemy factions. While it was a virtual certainty that cultivators from both sides would be more than happy to wipe the floor with each other's faces, both factions nevertheless held on to this unspoken rule like it was an edict from the heavens. Whatever happened, it would never be in anyone's interest to have the already meager ranks of medical cultivators be pruned further. The lack of cultivators engenders the loss of more lives and talents. But that would explain why this woman knelt the moment she realized there was no escape. She knew that her role as a medical cultivator would save her. Lu Yi swished his saber coldly. That elicited a gash on her arm plus a painful yelp from her. Blood poured out of the wound and turned the fabric of her dress red. Prove it. Feng Yu clambered to her knee. Ignoring the stabbing pain, she raised her other hand and held it over the wound. A soft and soothing sensation from her spiritual power immediately diminished the pain. Lu Yi spat. So she really was a medical cultivator. Chen Yu. Chen Yu, who was leading a bunch of Crimson Blood sect to intercept any incoming insectoids, heard the call and answered, yes. Watch this woman and don't hesitate to kill her if she tries something funny. Chen Yu peered at Feng Yu and responded, yes sir. Lu Yi paced away only to pause, then he turned back around, right, and strip her of her storage bag. Interrogate and see if there's anything worth taking here. Understood. When Lu Yi had left, Chen Yu looked at Feng Yu. You heard the man, now hand over your storage bag. Feng Yu quietly surrendered her storage bag. But she did not get up. With a weak and helpless look at Chen Yu, she begged, I feel unwell. Could you give me a hand? As she spoke, she reached out for him. She was only too thankful to have survived. All the tricks that she had used to great frequency and effect on men had failed to work on the young stranger. He did not even see her as a woman. Just an enemy. But Chen Yu was different. He could feel something stirring inside him the moment he saw the milk-white skin of the woman. He looked and saw Lu Yi butchering some insectoids and shook his head firmly. No, you're getting up yourself. Glumly, Feng Yu got up herself, slowly. I'm warning you. Nothing funny. Now take me to your vault. He gave Feng Yu a shove, who let loose a womanly moan that could make any man, and in this instance Chen Yu, swoon. With her outpost taken and herself captured as a prisoner of war, now the enemies were demanding her to lead them to their vault. Feng Yu was none too happy about being treated as such, but she was at least relieved to know that she would survive. Inside the Sanctum of Providence, Wuxia retracted her arm. She said to Chao Huahong, who had been waiting beside, and said, Your turn, brother Chao. Chao Huahong burst into hearty laughter. Well, my thanks to you. He placed a hand on the Divine Opportunity column to remove the remaining enhancements inside. With Ding Yushu occupied with keeping the bulk of the Clan Feng force underground in the insectoid nest, Chao Huahong had arrived at his behest, leading the rest of the Athenaeum's acolytes here to assist with Lu Ye's invasion as the prolongate of the Athenaeum, and with their victory, half of the enhancements upon the Clan Feng Divine Opportunity column would now go to the Athenaeum. It was an alliance, and naturally, the Crimson Blood sect was obligated to honor it. The Crimson Blood sect were joined by the Athenaeum of Finality acolytes when they were still waiting for the shield of the defensive ward to fall. But it was nevertheless simple enough for Chao Huahong, especially since all he had just done was come all the way here and strut into the captured outpost like a conqueror. There has been no job so easy and yet so rewarding before. But coming here and witnessing Lu Yi and Huaxi at work, he began to understand the respect and admiration Ding Yushu had for the legate and prolongate of the Crimson Blood sect outpost. He had heard enough about what happened during the battle royal of the legates and how these two young prodigies had managed to turn the tide of the battle in their favor, all thanks to the tactical advantage that both had amassed right from the beginning. It would seem that some form of well-maintained friendship with the Crimson Blood sect would not go amiss. Chapter 227 Only Fair. As soon as Huaxi and Chao Huahong had finished dividing the spoils, most important of which were the enhancements of the Clan Feng Divine Opportunity column, the Crimson Blood sect force withdrew in an orderly manner just like before. Lu Yi alone diverted the insectoid's attention away from them with his fire dragon spells all blazing in full force, using the discharge of his spiritual power to attract as many insectoids as he could. The insectoids wasted no time in surrounding him, which would have been a death sentence if he did not have glyph wings. It was being able to fly that made attempts like this way less risky than they should have been. Without the ability of flight or other means of escape, a cultivator could be as powerful as he wanted, but he would still be overrun by the insectoids. With his wings, he could fly and flee if anything were to go sideways. In moments like this, Lu Yi gave thanks to both his mentor Tang Yifeng and Lady Yun for being able to fly. Lu Yi made sure that every single member of the Crimson Blood sect had fully retreated to a safe distance before he took to the air, turning into a speck of red that shot out of sight. The insectoids tried in vain to give chase, but it did not take long before they had completely lost him. They stopped and began dispersing to consume whatever was within sight as their instincts dictated. To the north of the Crimson Blood sect outpost, the Redoubt of Wrath had been fully wiped out with the bulk of its force crippled. To the east, the Clan Feng outpost has also been taken. They might not have suffered as many casualties as the Redoubt of Wrath, but their losses were still quite substantial. And the 2,000 Demon Ridge orders would not have suffered this fate today if not for the Crimson Blood sect. At the moment, Lu Yi did not have any plans for any more conquest. His men had taken down 2 enemy outposts consecutively and they could definitely use some rest. Besides, most of the orders and sects would have completed their extermination by now. He could lead and drive the insectoid horde to another 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost, but the effects would not be as potent as before. What demanded his attention at the moment was what to do with the remnants of the Clan Feng acolytes. Clan Feng might have lost its outpost, but few of its members were slain in the process. If the Crimson Blood sect had done enough damage to the Redoubt of Wrath, then it was only fair that Lu Yi inflicted the same upon Clan Feng. Lu Yi did not neglect to recall that Ding Yushu was still outside the Clan Feng wormhole with his men. He should be taking his men there to rejoin the rest of the Athenaeum to mop up the rest of Clan Feng once and for all. If that could be accomplished, the Crimson Blood sect would reign supreme across the lands within a 100-mile radius of their outpost. Lu Yi veered around and flew off to rejoin his people. "Brother Lu Yi." Chao Huahong saluted as soon as they met, beaming broadly as if the very air he breathed in smelled so sweet. "How are things at the other end?" Chao Huahong gave Lu Yi an account of what was going on at the wormhole. Apparently, word of their outpost being captured had reached the Clan Feng acolytes underground. But while they wallowed with dejection and anguish, they had no idea who was behind the attack. It was complete bedlam when the defensive ward of the Clan Feng outpost collapsed and the acolytes who managed to get back to the real world of Jiuzhou before Lu Yi and the Crimson Blood sect invaders arrived failed to see who their enemies were. In fact, even for Feng Yu, it was only when she had calmed down that she recognized the White Tiger and guessed the mastermind of the attack was Lu Yi. But she could hardly inform everyone else right now. She would beg and grovel at one's feet if it meant saving herself. But she would not go against her own principles when it came to her loyalty to Clan Feng. Her gamble paid off. Lu Yi couldn't just flippantly sentence her to death for nothing. The combined forces pressed forward until they reached the Clan Feng wormhole, making it an alliance of more than 1,000 men. Lu Yi joined Ding Yushu by the edge of the pit, and they looked inside. The legate of the Athenaeum of Finality gave Lu Yi a recap of the situation at hand and it basically matched what Chao Huahong's reports. "So that's where we are right now. Do you have any suggestions, Brother Yi?" "I'm going down to have a look." That was said with a straight face, and Lu Yi just dropped himself in with the nonchalance of dropping a stone into the pit. Ding Yushu's eyes bulged the moment he saw Lu Yi fall into the hole. What the? Is he mad? He peered down into the black, bottomless abyss and saw lights. Flickering luminescence from spiritual power being discharged. Energy bolts. The force of the eruptions rushed up the pit, a column of air slamming into his face before he glimpsed Lu Yi shooting into the sky. Lu Yi landed back on the ground. He was unhurt, but he looked almost beat up. It was just for one fleeting moment, but Lu Yi saw what he wanted to see. Scores of Clan Feng cultivators camped just around the bottom of the pit, ready to attack anyone who came down, which Lu Yi would have not been prepared to test if he did not have glyph protection. "Do we have any way to collapse the tunnels?" If they could do that, then they could easily dispose of the enemies by burying them all alive. "I've thought of that too," Ding Yushu's shaking of his head portended his answer, "but we don't have the power to do that. The tunnels are too deep." He sighed. "Well, if there's nothing else, I say we call this off. We cannot spend all day around here and Clan Feng must have summoned help from the inner ring areas. Those with enough contribution points could have called upon the power of the Divine Opportunity column to transport them back to the outpost. But that's a big if, since it won't be cheap. Contribution points did not come easily. Cultivators spend their contribution points on almost anything, making saving points more easily said than done. Lu Yi knew that full well as a legate himself. The Divine Opportunity column had the ability to magically transport cultivators back to their stronghold. But the cost varied between different cultivator ranks and distances. He might not have tested this ability before, but he knew that such a request would invariably be very, very expensive. Beyond any doubt, both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng must have acolytes who had traveled farther into the inner ring or even central areas of the battlefield. Powerful acolytes now spent their time training or wandering on a pilgrimage around the deeper and more perilous parts of the battlefield. There was no telling whether they had been informed about the attacks on their outposts, but if so, then they had to be on their way back by now. Hence, the Crimson Blood sect and Athenaeum of Finality forces here would be sitting ducks by the time a bunch of disgruntled and vengeful cultivators only too eager to avenge their fallen comrades arrived. Not far away, Feng Yu was quietly eavesdropping on the discussion. Good. Go down that road, she thought. Believe that people are coming and you lot have to retreat. That way it's all's well that ends well for everyone. Clan Feng might have lost its outpost, but many of its members still lived. Its power and influence could always be rebuilt at any time. Damn. I'm not happy at all with this. Lu Yi shook his head. Well, you're not alone there, Ding Yushu chuckled weakly, but there's pretty much nothing we could do. Wait, let me think. There must be something we can do. It wasn't easy getting Clan Feng down on its heels. To give up the advantage and leave would be nothing short of a waste. Lu Yi gazed at Feng Yu, who noticed it and quickly averted her eyes and lowered her head, putting up the appearance of a wronged damsel in distress in need of justice. Bloody woman. And of all times, she has finally discovered her backbone now. Something made Ding Yushu and Chao Huahong both look at their battlefield imprint in unison. They both exchanged grave looks. Brother Ding. Chao Huahong muttered. I know, Ding responded. He looked at Lu Yi. I'm afraid I have to go now, Brother Yi. Our outpost is under attack. By who? Asked an incredulous Lu Yi. Mount Kalachakra. Lu Yi recognized that name as the one belonging to another Thousand Demon Ridge Order whose outpost sat somewhere to the north of the Athenaeum of Finality outpost. But why would Mount Kalachakra be launching an attack on your outpost all of a sudden? Lu Yi did not allow himself to finish. Instead he looked at Feng Yu. Obviously someone has been reporting our movements. Ding Yushu was looking at her as well, coldly. He immediately rounded up his men first. Then he gave Lu Yi one last salute. Till next time, Brother Yi. I look forward to fighting alongside you once more. I dare say we'll be fighting alongside each other soon enough. We're coming along. We might not be killing any Clan Feng goons just yet, but killing Mount Kalachakra goons would make up for the loss. That's great. Ding Yushu beamed at Lu Ye's offer. Lu Yi hurried through the crowd and seized Feng Yu by her collar before tossing her up on Amber's back, much to her protesting squeals. In seconds, almost 2,000 men began racing as speedily as possible for the Athenaeum of Finality outpost, leaving the outside of the Clan Feng wormhole deserted and quiet. Feng Yu finally exhaled easily as she rode on Amber's back. The gambit that she had pulled off worked without her expecting it to. With the Athenaeum and Crimson Blood sect now focusing on the siege of the Athenaeum's outpost, the Clan Feng acolytes still trapped underground could finally get out to safety. Posting the trot on Amber's back, Feng Yu glanced around her to make sure no one was looking before she quickly delivered another message. Mount Kalachakra is now attacking the Athenaeum outpost. Everyone's gone there. You can get out now. Quick. Little did she realize that Lu Yi and Ding Yushu were sending messages of their own. The moment Feng Yu made contact with her fellow comrades, Yi, whom Lu Yi had charged to stay near the wormhole and not travel with the entire group, had verified that the remaining Clan Feng acolytes in the insectoid pit had begun climbing out of the wormhole. Little did they realize that a pair of eyes were watching and reporting their every move to Lu Yi. Chink. Inviolable ripped out of its sheath and Lu Yi drove it through Feng Yu's open hand, nailing it to the ground amid a torrent of blood and screams. Feng Yu looked at Lu Yi with unshed tears in her eyes. She was just going to send another message when the weapon pierced her hand. Consider this your last chance. One more time and you're dead. Lu Yi yanked his saber free, much to Feng Yu's painful grunt. Watch her, Qinyu. One wrong move, dispose of her. Of course, sir. The rest of you on me. Lu Yi wheeled around and the entire Crimson Blood sect force looped back after him to head back. At the wormhole, Clan Feng members were clambering out of the pit into the open. Warily, they peeked at first to make sure that their Grand Sky Coalition enemies were gone. They reconnoitered the surroundings and ensured that the coast was clear before they exhaled with relief. One of the scouts headed back to the pit and yelled loudly down the hole, "It's clear! Come up now." For almost a day the Clan Feng acolytes had been trapped below, and one after another they climbed out of the wormhole. By the time everyone was out, the remaining acolytes numbered to almost 100. As soon as he got out, Feng Lianju immediately tried contacting Feng Yu, but to no avail. Whatever messages he had sent had no reply. That left him utterly on tenterhooks as to what fate might have befallen her. But there was much to do. The remaining Clan Feng acolytes needed to get back to their outpost to reclaim it. Without the outpost, they were as helpless as hounds in the wild. Feng Lianju jerked his head at once. He felt something, the sensation of spiritual power nearby. Then his sights homed in on the first thing that caught his eye, a fiery red comet streaking straight at him. By the time he saw that it was a person, it was too late. The stranger was already upon him. Another red spark caught his eye, a telekinesis weapon. It shot straight at his chest, and it would have punched a hole through him if he had not been quick enough to parry it away with his spear. But the collision was so great that his hands were numb and sore by the force that also pummeled him backward, staggering before he could remain steady. But his assailant was not going to give him any moment of respite. Lu Yi swung inviolable at him, only too eager to hack his opponent into pieces. Once again Feng Lianju deflected the blow with his spear. But Lu Yi held on, refusing to give up. Both men struggled with their weapons gnashing against each other, their furious stares locked until Feng Lianju was distracted by the presence of another force barreling straight at him. "Who the hell are you?" he growled. He could not believe that he was losing out in brute strength despite them both being equals in rank. But the only reply he got was a strange glow that bristled over Inviolable's blade. Feng Lianju writhed with shock the moment he felt a sudden weight on his shoulders and his back. The weight of a mountain unseen crashing down on him. He was already at a disadvantage in this contest of strength, and now this, the invisible force succeeding in forcing him to bend and get down on his knees. That was glyph, gravity well, a glyph that could produce a force field within a certain area where the gravity within that area would be intensified by many-fold. Feng Lianju sensed danger closing in. The tiny red spark that was the hiltless knife that had not only been a pest, but a real threat to him was coming from the back of his head, and there was nothing he could do. The telekinesis weapon burst through his protective aura, pierced through his skull and came out of his mouth. At the same time, Lu Yi leaped into the air, evading cleanly a few spells and weapons that hit the spot where he had just been standing a half-second earlier. In just one exchange, Feng Lianju, Prolgate of the Clan Feng outpost and equal in rank to this mysterious and unknown assailant, was killed. That was enough to render any other Clan Feng acolytes petrified and terrified. Still hanging in midair, Lu Yi lifted a hand. He aimed it at the rest of the enemy acolytes before unleashing his hiltless knife and a couple of fire dragons at them. At the same time, the rest of the Crimson Blood sect force appeared from the direction he came. Driven by panic and fear, the 100 or so Clan Feng acolytes immediately hurled themselves back inside the pit. But with fire dragons wreaking havoc inside the wormhole, their fates were as bad as could be expected. Those still inside the pit were utterly discombobulated. Just when they thought their chance to escape the godforsaken nest of the insectoids had finally arrived, those who were outside the pit began to tumble back in, causing a riotous chaos of men falling onto each other like dominoes inside the wormhole. All of a sudden, screams and shrieks rang out and several Clan Feng acolytes dropped dead. It was Yi doing her bit to slay whatever enemies she could find. The labyrinthian network of tunnels of the nest was working in her favor. She could fire a few spells and kill some enemies before slipping away into one of the tunnels. No one could find her and no one could stop her. At her current rank, ordinary low-tier cultivators could easily be killed with only just a spell or two. This also helped to further aggravate the pandemonium now raging at the bottom of the wormhole. Thanks to Lu Ye's fire dragons, by the time the Crimson Blood Sect host arrived in full force, more than 30 Clan Feng acolytes were dead outside the wormhole. Back inside, one could expect the number to be higher, for Lu Yi had been firing fire dragons into the hole to his heart's content, and the cramped space in the tunnels would ensure maximum effect. With Feng Lianju killed in action and Feng Yu nabbed, there was no one else fit enough to lead the remaining Clan Feng acolytes. Of the 6th orders that managed to survive Lu Ye's assault, only a handful of them were still scrambling back into the wormhole. Their will to fight and resist had all but crumbled into dust. As soon as his comrades arrived, Lu Yi led the charge into the wormhole. Once inside, he just picked a tunnel and began stalking his way in, killing whatever enemies he could find. So did the rest of the Crimson Blood Sect force. They poured into the wormhole and separated into every tunnel, beginning their own extermination of both any surviving insectoids and Clan Feng acolytes. That left only Wuxia and Feng Yu outside the wormhole. Blankly and despondently, the latter beheld the sight of so many dead bodies, all of whom belonged to her brethren. When she was sending her messages to her people earlier, this was definitely not the outcome she envisioned. Wuxia stood not far away. As opposed to Feng Yu, she looked rather serene and calm. Despite being inferior in rank, Wuxia was unfazed by what Feng Yu might be up to. As a medical cultivator, Wuxia saw no need to be unkind to a fellow medical cultivator. But even if Feng Yu was going to attempt anything untoward, Wuxia was more than prepared to show her what her mushrooms could do. That was precisely why Lu Yi was satisfied with leaving Feng Yu with Wuxia alone. But Feng Yu's current bewilderment came as a surprise to Wuxia, who had been expecting some form of resistance. The former just sat there, dazed as a scarecrow with no signs of running or attacking her. There they waited until the first group came out of the nest, with more coming back in gradual intervals. There were people hurt and even dead. But losses were unavoidable since they were fighting under such narrow and dark conditions. Nevertheless, compared to the enemies, the outcome was very much a favorable one. Every Clan Feng acolyte who fled into the tunnels was hunted down and killed. With the work here done, Lu Yi contacted Ding Yushu again to find out if the Athenaeum needed any help, and the response came back soon enough. Mount Kalachakra had withdrawn the second they found out that Ding Yushu was marching back with his men. Which was an expected outcome. Mount Kalachakra would never want to risk an all-out war against the Athenaeum of Finality. Not unless they had an unsolvable blood feud. No good would come out of such a war, even for both sides, and any legate or prolgate worth his or her salt would know that. So, Brother Lu Yi, Gu Yangxing started. Gu was one of the few 6th orders in the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Where to after this? That was evidently a sentiment shared by a good many of the Crimson Blood Sect, for eyes panned over and gazed at Lu Yi with anticipation. The day had been weary and tiring, no less dangerous and deadly, but the rewards had been rich. There had not been any faction in the Spirit Creek battlefield that could capture the outposts of 2 other opposing factions in one single day. That this occurred in the outer ring areas of the battlefield made this all the more amazing and unbelievable, since invasions in the peripherals of the battlefield were known to be rare. And those Crimson Blood Sect cultivators who had survived the day had been reaping huge returns from their looting and extermination of insectoids. We're going home. What else was there to do? The invasion of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost was only possible with the help of the insectoid horde, which in turn also helped in the seizure of the Clan Feng outpost, with the assistance of the Athenaeum of Finality. Most if not all insectoid infestations around the battlefield should have been fully exterminated by now. Without enemy acolytes crowding their nearby underground tunnels instead of manning the parapets of their outposts, a reckless and forced invasion on an enemy outpost now would spell more harm than good. To say nothing of the fact that high-tier acolytes of both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng must be rushing back by now. The Crimson Blood Sect host needed to withdraw at once to prevent an assault on their own outpost by the time these powerful acolytes arrived. Therefore, for the good of everyone individually and for the sect, they needed to get back home. Fast. Chapter 229 Defensive Ward. It was all smiles and giggles as the Crimson Blood Sect host marched on their way back to the outpost with Lu Yi. Everyone was definitely ecstatic. The day of fighting had been surreal, to say the least. It was as if everyone had stepped into a swashbuckling fairy tale and those who survived would live to enjoy the spoils and have a great tale to tell. It all started with the extermination of their own insectoid infestation, followed by a northbound expedition to assail the Redoubt of Wrath outpost where they had annihilated a several hundred-strong force and invaded the outpost. Next, they veered south, heading to the Clan Feng outpost, and took it before putting to the sword another several hundred enemy acolytes. All these were done just within 60 miles of the Crimson Blood sect's own outpost. In barely an hour the entire host arrived back at the outpost. Even from afar they could spy the swarm of insectoids crawling all around the square just outside the outpost's Sanctum of Providence. The insectoid infestation from the Redoubt of Wrath area had reached these parts. Standing out of the vast and endless sprawl of insectoids was the monstrous beaky flapping its wings and swooping down again and again to give any insectoid it found a fatal peck. Every now and then, it would seize a handful of these monsters and crush them with its talons. Then everyone noticed, all over the square it was not just living insectoids but even carcasses as well. Beaky had not been idle in their absence. And Lu Yi was pleased that everything had worked out well. That he could entrust the outpost to Beaky was the main reason he could empty literally every man and woman from the outpost. Any intruders who dared to foolishly infiltrate the outpost would find themselves facing the wrath of the monstrous eagle. In the meantime, Lu Yi had expected the outpost to be overrun with insectoids. The entire Crimson Blood sect had been outside for far too long, and with the Redoubt of Wrath wormhole just barely tens of miles from here, this hardly came as a surprise. For this reason, Lu Yi had already been making arrangements during the Crimson Blood sect host's march back to the outpost. The insectoid horde was mainly comprised of 3rd and 4th orders, with the rest of the bulk being made up of 5th and 6th orders. His predictions turned out to be spot on. There were no 7th orders, this being an outer ring area infestation. Despite the presence of 7th orders at the beginning, the commotion created by Lu Yi would have enticed them to the Clan Feng area, or they could still be concealed within the underground nest chamber. To that end, the entire host had not been moving like an unruly mob. In neatly arranged ranks and files the host pressed forward in an orderly fashion, steadily mowing down any insectoids in its path, and the ruckus was attracting more insectoids their way. Lu Yi kept a hand on the hilt of his saber as he stood outside the Sanctum of Providence. A tiny red spark wheezed around him, striking down any insectoids approaching the sanctum. Wuxia rushed inside. She placed a hand on the Divine Opportunity column and applied the enhancements that she looted from the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng columns. Lu Yi might not have an exact figure of how much was gained this time, but the enhancements plus contribution points looted from the 2 enemy orders must be more sizable than what his exploits during the Battle Royal of the Legates yielded. Both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng were orders having decades of presence in the battlefield, and the enhancements on their Divine Opportunity columns must be substantial. That made the gains, despite having to share the Clan Feng loot with the Athenaeum of Finality, easily outweighed whatever losses incurred in this whole episode. Wuxia emerged from the sanctum. I got it. Is it expensive? Very. Wuxia grimaced as the cost involved a real pain. Not that we have a choice. Everyone else has one, so we gotta have one too. We can't leave all the workload to Beaky after all, and some form of preparation never hurts. Do you know how to set it up? I don't, said Wuxia. But she knows, she added, tugging at Fengyu who was just beside her. Dazed like a lost doe in the woods, Fengyu was still very much a real and experienced legate of an outpost, which was more than what anyone could say of Lu Yi and Wuxia, the inexperienced legate and prolgate still wet behind the ears. The corner of Fengyu's lips twitched the moment her eyes locked with Lu Ye's in what was a vain attempt to force a smile. But the notion of Lu Yi running his saber through her hand replayed vividly in her mind, and the best she was able to do was a stiff and awkward smirk. Let's go then. Lu Yi called, leading Wuxia and Fengyu elsewhere. There was no need to worry about the others. The rest of the Crimson Blood sect force had all become experienced bug exterminators after their recent adventures. They were more than enough to deal with the insectoids even without Lu Ye's help now. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, Wuxia, and Fengyu reached one of the corners of the outpost's compound. Wuxia extracted a tiny box from inside her storage bag. Almost the size of a man's face, the rectangular object barely looked like it was furnished from wood or gold. Tiny and intricate runes and patterns festooned every inch of its surface. A closer inspection would have shown that these were actually some sort of glyph. These were ward keystones that would mark the corners and outer perimeters of a defensive ward. Every sect and order had its own defensive ward to guard the safety of its outpost, like the ones used by the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng outposts. But ward keystones were usually destroyed the moment a defensive ward was brought down, hence Lu Yi could not recover their keystones for his own use here. As suggested by its name, the Spirit Creek battlefield was a dimension that only cultivators of the Spirit Creek realm could freely enter. Yet the skill and power to forge a ward keystone or erect a defensive ward that could encompass an entire outpost were simply too demanding for any cultivator of the Spirit Creek realm. That raises one pertinent question. If so, from whence would ward keystones come? Naturally, there would only be one place where the keystones could be procured, the Vault of Providence, although the cost of a ward keystone was not one that any individual cultivator could easily bear. How much does it cost for one of these? Lu Yi asked offhandedly. 888. Lu Yi nearly felt his heart skip a beat. And how many of these do we need? 16. Lu Yi made a quick calculation. The sum turned out to be an insanely huge one. Fortunately enough, they had reaped equally huge rewards this time, enough to cover the cost. Knowing that the defensive ward would be strong enough to keep the outpost safe made it all worth it. So we just leave this one here? There's no time. We'll come back later to bury it or to hide it. Surely not. I'll have someone come here and guard it. The ward keystones were not cheap, and if left here unguarded, someone might come and steal it away. Lu Yi sent word, and within moments, a group of cultivators came over from the direction of the Sanctum of Providence, all of them drenched in slick green hemolymph. 2 of you watch this thing and make sure no one comes near it, all right? Yes, sir. The rest of you come with me. At Feng Yu's instruction, Wuxia placed the ward keystones at corners around the outpost's compound. At every spot, Lu Yi assigned 2 cultivators to keep watch. When the work was finally done and the ward keystones were all set, the defensive ward was ready to be activated. At the same time, the rest of the Crimson Blood sect host had finished ridding the outpost of the insectoids. More were still coming from outside, but to fully eradicate the insectoid threat would require another expedition into the Redoubt of Wrath wormhole to extract the nucleus of life from the insectoid nexus there. Only that would truly solve the problem. But the extent of the infestation had long passed beyond what Outer Ring area orders and sects could handle. Even Lu Yi would never dare to recklessly enter the wormhole now. In the meantime, Wuxia was holding a tiny jade-hewn disc in her hand. Barely as large as a saucer, the eldritch power swirled in every notch and groove of the engravings, giving the disc a pulsing luminescence. That was the ward nexus, the instrument that would enable an individual power and control of a defensive ward. One could destroy a ward's keystone and that would only weaken the ward. But if the ward nexus were to be destroyed, then the ward would collapse. Feng Yu dutifully explained to Wuxia the ways of using the ward nexus. Wuxia bobbed her head as she channeled her power into the instrument. All of a sudden, from all corners of the outpost, a loud hum resounded like a gong, and the emanation of spiritual power from every point around the perimeter of the outpost where the ward keystones had been placed resonated with each other. Next, the emanation turned into torrents of light from all 16 ward keystones, separate regurgitation of spiritual power that eventually conjoined with one another before spreading upwards into the sky. All it took was minutes, and the spread of spiritual power formed a dome that enclosed the whole compound of the outpost. It was done. A defensive ward that kept the inside safe from any outside threats. With its protection, those inside the outpost would not have to worry about being invaded by insectoids. The infestation might be attracted to the spiritual power that sustained the defensive ward, but so long as their numbers were kept below a certain threshold, the dome-like shield of the ward would still be able to repair itself in perpetuity. But Wuxia intentionally left a few openings in the shield to allow insectoids through. Those who still wished to slay more bugs could stand together and man the openings and cut down any insectoids they could find. This also helped to relieve the pressure on the defensive ward. On the other hand, the rest of the other Crimson Blood sect cultivators busied themselves with clearing up the place and getting ready to take turns manning the openings. Everything was done in a very orderly manner. Many of them had been hurt, and Wuxia led her people in helping to heal them. With just one medical cultivator, there really was only so much she could do. But not that they had Feng Yu. Feng Yu was not liking it one bit. She was confused with thoughts of how she had a hand in the massacre of her own brethren and how here she was, fraternizing with the enemy faction and helping to heal their wounded. But Lu Yi had been very good at persuading her. More so since it was not so much cajolery as coercion with his hand on the hilt of his weapon. It was this menacing exudation of his charms that finally swayed her to join the sacred vocation of saving lives. The lives of Crimson Blood sect cultivators. The wounded were quickly tended to and given medical attention. All that they needed then was to visit the training chambers and the mess hall for something to eat, and everyone was back in action. With Chen Yu being made the captain of the defense, the Sixth Orders all led several squads in dealing with the insectoids, and the extermination went on rewardingly. But that came no closer to solving the problem. Fresh insectoids were always ready to refill the ranks that kept on filing towards the openings in the ward's shield. While all was still peaceful and orderly at the Crimson Blood sect outpost, the same could not be said elsewhere. Word began to spread that the Crimson Blood sect had ignored the insectoid infestation in their area and instead launched consecutive attacks on both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng outposts. That was what led the insectoids in both their areas to grow rampantly like an epidemic so strong that no outer ring area orders and sects have the power and wherewithal to deal with it anymore. The Thousand Demon Ridge expressed sympathy and condolences to both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng, and at the same time, issued threats and abusive language at the Crimson Blood sect legate and prolgate for what they had done. Scores of enemy factions thronged as one, complaining that how things were calm and harmonious before Lu Ye's appearance here at the Crimson Blood sect outpost had wrecked both peace and order, and how the infestation was beginning to threaten even the safety of other outposts in the area, including a few Grand Sky Coalition ones. Lu Yi should be arrested and punished harshly, if not executed, for his crimes, so they said. Within the Grand Sky Coalition was a rather different atmosphere. Most of them were exultant at Lu Ye's performance. Successful invasions between outer ring area forces were often hard to come by, never mind Lu Ye's victories in capturing 2 enemy outposts and the slaughter of all their acolytes, leaving just a meager few surviving. That would imply that the present generation of Spirit Creek cultivators from both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng had nearly become extinct. Chapter 230 Distribution of Spoils. Lu Ye's name was beginning to become the very epitome of fear. How the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng outposts fell no one actually knew. In fact, certain parties believed that this was malicious slander or baseless accusations made against Lu Yi. Yet the Thousand Demon Ridge had spies and agents everywhere, and whatever blame they were directing at Lu Yi turned out to be less baseless than what most expected. However, the rest of the Grand Sky Coalition had no intention to get entangled with the finer details, or rather ruthlessness, in the actions Lu Yi took to accomplish the proverbial end. All that mattered was his triumph. Lu Yi had succeeded in bringing 2 enemy outposts down on their heels in just a matter of days, and that was good enough for everyone in the coalition. Once again, another period of strife sparked between both sides as cultivators from the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge began flinging filth and mud at each other, volleying threats and curses bad enough for another all-out war to feel imminent. With time, people began to realize that the insectoid infestation that had gone awry did not originate from the Crimson Blood sect wormhole. It was instead the Redoubt of Wrath wormhole from whence the raging insectoid horde was pouring out. That easily tore to shreds all slander and accusations hurled against the Crimson Blood sect, although that did little to quell the unrest between both sides. Cultivators from the inner ring areas of the battlefield sprang into action with tremendous alacrity. The ones from the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng were the fastest to arrive. They were said to have begun their expeditious journey back home the moment they got wind about the invasion, and the first thing they did as soon as they came back was to assist the surviving acolytes with the rebuilding of their respective outposts. More cultivators from other sects and orders eventually showed up. Fortunately, they were not merely here to watch. They took an active part in helping to deal with the infestation, which had grown strong enough for these inner ring area cultivators to earn contribution points by killing them. But one could hardly expect zero friction when cultivators from both sides met. It did not take long for the extermination to mutate into a 3-way internecine battle royale where cultivators of the 8th and 9th orders, including a select few who were trained in heaven-grade cultivation disciplines, waged war against each other while not forgetting to cut down a few insectoids in the process. Whether it was the Grand Sky Coalition or the Thousand Demon Ridge that emerged as the victors of this little war, Lu Yi could hardly care less. What he did know was that the insectoid infestation was finally dealt with by the 3rd day of his return to the outpost. Someone must have managed to get inside the nest and remove the nuclei of life from the insectoid nest. The fourth day since the Crimson Blood Sect host returned to the outpost came. The golden phosphorescent dome that shrouded the Crimson Blood Sect outpost was operating in a dormant state. Lu Yi was sitting on the steps of the Sanctum of Providence, reading the books that Lady Yun had assigned him with utmost concentration. Before him in the square were mounds of spoils that everyone had looted during the invasions they conducted. Being busy with the insectoid infestation for the past few days, only today did he finally find the time to go through everything. Everyone had contributed in one way or another. That was why Lu Yi wanted everyone to surrender what they looted so that he could review everything and think of a proper and fair way to distribute the spoils. "It's all here now, Brother Lu Yi," He-Shin came to him and reported. Lu Yi muttered a wordless grunt. He lifted his head and peered at the mounds of items, although he quickly frowned with dismay. A lot of the spoils were items of little consequence and importance. Pots and pans, chairs and stools, and so forth. The corners of his eyes twitched with annoyance as he fought to keep his vexation in check. What the hell are these? Coiled up like a shrimp in an unnoticed corner just outside the Sanctum of Providence was a sullen and forlorn Feng Yu. The arms that hugged her shoulders tightened and squeezed more firmly, for she had recognized articles of furniture that looked awfully familiar. Articles of furniture that originated from her own chambers. What a bunch of brigands! And what is this? Since when are you lot a bunch of common thieves and robbers? Lu Yi bellowed, feeling the kick of a headache coming. What in heaven's name are we supposed to do with these unimportant knickknacks? Seriously, pots and pans? He began to have the strangest feeling that the finite size of the storage bags inside was what stopped his men from bringing back even the beds from the outposts they invaded. Qin Yu immediately explained, "Well, it's because we're terribly lacking in a lot of these items, sir." The men had noticed how these articles of furniture were made of such good materials and workmanship. The chairs and stools could be kept inside the Sanctum of Providence so that they could be used when we need to sit down and discuss things. That seemed to make sense. Very well then. Separate the more trivial items first. Whoever wants first dibs on them, be my guest. Scores of cultivators swarmed forward and surrounded the mounds of goods with the eagerness reminiscent of insectoids on the scent of spiritual power. Despite the seemingly disorganized clutter, everyone just took whatever they wanted. Qin Yu had some of the stools carried and placed inside the Sanctum of Providence. In just a matter of minutes, the relatively mundane items in the mounds were gone. He-Shin came to Lu Yi and handed him something that looked awfully like a ceramic pillow. Only this one was made of jade. "I've saved something for you, Brother Lu Yi." "All right." Lu Yi gave a curt reply. He spent most of his time in the training chambers, but Qin Yu had a tiny little cottage built for him in one of the nicest spots in the compound, and it was just beside Hua Xi's. Lu Yi had never been there before. Hence, he has not begun furnishing it yet. Unbeknownst to everyone dividing the spoils, Feng Yu was staring at the jade-hewn pillow. Deep inside she was screaming, "That's mine. That jade pillow. It's mine, you filthy scoundrels." Now that the mundane and trivial scraps had been separated and distributed, it was time to look on to the main event. Spirit artifacts, spirit pills, spirit stones, and various other kinds of supplies useful for any cultivators. It was a shame that the several hundred Redoubt of Wrath acolytes had perished inside the wormhole. The Crimson Blood Sect host was unable to recover any loot from them, so the entire trove of treasures there must have fallen into the hands of one of the cultivators who came from the outer ring areas. As for the loot here, most of it originated from Clan Feng. Almost every enemy acolyte slain accounted for at least one spirit artifact, allowing an abundance of spirit artifacts that numbered up to the hundreds. The rest were mostly storage bags which were still magically sealed. These two, in almost equal portions, easily made up the lion's share of the loot. Only a scarce few of the storage bags were in an open state when they were recovered, and the contents inside had already been emptied. That posed a big conundrum. In their sealed state, there was no telling what could be inside the storage bags. Even if Lu Yi were to distribute the storage bags to everyone, the contents inside, once opened, might not be able to fully satisfy everyone, and this could sow jealousy and discord among the rank and file. To that end, Lu Yi had everyone divided into 10 large groups. With 70 people in each group, they would be allowed to step forward one after another and make their selection of spoils they wished. Cultivators could either pick a storage bag or a spirit artifact, 2 talismans, or up to 20 spirit stones, with the same amount of spirit pills being an option as well. With everyone making their own decisions, it was up to their own luck and observation whether their picks would turn out to be rewarding or not. The groups took turns coming forward. A few of the cultivators chose to try their luck with the storage bags while some preferred the safer method of just going for spirit artifacts. Those who were short on spirit pills naturally went for their much-needed commodity while others opted for more spirit stones. With the rules in place, the distribution of spoils would be as fair and just as one could get, with everyone being able to procure whatever supplies that needed replenishing. The supplies dwindled quickly for 2 rounds until they noticed that there would not be enough for a third. The leftovers Lu Yi had temporarily taken away for safekeeping. They could be distributed again in the future if and when enough spoils have been amassed for another go. Before the start of our skirmishes, I pledged to reward the 10 best performers with spirit stones. The top 3 would get a non-opal-enhanced spirit artifact. Qinyu? Yes, sir. How goes the calculation of contribution points? It's done, sir. We have the names of the best 10 performers here. Let's hear it. In the first place, Qinyu announced very loudly, Qin Huayu. Qinyu rubbed his nose sheepishly as he called his own name, although he quickly moved on to the rest of the 9. The results were hardly anything of marvel to Lu Yi, although he had to admit being surprised to find Yi's name not only in the list but in second place just after Qinyu. Those whose names have been announced as the 10 best performers in this time's skirmishes can speak to Wuxia about your rewards. What about squad performance? It's here as well, sir. And the winner is Squad Hixin. Hixin was standing amongst the crowd with a silly grin on her face. Lu Yi gave her an approving nod with a few more encouraging words. Good work. But don't let that be enough. In the meantime, members of Squad Hixin can come to see me for that special reward. Anything that is within my power to give, I will give it. Now or any time in the future. All right? In addition to that, due to the rich returns from our skirmishes, this time Wuxia and I have agreed to distribute an additional 20 contribution points as a bonus. Consider this a gift from our sect. Everyone cracked into smiles and cheers. This insectoid attack had turned out to be an extremely rewarding experience, and the notion of an added bonus was a much welcome gesture. 20 contribution points apiece for more than 700 cultivators. That would make the whole figure almost 20,000 contribution points. Many began to realize that it was a blessing that they could join the Crimson Blood sect. Just one insectoid attack and everyone trotted into the sunset triumphantly with their pockets full. One could expect more fruitful days in the future. Finally, I hereby announce that we're going to induct another 200 fresh initiates. The list of names of those who qualify shall be selected from the best performers of this time's skirmishes. It will be announced shortly. In the meantime, queue up at the Sanctum of Providence to collect your contribution points from Wuxia. It was a long line that snaked all around the square outside the sanctum as every single cultivator took their turn going inside the sanctum to collect their points and stepped out looking absolutely pleased and delighted. It took hours before Wuxia was finally done dishing out the 20 contribution point reward. The rest of the contribution points were used to purchase additional enhancements for the Outpost's Divine Opportunity column, making the total number of amplifications of ambient spiritual chi now at 19. That made the ambient spiritual chi that now pervaded the entire compound of the outpost easily double that of outside. Purchasing more enhancements in the future would be harder, the next one being a whopping 10,000 contribution points. Then again, the total contribution points that the Crimson Blood sect had gained from the invasions on both enemy outposts, if one were to include the amounts distributed to everyone plus what was used to purchase the paraphernalia needed for the defensive ward, was somewhere between 80 to 90,000. Which was more than double what Lu Yi and Wuxia garnered during their exploits in the Battle Royal of the Legates. In other words, invading and raiding was the only viable way of increasing the ambient spiritual chi in the outpost quickly. But attacking enemy outposts was a more Herculean task than it appeared. The string of successes this time was owed to the insectoid horde that Lu Yi had manipulated to his favor. The strength of the Crimson Blood sect alone would have made the feat impossible. But what if Lu Yi were to propose another alliance with the Athenaeum of Finality? Maybe they could wipe Mount Kalachakra off the map this time? It would not be that easy though. With the entire Thousand Demon Ridge now on full alert, a full-scale invasion on Mount Kalachakra would trigger a reprisal heavy enough to force both the Athenaeum of Finality and the Crimson Blood sect to call off the invasion. Chapter 231, Why is no one coming to ransom you? Since kidnapping Feng Yu and bringing her back to the outpost, Lu Yi had not bothered with her or even ordered someone to keep an eye on her. He would have broken her legs if she tried to make an escape or something, but she hadn't tried to do that. In fact, she hadn't done anything at all. She just spent all day and night sitting at random places and staring into thin air with a sorrowful expression on her face. At the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi was sitting on a big chair his people had taken from one of the 1,000 Demon Ridge sections. He didn't know which, and it didn't matter. What mattered was that it belonged to the Crimson Blood sect now. Feng Yu was standing in front of him with her hands folded across her stomach. She was the perfect picture of an obedient prisoner right now. As expected of a medicine cultivator, the puncture wound on her palm was almost completely recovered. It had only been a couple of days, but he couldn't even see a scar anymore. Why is no one coming to ransom you? Lu Yi had been waiting for Clan Feng to ransom Feng Yu back. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, medicine cultivators who had been captured by the enemy could be ransomed for a price, not to mention that Feng Yu was also the legate of Clan Feng outpost. He was certain that she was worth a ton of spirit stones and spirit pills and had been waiting to enter negotiations with Clan Feng since a few days ago. To his surprise though, the other party hadn't contacted him at all. He was growing impatient, to put it mildly. Feng Yu looked down at her feet while replying in a voice that was almost too soft to hear, "They probably think I'm dead." Bullshit. He could see that the woman was trying to trick him. A personnel on the same level as the Keeper of Seal or the sect master had the ability to check the status of their disciples. He was in possession of the imprint of the Crimson Blood sect. So long as he was still alive, the imprint would never disappear. It was how his sect master and senior sister knew he was still alive despite not knowing where he was on the Spirit Creek battlefield. Not only that, Feng Yu must have exchanged imprints with her fellow cultivators for communication purposes before. In this case, they did not even need to send her a message to know that she was still alive. If she had died, the imprint would have disappeared on its own. Lu Yi wasn't the ignorant mining slave he was before. There was no chance he was going to fall for such a cheap trick. Who's the person in charge of your outpost? Although most of their Spirit Creek realm cultivators were dead, Clan Feng must have dispatched some of their inner circle or core circle cultivators to the outpost afterward. He would need to speak with the person currently in control of the outpost if he wanted to get the ransom. Feng Yu pursed her lips and did not answer. Lu Yi grabbed the hilt of the inviolable and pulled it out of its sheath. He made sure to take his time so that she could hear the scratchy noises clearly. "It's my third brother, Feng Xiangyang." Feng Yu caved immediately. The young man before her was the kind of crazy who would stab her without batting an eyelid if she displeased him. Her palm might have healed, but the painful memory had remained as clear as yesterday. "Contact him and tell him that it costs 100,000 spirit stones to ransom you." Their number of Spirit Creek realm cultivators had been growing, so the total salary they had to pay per month had increased to several thousand spirit stones. He couldn't rely on Shui Yuan to pay it forever, especially since she was hardly wealthy. The Crimson Blood sect had declined to the point where it nearly ceased to be after all. Before this, the Crimson Blood sect had no resource production to speak of. Now the situation was much better because both of their neighbors, the Redoubt of Wrath and Feng clan, had been crippled. From now on, everything within 50 kilometers of the sect, including the ley lines and other resources, belonged to the Crimson Blood sect. Not only that, the disciples had built many farms within the outpost recently. Wuxia also planted a ton of herbs and spirit plants to improve their income. It would take a long time before their income grew to the point where it was self-sustainable though. In the meantime, the ransom from Clan Feng would greatly alleviate their financial pressure. "What? There's no way Clan Feng is going to pay that much," Feng Yu exclaimed in shock as she stared at Lu Yi. It took a real heartless person to demand 100,000 spirit stones for a single medicine cultivator, but then again, a good person couldn't have come up with the devious ploy to conquer 2 outposts in a row with an insectoid invasion. "Contact your brother now or else." And so Feng Yu succumbed to Lu Ye's gentle persuasion and contacted Feng Xiangyang. In fact, Feng Xiangyang had contacted Feng Yu a few days ago and found out about her current situation. He even told her to pass on the message that he was willing to pay a certain amount of spirit stones for her ransom. She just hadn't told Lu Yi about this for reasons. As for why Feng Xiangyang hadn't come to the outpost to give his message in person, it was because he didn't dare to. Every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator within 500 kilometers knew that the area within 5 kilometers of the outpost was a death zone. Literally. Once, a heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator had flown through the area using a flying weapon. Then, a shadow descended from the sky and the guy was gone just like that. Therefore Lu Yi had really misunderstood Clan Feng. It wasn't that they didn't want to ransom Feng Yu, it was just that the girl had chosen not to pass on the message for unknown reasons. What if they didn't respond? Feng Yu sneaked a look at Lu Yi. The young man unsheathed the inviolable and placed it next to his feet. He hadn't spoken, but his answer was as clear as day. Feng Yu hurriedly sent the message. A while later, she said in a quiet voice, "They've responded." What's their answer? Lu Yi asked a little distractedly. It was because he was creating yin and yang elements and joining them into a glyph right now. They say that their highest offer is 3,000 spirit stones. The glyph suddenly crumbled at the last step. Lu Yi lifted his head and just stared at Feng Yu. "I'm sorry, but did you say 3,000? You're useless then." Lu Yi was ready to haggle with Clan Feng, but to offer 3,000 in response to his demand of 100,000 spirit stones? An idiot could have figured out that they weren't going to play ball. It would be a complete waste of breath to try any longer. "Kong Yo." Lu Yi called out to the young man standing in front of the Divine Opportunity column. He looked back at him and responded, "Emmett. Take this woman away and execute her." "Oh." The brawny man stopped whatever he was doing and strode straight toward Feng Yu. The girl could only watch in horror as a massive hand the size of a paper fan grabbed her by the hair, turned around and started dragging her toward the exit. Kong Yo was a taciturn man. In the past he only obeyed to Wuxia. Now he listened to Lu Ye's orders as well. To say that Feng Yu was flabbergasted would be an understatement. It wasn't until she was dragged about 1/3 of the way to the exit before she finally snapped out of it and screamed, "The reason Clan Feng is ransoming me is to pin the blame of losing the outpost on me. That's why they'll never pay you the amount of spirit stones you asked." Miraculously, the medicine cultivator somehow broke free from Kong Yo's grip and ran back to Lu Yi. Then she dropped to her knees and explained in a tearful voice, "There are multiple dissenting factions within Clan Feng, and the one I belong to was the strongest of them all. That was until I lost the outpost and greatly undermined their authority. I may be a medicine cultivator, but the crime of losing an outpost is so great that the only punishment is death. Since they're going to kill me anyway, why would they spend 100,000 spirit stones to ransom me? They just want a scapegoat to bear all the responsibility." Not far away, Kong Yo stared at the bundle of hair in his hand before turning around. Then he started walking toward Feng Yu once more. Lu Yi raised his hand and Kong Yo stopped just a step or two behind Feng Yu. His shadow covered her entire body. Lu Yi looked down at the sorry-looking woman in front of him. "So, you're saying that Clan Feng won't pay the sum I want? Not even if I lower it a little?" "It is impossible." This reminded Lu Yi of Dong Shai. The guy had run away from his sect because he had lost an outpost, a crime that was only punishable by death for a 7th Order cultivator. It was the same for Feng Yu even though she was a medicine cultivator, and the faction she belonged to was in power. To be fair, she had lost her outpost and countless Feng clan disciples were killed or injured as a result. If they did not punish such an offense, then how could they appease the friends and families of the deceased? How could they placate the masses? Then what's the point of keeping you alive? Lu Yi was feeling annoyed to put it mildly. At the beginning he kidnapped Feng Yu because she was a legate, and he believed that all legates were important people in a sect or a clan. While he wasn't wrong, he hadn't given it enough thought. Legates existed not just to manage the outpost, but also to function as a scapegoat if it fell for whatever reason. Clan Feng would like to ransom her, but only so they could execute her and appease the masses. Naturally, they wouldn't pay a high sum to ransom someone they were going to kill. Their spirit stones did not grow on trees after all. "I'm a medicine cultivator. I can join the Crimson Blood sect," Feng Yu said in a hurry. Judging from her appearance, this was what she wanted this whole time. Lu Yi only scoffed when he heard this though. "You must be dreaming." Feng Yu dared to join the Crimson Blood sect because it was her only chance to live, but Lu Yi didn't dare to accept her. The reason? He had conquered her outpost and murdered hundreds of her fellow cultivators just days ago. What if she plotted behind his back after she managed to survive? Was he supposed to watch his back forever? Plus, changing affiliation costs a lot of contribution points. To be exact, it cost a lot of contribution points to remove one's existing imprint. Wait a second. Feng Yu is the legate of Clan Feng, so she has the authority to remove any disciple's imprint including her own. The question regarding her loyalty wasn't difficult to solve either. All he needed to do was to make her swear a heavenly oath. By now, Lu Yi had interacted with Feng Yu enough to figure out her true nature. In times of crisis where her life was on the line, her backbone was as soft as a twig. This was evident from her dropping to her knees and surrendering right before he was about to behead her. Sure, she was a woman, but she was also a seventh-order cultivator. It took a kind of courage to make that kind of decision in the time frame she had. On the other hand, there were times she was incredibly stubborn. When Lu Yi had tried to push her into sending false intel and tricking them into coming out of the insectoid cave, she was immovable even when he threatened to kill her. In summary, she was a selfish person, but not so selfish that she was loyal only to herself. Lu Yi slowly bent down and grabbed Feng Yu's chin. How many contribution points do you have? 4,000 plus. The girl knew that this was the point where she lived or died. Naturally, she didn't want to damage her chances any further by concealing information. Lu Yi released her and walked up to the Divine Opportunity column. Moments later, he returned with a sacred pact and tossed it into her hands. Sign it. Still kneeling on the floor, Feng Yu took one glance at the document and was shocked to find that it was covered in an insane amount of clauses. First, she was forbidden from hurting any Crimson Blood Sect cultivators in any way. Second, she was forbidden from communicating any information related to the Crimson Blood Sect with anyone. Third, she wasn't allowed to hold resentment toward Lu Yi or the people close to him. In total, at least 20 clauses had been written in the sacred pact. The more Feng Yu read, the colder she felt. She had no idea how Lu Yi was able to come up with all these clauses in barely a few minutes. The long story short was that her potential for harm against the Crimson Blood Sect if she were to sign this pact was exactly zero. This is an indenture contract, isn't it? Feng Yu stared at Lu Yi with watery eyes. This wasn't quite what she expected when Lu Yi had tossed her the sacred pact. Are you signing or what? Chapter 232 Free. A while later, Lu Yi put away the sacred pact, and an invisible yet almighty power descended on Feng Yu. Wipe your battlefield imprint, Lu Yi instructed. The order snapped Feng Yu out of her depression. Yes. A moment later, the red light on the back of Feng Yu's hand disappeared and scattered into nothing. It was the sign that the battlefield imprint had been removed. Lu Yi then produced his legate's engraved block, blew air at it, and beckoned Feng Yu to come closer. Then he declared, "The heavens as my witness, I am recruiting independent cultivator Feng Yu as an initiate of the Crimson Blood Sect." He stamped the block on the back of Feng Yu's hand, causing a burst of blue light and Feng Yu to look at him with gratitude. Although she had lost her position, it was still better than losing her life. Now go donate 4,000 contribution points. What? Alright, Feng Yu blurted before jogging up to the Divine Opportunity column, heart aching about the loss she was about to incur in a few seconds. Normally, it was impossible for a seventh-order cultivator to gather this many contribution points, but she was the legate of Clan Feng. Naturally, she had every opportunity to steal some sect contribution points for herself. The method she used was the same as Lu Yi when he had paid Wuxia and himself 10% of the total sect contribution points in the Divine Opportunity column after returning from the Chess Sea, but unlike them she did not deserve her 4,000 sect contribution points. This was the main reason Lu Yi ultimately decided to accept her as an initiate of the Crimson Blood Sect. It was the price of Feng Yu's life. He might not be able to obtain a satisfactory amount of ransom from Clan Feng, but 4,000 contribution points was not a bad consolation prize. Why else would he have gone through with the trouble of kidnapping her? Some sicko might kidnap a woman purely for the sake of eye candy, but if he really wanted eye candy, all he needed to do was to look at Wuxia. After Feng Yu was done donating her contribution points, she returned to Lu Yi and reported in a sweet voice, "It is done, senior brother." Lu Yi shot her a look before declaring, "Feng Yu, initiate of the Crimson Blood Sect, has committed the offense of disrespecting her sect. The heavens as my witness, I, the legate of the Crimson Blood Sect, will now strip her of her position." For a moment, Feng Yu could only stare at Lu Yi in shock. Then, she felt the battlefield imprint that appeared on the back of her hand less than a minute ago vanishing into a smattering of light. She could hardly believe it, but Lu Yi had screwed her over right in front of her. What offense did she even commit? Did he have something against being called a senior brother? Did she not inject enough warmth to her voice or something? It was only then she realized that the reason he made her an initiate was because it was the easiest way for him to take her contribution points. Once he had squeezed her for all she was worth, he had removed her without any hesitation whatsoever. And now, feeling a little faint, she stumbled backward and said in a sobbing voice, "Are you going to kill me now?" Lu Yi replied without any shame whatsoever, "Of course not. Regardless of past offenses, you did donate 4,000 contribution points to the sect. Not to mention that I generally avoid killing women unless it's necessary. Yeah, my earlier threats were just an act. Anyway, you're free to stay or leave as you wish. It's none of my business any longer. Goodbye." Having said that, he walked to the Divine Opportunity column and teleported back to the headquarters without even looking back. A few seconds later, the shell-shocked woman burst into tears. "I've lost everything." From the beginning, Lu Yi had no plans to accept Feng Yu into the sect, not even as an associate. It was because she was the former legate of Clan Feng. He could kidnap her or kill her, but he could never accept her as a member of the sect. Also, it was one of the unwritten rules Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge had obeyed since time immemorial. To break the rule was to encourage all captured medicine cultivators to join the enemy to preserve their lives, and neither faction was willing to start such a precedent. Since the Sacred Pact ensured that Feng Yu could not threaten the Crimson Blood sect in any way, there was no need to keep an eye on her. She left, then that was it. If she stayed, and Thousand Demon Ridge were to discover her whereabouts, they could explain it off as the Crimson Blood sect and Clan Feng were still negotiating the sum of her ransom. It wouldn't even be a lie. The Crimson Blood sect was more than willing to see Feng Yu off. Clan Feng was the insincere party who wasn't willing to cough up a reasonable sum for her. Lu Yi was fairly certain that Feng Yu would stay. After all, Clan Feng was looking for her. To leave the outpost was the same as committing suicide. And if she did stay, it meant that the Crimson Blood sect had picked up a bondless medicine cultivator free of charge. Now wasn't that something? The insectoid invasion had just passed, so the Spirit Creek battlefield should be peaceful for the foreseeable future. There was also the fact that their Thousand Demon Ridge neighbors, the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng, had lost the ability to do anything against the Crimson Blood sect. Now was the time to take over the ley lines nearby. He didn't need to worry about this though. Wuxia would take care of it. In the meantime, Lu Yi planned to visit Lady Yun and study the way of glyphs some more. If he could learn how to break wards, then all the better. Having tasted the sweetness of conquering an outpost, Lu Yi wanted nothing more than to repeat the feat again and again. While killing an enemy cultivator would earn him contribution points all the same, it wasn't even close to what conquering an outpost would pay. That was why he needed to learn how to break wards. If he could breach a grand defensive ward, then there was no outpost in the world that was safe from him. After he returned to the headquarters, he immediately summoned Amber to his side and made a beeline for the Summit of Clarity. He had completed Lady Yun's exercises as per her requirements. While he still couldn't successfully construct the two useless numbered glyphs 100% of the time, it was more of a matter of experience than skill. Given enough time, he would eventually reach a level of proficiency where his success rate was 100%. After he told Lady Yun the reason for his visit, the woman burst into a chuckle before clarifying, "You want to know how to breach a grand defensive ward?" "Yes, madam." Lady Yun thought that he was extremely talented in the way of glyphs, but the truth was a little more complicated than that. It was thanks to the Tree of Glyphs he was able to do what he did. Each time a glyph appeared on the Tree of Glyphs, he would know everything about it as if he had invented it from scratch. More often than not, the knowledge he learned from that particular glyph carried over to other glyphs as well. But of course, the ability to creatively apply that knowledge to other glyphs was all his. 6 hours passed, but Lu Yi only managed to disassemble less than 20% of the glyph. At this rate, it would take him several days and a bit of luck to disassemble the glyph completely. In reality, that was not how things went. 2 hours passed and Lu Ye's speed suddenly improved drastically. He was able to disassemble 80% of the glyph before failing. It was because he had finally found some of the keys to disassemble a glyph from his failures. Another 2 hours passed and he finally succeeded in disassembling the glyph. Lady Yun nodded approvingly. "Not bad. You definitely learned something from the books I gave you. It's already late though, so we'll resume your lesson tomorrow. Yes, madam. Lu Yi got up and received another few books from Lady Yun. It was only then he returned to the summit of fortitude on Amber. A while later, he was seen hugging a huge bowl at the entrance to the kitchen and stuffing food into his mouth distractedly. He was so busy thinking about glyphs that he never even noticed that Shui Yuan was adding food to his bowl the whole time. An hour later, Lu Yi teleported back to the outpost with a bulging belly. Maybe it was his imagination, but he felt like he ate more food than usual today. The days flew by in the blink of an eye. During the day, Lu Yi would travel to the summit of clarity and study the way of glyphs from Lady Yun. When it was night time, he would return to the outpost to cultivate and read at the same time. The days were very fulfilling. He hadn't entered the Rift of Illusions again though. In fact, he wasn't going to try until he was certain he could overcome the 9th stage. He might have over 5,000 contribution points right now, but that was no reason to spend them frivolously. Chapter 233 I'm a Locksmith. When he came back from the chess sea, he had a total of 5,352 contribution points. Later he spent a good amount on 10 Flame of Earthen Spirits and the Rift of Illusions, but dealing with the insectoid invasion made up for most of the usage. More accurately, Wuxia had taken the initiative to pay him a monthly salary and bump up his total contribution points to 5,000. That was why he wasn't worried about running out for the time being. In order to speed up his learning process, Lu Yi decided to purchase another 10 Flame of Earthen Spirits for the Tree of Glyphs to consume and obtain a couple more glyphs. It was because he realized that the more glyphs he mastered, the greater his attainment in the way of glyphs, and the easier he learned about everything related to glyphs. And it worked. His progress was already pretty fast to begin with, but these days Lady Yun could not praise him enough. On the first day, it had taken him all daylight to just barely disassemble a glyph. But on the second day, it had only taken him 4 or so hours to repeat the feat. On the third day, it only took him 1 hour to disassemble a glyph, and on the 5th and 6th day, he could disassemble any glyph in just a short time. A single glyph, no matter how complicated, could no longer pose a problem to Lu Yi. So, Lady Yun tasked him to disassemble a composite glyph. A composite glyph was multiple types of glyphs joined together using a special method so that they could influence one another and unleash greater effect as a result. A composite glyph had a much more common name. To the public it was known as an enchantment. In the past, Lu Yi had attempted to study enchantments to no avail. While he noticed that the enchantments were made of glyphs, he had not received any systematic instruction regarding the way of glyphs at the time. Without any education, self-exploration and the Tree of Glyphs could only carry him so far. Today, his attainment in the way of glyphs was much greater than before. It was all thanks to Lady Yun's teachings. The number of enhancements on a spirit artifact was equal to the number of glyphs on its body. Take Lu Ye's Inviolable for example. It was known as a non-opal enhancement spirit artifact because it had 9 glyphs engraved into its body, and they were linked using some sort of ingenious method to form a functional whole. Lu Yi began his new exercise by disassembling a double enhancement, A.K. a 2 composite glyphs that were linked together. It took only a short time before Lady Yun had to up the difficulty to triple enhancements, quadruple enhancements, quintuple enhancements and so on. To Lu Yi it felt like he was playing a game with Lady Yun. Lady Yun would make a puzzle, and he would solve it. A layman might find the task incredibly boring, but he thought it was most interesting. It was because no 2 disassembling processes were ever the same. Moreover, the longer he learned under Lady Yun, the more useful knowledge and techniques he was able to draw from the experience. Meanwhile, Wuxia was heading toward the training chambers after receiving a lesson from Shui Yuan. Just like Lu Yi, she didn't care about leading a sophisticated life and often spent her nights in her training chamber. Of course, life in the outpost was a lot more comfortable than it was at Mount Ying. She did not need to set up a stall to sell her products every day. She had plenty of junior brothers and junior sisters to dote on, and a senior sister who doted on her in turn. Her medicinal skills were improving by leaps and bounds under Shui Yuan's guidance, and the world spiritual qi of the outpost was much richer than Mount Ying's. She was slowly but surely falling in love with this place. While wearing a smile so kind that it warmed the hearts of everyone who saw her, she greeted her junior brothers and sisters until she reached the entrance of her training chamber. She pushed the door open and was about to walk in when suddenly, she took a few steps backward and looked to her left and right. No, it did not look like she had suffered a memory loss. Yes, there was someone in her training chamber. But what was he doing here? She stared at him for a few seconds before she finally realized what he was doing. She broke into a smile. Was he finally going to put his hands on their hoard? When they came back from the chess sea, she had wanted to send them to the nearest Divine Trade Association center and process them. However, Shui Yuan had stopped her, saying that Lu Yi might have a need for them in the future. It would appear that her prediction was spot on. Hua Xi stepped into the training chamber and closed the door. Then she walked up to Lu Yi and saw him sitting at a corner with two piles of storage bags in front of him. The left pile was considerably more numerous than the right. Hua Xi picked up one of the dozen of storage bags on the right pile and probed it. She immediately discovered that the storage bag had been unlocked, and its contents could be taken out as she pleased. Half a month had passed since he began learning how to disassemble glyphs from Lady Yun, and Lu Yi was still a long way from being able to breach a grand defensive ward. On the other hand, the restraining locks on storage bags no longer posed a big problem to him. In fact, most storage bags were sewn from the skin of a special spirit beast. It possessed the unique quality of expanding space upon making contact with spiritual power. That was why it was such a popular choice for making storage bags. Add to the fact that raising the spirit beast was fairly easy, there were countless sects across Jianghu who sold its skin as a source of revenue. There were even sects that specialized in this trade. This was the reason storage bags weren't particularly pricey. The cost was pretty low. Each storage bag had a certain amount of glyphs carved into it, and depending on the glyph weaver's preferences, the glyphs could differ wildly from one another. However, there was one thing they all had in common, and it was the enhancement known as the restraining lock. Created using a special method, the restraining lock was an enhancement that caused a storage bag to burst into flame and be destroyed if it were to make contact with unfamiliar spiritual power. All storage bags contained a restraining lock, and the key to unlocking it was a cultivator's spiritual power. It should be obvious, but the enhancement was the mother of the job known as locksmith. In the past, Lu Yi had requested the locksmiths of the Divine Trade Association to unlock storage bags for him. Sometimes he got what he asked for and sometimes he didn't. Unlocking storage bags was risky business for the customers, so it should be treated with the same seriousness as an investment. Lu Yi had reached the point where he was, frankly, a bit overqualified to be a locksmith. According to Lady Yun, those who were truly talented in the way of glyphs would never debase themselves by becoming a locksmith. That was why locksmiths were really just half-baked glyph weavers who weren't good enough to become true masters. That said, locksmithing was the perfect exercise for Lu Yi to hone his skills and accumulate experience right now. While he was improving insanely fast under the tutelage of a master like Lady Yun, there was no harm in experiencing another glyph weaver's skill and technique. That was why Lady Yun had told him to practice his locksmithing. In her words, there were 3 things all glyph weavers must possess if they wished to go far in the way of glyphs. The first was talent, the second was skill, and the third was practice and experience. All of them were indispensable. While Hua Xi was inspecting the unlocked pile of storage bags, Lu Yi suddenly threw the one he was holding into the air. It burst into flames before it even hit the ground and burned to ashes just a few seconds later. Hua Xi shot him a glance. "Am I disturbing you?" "No." Lu Yi expressionlessly picked up another storage bag and continued his work. While his success rate was very high, it was hardly 100%. There would be times his attempt ended in failure, especially since he had just started the exercise a while ago. So far, it looked like none of the legates and prolegates who had participated in the battle royale of the legates were particularly poor. Their storage bags always carried at least some spirit stones, spirit pills, or spirit talisman papers. Unfortunately, he hadn't discovered anything that even came close to blowing his mind away. Then again, he didn't know what he expected. Everyone knew that the battle royale of the legates was a high-risk, high-reward competition. To carry valuables on their person was to risk being killed and giving them up to the enemy. That was why most of these storage bags contained items that were practical in application and not too valuable. The good news was that this was exactly what Hua Xi needed right now, not to mention that quantity was a quality of its own. With this many storage bags, even trash could accumulate to a point where they were worth something. The night that followed was as deep as it was peaceful. Lu Yi kept chipping away at the storage bags while Hua Xi sat at the center of a circle of boon and cultivated. It wasn't until morning that Lu Yi finally unlocked all of the storage bags. A dozen or so were lost in the process, but all things considered it wasn't a high failure rate. If anything, it was impressive how well he did, taking into account that this was his first go at locksmithing. I still got room to improve though. Lu Yi rose to his feet and stretched a little. While walking past Wuxia, he gave her a head rub and said, I'm going to the Summit of Clarity. Message me if anything happens. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a crisp voice, Senior sister. There was a girl at the exit, and from the looks of it she had been waiting for a while. Their eyes met, and Sheen exclaimed in astonishment, Brother Lu? Her gaze drifted behind Lu Yi and landed on Wuxia. The gentlewoman was currently tidying her hair. Her smile slowly turned stiff. You're blocking the way. Lu Yi grabbed her head with one hand and moved her to the side like she was a doll. Then he walked straight to the Sanctum of Providence. On that day, countless people saw Sheen roaming the outpost like a zombie while muttering strange words such as, I've lost my chance, he got ahead of me, and so on. Lu Yi's schedule hadn't changed too much. During the day he still went to Lady Yun's place to study the way of glyphs. When he returned to the outpost at night though, he went to the bazaar instead of his training chamber. The bazaar was the meeting place of the independent cultivators with Qinyu as their manager. This hadn't changed even after they became the initiates or associates of the Crimson Blood sect. If anything, it was a lot livelier than it used to thanks to an influx of new independent cultivators and even associates from nearby Grand Sky Coalition factions. The bazaar's popularity represented endless opportunities, so many disciples and independent cultivators frequented it to make a living, so to speak. Of course, Lu Yi saw no reason to stop this. For starters, their sect only had one firm rule, and that was not to do anything detrimental against the Crimson Blood sect. Add the fact that the two nearby Thousand Demon Ridge factions had been crippled, and their range of activity was greater than before. Naturally, that also meant greater income. After arriving at the bazaar, Lu Yi sought out a quiet corner and produced a signboard he had prepared a while ago. Then he placed it on the ground, sat down on a chair and started reading a book in a laid-back manner. Brother Lu. A disciple who happened to be passing through the area caught sight of him and greeted in a hurry. He quickly noticed the signboard next to Lu Yi and read out loud, Free Locksmithing. Brother Lu really can open restraining locks. The enthusiasm that was extinguished at the beginning had been relit with this success. This time, a female cultivator stepped forward and passed Lu Yi her storage bag. If you will, Brother Lu. Lu Yi unlocked it just as quickly and tossed it back into her hands. After checking the storage bag and confirming that it was truly unlocked, the woman praised him from the bottom of her heart. This is incredible, Brother Lu. Thank you. She then ran off with obvious joy on her face. Now that Lu Yi had succeeded twice in a row, the amount of people willing to give it a go increased visibly. When his winning streak grew to a dozen, everyone was sure that Lu Yi was the real thing. At the very least, they now believed that his first failure was just bad luck and not because his technique was lousy. The news that Lu Yi was opening restraining locks for free quickly spread after that. It wasn't long before an incredible amount of cultivators gathered around Lu Yi and even lined up in queues of their own accord. Lu Yi didn't always succeed, but his success rate was much higher than it was yesterday. Those unfortunate enough to lose their storage bags lamented their bad luck, but that was it. Lu Yi worked through the night and did not stop until the sky was fully bright. Finally, he waved his hands and declared, That's all. We'll resume tonight. For the next few days, Lu Yi would unlock storage bags for his fellow sect members at the bazaar. He didn't stop until everyone's loot had been dealt with. Thanks to the practical experience he gained from opening restraining locks and the theoretical knowledge he learned from Lady Yun, his attainment in the way of glyphs continued to increase by leaps and bounds. The greater his attainment, the easier it was for him to absorb the knowledge in the books, and the greater his attainment became thanks to said knowledge. It was a virtuous circle. Speaking of which, Lady Yun's games kept increasing in difficulty as well. Since pure enhancements could no longer pose a challenge to him, she started creating wards for him to breach exactly what he wanted to learn. His ultimate objective was to learn how to breach a grand defensive ward. Once he could do this, he would be able to attack any 100 Demon Ridge outpost and accrue as many contribution points as he wished. The daily life, cultivation and even battles of a cultivator were intricately tied to glyphs. It was why few cultivators were unfamiliar with glyphs. Some were even proficient enough with glyphs to construct them. That said, they were still worlds apart from true glyph weavers. Take ward cultivators for example. Technically speaking, ward cultivators could be viewed as a sub-branch of glyph weavers. It was because ward making was intricately tied to glyphs. The young girl did the same thing. Suddenly Shui Yuan said, "The old man's about to get a beating." "What?" That was all Yi managed to say before the seemingly prim and proper Lady Yun punched the sect master in the face so hard that it threw his head backward. She could even see a shockwave spreading out from the point of impact. Yi shivered like a leaf. That punch had looked powerful enough to shatter a mountain. Yi had no idea why Lady Yun had punched the sect master, but she was surprised that the old man wasn't angry in the slightest. He wiped his nosebleed as if he hadn't just been punched in the face and sighed. Yi is a Crimson Blood sect disciple now. He can't just accept an outsider as his teacher willy-nilly. Willy-nilly? Lady Yun's voice rose an octave higher. Outsider? You're calling me an outsider? That's not what I meant. I see now. I'm nothing more but an outsider to you, huh? The more Lady Yun spoke, the angrier she became. Spiritual power started boiling around her. In that case, this outsider would like to learn a thing or two from the sect master of the Crimson Blood sect. Boom boom boom. More shockwaves impacted the room and shook some furniture. Yi could only watch as the sect master was physically beaten into the sky and out of sight. When she ran out of the room to watch, she saw the two figures chasing one another as if they were playing hide and seek. From time to time, the duo would generate an impact powerful enough to rock the ground, but it was always Lady Yun hitting the sect master in some part of his body. Sometimes he defended, but not once did he try to retaliate against Lady Yun. Shui Yuan let out an audible sigh and Yi asked worriedly, "She wouldn't beat the sect master to death, would she?" "Don't worry, the old man's tougher than he looks. Also, this happens at least a couple of times per year, so you'll get used to it eventually." Yi looked confused. To her knowledge, the sect master was just a spell cultivator. Could he really survive such a brutal beating? Also, what did she mean by, "This happens at least a couple of times per year"? Suddenly, she thought that the sect master was really lucky to have lived to this day. Chapter 235 Thoughts. In the Rift of Illusions, two flying weapons surrounded Lu Yi as he cut down a seventh-order insectoid with the inviolable. During his days studying the way of glyphs under Lady Yun, he had obtained another spirit artifact that was suitable for telekinesis from Wuxia. This meant he now had two telekinetically controlled spirit artifacts. Both items shared similar power and appearance as well. While his talent in controlling weapons wasn't as monstrous as Li Baxian's was, it definitely wasn't weak by any means. It was because he was a glyph weaver. His control over his own spiritual power far exceeded other cultivators of the same cultivation level. Moreover, the tree of glyphs guaranteed that his spiritual power was as pure as it could be. If he wanted to, he could control 3 or even 4 flying weapons at once. However, controlling weapons remotely used up a lot of mental power. It was why most Spirit Creek Realm cultivators could only control 1 flying weapon at a time. It wasn't because they didn't have the mental strength to control 2 at a time, but because doing so would greatly diminish the power and flexibility of both flying weapons, so much so that they were better off just using a single flying weapon. As for Lu Yi, he was comfortable with 2 flying weapons right now. Any more than that and he would be taxing himself somewhat. The 2 spirit artifacts did wonders at keeping the 7th order insectoids at bay. Even when they managed to break through their circle of protection and get close to Lu Yi, all they achieved was to kill themselves on the inviolable. A moment later, the flying weapons returned to Lu Ye's side, and he was surrounded by 9 dead insectoids. This meant that he had conquered the 9th stage. The carcasses disappeared without warning, and the fog in front of him churned as if something was about to burst forth. Here it comes. Lu Yi stared at the anomaly expectantly. When he was still a 6th order cultivator, he had once overcome the 9th stage and fought a cultivator on the 10th. Not long after he became a 7th order cultivator and re-entered the Rift of Illusions, he discovered that he had to start all over again from the insectoids. While killing insectoids gained him combat experience all the same, it was nothing compared to battling against an actual cultivator. It was why Lu Yi had been so adamant at overcoming the first 9 stages at the beginning. He wanted to know if the 10th stage would feature more insectoids or something else. After he discovered the truth, he did not return to the Rift of Illusions because he believed that he hadn't improved enough to make a difference. But now, he could control 2 flying weapons in combat. As expected, he had a much easier time clearing the first 9 stages. A second later, a person wielding a spear that was shrouded in spiritual light charged out of the fog. He thrust the weapon straight at Lu Ye's face. Lu Yi was overjoyed to see this. Just as he suspected, his opponents from the 10th stage onward were humans. He wasn't fighting actual humans, of course. It was a miraculous construct of the Rift of Illusions. His opponent was shrouded from head to toe in fog, making it impossible to tell their appearance or even their gender. An incense stick later, Lu Yi abruptly opened his eyes to his private training chamber. His complexion was a little pale and his head hurt like a bitch as usual. This was the one and only flaw of the Rift of Illusions. Every time he died and awakened in the real world, he felt like someone had stabbed his brain with a needle. He was able to kill several cultivators in the Rift of Illusions before dying, and he realized that the way they appeared was a little different from the insectoids. The insectoids had gradually increased in numbers until they reached the threshold, and their cultivation level was exactly the same as his. On the other hand, he never fought more than 1 cultivator at a time, but their cultivation level increased by a level each time he cleared a stage. Moreover, these cultivators fought like real cultivators even though they were covered from head to toe in fog. They also knew how to control flying weapons and execute various skills and techniques. At the beginning, his opponent was a 7th order cultivator. Then it became an 8th order cultivator. When a 9th order cultivator showed up, well, to reiterate, there were no breaks between the stages. Every time an enemy died, the next one would immediately rush out of the fog. He didn't even have the time to catch his breath, much less recuperate his strength. Naturally, he was unable to hold out even after he went all out. The 9th order cultivator in particular had sliced him to pieces with their sword. Lu Yi wasn't depressed in the slightest. In fact, he thought the experience was worth every contribution point he spent. Death inside the Rift of Illusions was as real as it could be. Not only that, it allowed him to experience the fighting styles of various factions without the associated risks. In the future, he would be so much more prepared against the same type of opponents. He took a moment to inspect his battlefield imprint. Name, Lu Yi. Identity, Crimson Blood Sect Disciple. Cultivation, 135 spiritual points. Location, Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution points, 2,950. A cultivator was 7th order when they had unlocked 108 spiritual points, and 8th order when they had unlocked 144 spiritual points. Almost a month had passed since the insectoid attack. Lu Yi only cultivated during nighttime since his daytime was reserved for his studies with Lady Yun, but the outpost's world spiritual chi was so rich that his cultivation level was still increasing gradually, not to mention that he had an abundance of spirit stones and spirit pills. Even if he, for whatever reason, didn't have any, he could simply grab more from Wuxia. Right now, the 2 things the medicine cultivator did not lack were spirit stones and spirit pills. It was all thanks to the cultivators on the chess sea. While they didn't carry much valuables in their storage bags, they sure carried a lot of spirit stones and spirit pills in preparation for the battle royale of the legates. Combined with gathering spirits and gluttonous feast, Lu Ye's spiritual points increased to 135 despite him delaying his cultivation speed on purpose. He was slowly but surely getting close to the 8th order of Spirit Creek realm. It also meant that the time to leave the outpost was near. The Spirit Creek battlefield had few written rules but many unwritten ones. He was busy breaching the ward Lady Yun had prepared for him at the time, so he didn't know about it until much later. Shui Yuan answered, "Let's just say that it's a mixture of old age and a messy, complicated relationship. Don't worry. They've been like this for years and I expect them to keep this up for many more." There was nothing else to say regarding the topic, so Lu Yi left it at that. His senior sister changed the subject. "Turbulent Watch is our only ally, and they ascended to 6th tier a while ago. Since their outpost happens to be in the inner circle, would you like to pay them a visit?" I can send them a message and inform them of your arrival in advance. The disciple of major sects often visited one another. It was a bit like a student exchange program. It's fine. I'm not just going to the inner circle to hone myself, I also plan to implement an immature idea of mine. Oh, tell me. As you say, the Crimson Blood sect only has one ally right now. Not only that, their outpost is extremely far away from ours, so much so that it's just unfeasible for our future 7th Order cultivators to make the journey. That is why I plan to form an alliance with someone closer. Shui Yuan nodded. Makes sense. Just to confirm, legates have the right to propose an alliance, right? Yes, but only within the specific battlefield. Of course, an alliance that was proposed by a sect master would apply across all fronts. That's good enough. So this is my plan. I'd like to keep my position for the moment and seek out some friendly legates within the inner circle. Ideally, I'd form alliances with them and open up more options for our disciples. That sounds feasible. Do you have the right connections though? But of course. He had made the acquaintance of many legates in the Chess Sea. A good number of them came from the inner circle and the core circle. I have no other questions then. You're the legate of the outpost, so do as you please. Okay. I'll ask for permission from the sect master now. Lu Yi suddenly recalled something as he rose to his feet. Oh right, can you tell me about the incident regarding Brother Li's spiritual point? In the past, he only knew that his 4th senior brother was extremely powerful. Recently, he learned a little more about the man. Shui Yuan sighed. The long story short is that he made himself too obvious a target, not to mention that he was a Crimson Blood sect disciple. So, Thousand Demon Ridge took him down a peg. Is there no way to repair a broken spiritual point? There is a type of spirit pill in the Vault of Providence that can fix this, but it costs an insane amount of contribution points. Lu Yi nodded and bade her goodbye. Then he went to the sect master's bedroom. His mind was set after he told the sect master his plans and obtained his permission. Chapter 236 Departure. The days continued as per usual. During the day he would head to Lady Yun's place to study the way of glyphs. When nighttime arrived he would return to the outpost to cultivate and rest. Lady Yun had gotten worried since she heard that Lu Yi would be heading to the inner circle soon. However, she was aware that Lu Yi could not stay in the outer circle forever. While no harm would come to him so long as he remained a 7th Order cultivator, staying in the outer circle for too long wasn't conducive to his growth. While the building a cart behind closed doors style of cultivation was technically an option, it had been proven to be a dead end time and again. Strength wasn't something you could obtain by cultivating alone, or no one would ever leave their training chambers. In fact, there wasn't a single pillar in either faction who hadn't overcome mountains of challenges and rivers of blood to get to where they were. Therefore, the best thing she could do to protect him was to be the best teacher she could. The more he learned, the better he would be able to protect himself. In private, she also gave him 2 valuable treasures that should prove very useful in his journey. Lu Ye's talent in the way of glyphs was satisfactory to say the least. A simple demonstration was normally all he needed to figure things out. She could teach him even more if she could recruit him as her official student, but alas, that old bastard refused to let him go no matter what she tried. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In front of the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi said while watching the crowd who had come to see him off, I'm going ahead to open up a new path for the sect, but that is no excuse to be lax in your cultivation, okay? It is my sincere wish to meet you all in the inner circle and the core circle soon. He then looked at Wuxia and said, I leave the outpost to you. Wuxia nodded slightly. Be careful. Finally, Lu Yi turned to stare at He for a moment. The brat was staring at the floor and clenching her fists for some reason. Her shoulders were shaking from time to time as well. He I am here. The girl abruptly looked up from the ground. You look like you have something to say. Huh. Right, yeah, you're leaving Brother Lu? What will the outpost do without you? I'm going to miss you so much, ha ha ha. Lu Yi watched her expressionlessly. Is that so? You can come with me then. You're almost 7th Order anyway, so you're good enough to go to the inner circle. I don't mind traveling with a companion either. No thank you. He rejected the suggestion immediately. Oh, and why's that? My Our cultivation is still pretty low. I would only be dragging you down if I come with you. For now, my time is better spent cultivating in the outpost. Lu Yi stared at her for a moment longer before he put his fingers into his mouth and whistled. A massive shadow descended from the sky. It caught the blood sturgeon Lu Yi tossed into the air perfectly before crouching on the ground. Lu Yi jumped onto Gray's back with Yi right behind him. A small white cat about a foot long was lying on top of his shoulder. It yawned once before letting out a cute growl. 3 days ago, when she learned that Lu Yi was going to enter the inner circle soon, Yi had shadowed him every step of the way. She was terrified that Lu Yi would leave her behind. The girl hadn't said anything when Lu Yi had attended the battle royale of the legates without her, but she was really unhappy that she had missed out on an adventure with him. That was why she had clung to him like a glue. The good news was that Lu Yi had always intended to bring her and Amber to the inner circle, so her worries were completely unfounded. Speaking of Amber, it was none other than the white cat, lying on Lu Ye's shoulder. How did it transform from a massive tiger to a small cat? It was all thanks to the transformation pill Shui Yuan had refined for this exact purpose. Spirit beasts possessed the ability to take on a human form and become a mutant. Lu Yi had interacted with a small number of mutant cultivators in the past, and the one he remembered the most were the women working as receptionists for the Divine Trade Association. However, a spirit beast must first unlock some special spiritual points before they could take on a human form. Barring all external help, a spirit beast had to reach a certain cultivation level before they possessed the power to transform. In the past, Lu Yi was puzzled by the fact that some spirit beasts were capable of taking human forms despite not being at the required cultivation level. Later he learned that there were 2 ways a spirit beast could undergo transformation. 1. Being strong enough to transform into a mutant naturally. 2. Consuming a transformation pill. The offspring of 2 mutants had a chance of being born with a human form as well. Amber had not taken on a human form after consuming Shui Yuan's transformation pill. Instead, it had shrunk to the size of a cat. According to Shui Yuan, it was Amber's own choice to transform like this, and it would likely not have a human form in the future either. It was because its instincts told it that a feline form was best suited for its growth. The reason Shui Yuan had purposely refined a transformation pill for Amber was because she wanted Lu Yi to take Yi and Amber with him. This way they would be able to look after each other. While everyone was waving goodbye, Gray flapped its wings and caused such a powerful gust of wind that no one could open their eyes for the moment. When they looked again, the eagle and its passengers were already a dot in the sky. On the eagle's back, Yi stretched her arms wide and giggled like a bell as she felt the wind blowing past her body. She felt as if she had returned to the days where it was just the 3 of them against the world. Lu Yi took out a 10-point map and confirmed their current location. He then set the course for their destination. He had made the acquaintance of many legates and prolegates during the battle royale of the legates, so he wasn't worried about finding someone who might be interested in forming an alliance with him. That wasn't the only reason he was heading to the inner circle though. A few months ago, after his identity had been exposed, a ton of Thousand Demon Ridge sects had tried to hunt him down. This was especially true during the Battle of the Golden Tip where a total of 43 cultivators, each hailing from a different sect, had tried to kill him. He had never forgotten those who had participated in the hunt and made his life difficult at the Golden Tip. Chapter 237 Where do you come from, fellow cultivator? Then again, he wasn't so different from Amber. He ate a ton of spirit pills to cultivate as well. As Yi said, the world's spiritual chi of the inner circle was pretty rich. It was especially obvious when they were flying on Gray's back. The deeper they ventured into the Spirit Creek battlefield, the richer it became. This was just the periphery of the inner circle, and the world's spiritual chi was almost twice as thick as the wilderness surrounding the outpost. No wonder the major sects tried so hard to increase their tiers. The higher the tier, the better their location in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and the greater their disciples' cultivation efficiency. Not only that, the resources of Spirit Creek battlefield more or less followed the same rule as well. The deeper one traveled, the better in the resources were both in terms of quantity and quality. Gray had dropped Lu Yi within the territory of Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. Compared to the outposts in the outer circle, the ones in the inner circle possessed much bigger territories. Take the Sky Pillar sect for example. Using the outpost as the center, their territory encompassed everything within a 150 kilometers to 200 kilometers radius. On the other hand, the Crimson Blood sect's territory only spanned around 50 kilometers of land from the outpost. Even after Lu Yi had crippled the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng, they were still just the lord and master of a tiny corner of the world. This was due to the number of sects and the strength of one's cultivators. The sects in the outer circle were the lowest tier and most numerous, so the area was densely populated even though the outer circle was technically more vast than the inner circle or the core circle. The cultivators were also 7th order or lower, so their range of activity was quite limited. Things were different in the inner circle. It was populated with 8th order and 9th order cultivators who were capable of flight via flying artifacts to be exact. Their range of activity was much wider than the cultivators of the outer circle, which was why they needed more space to be able to unleash their strength in full. As a result, there were a lot less sects in the inner circle than the outer circle, which equated to more land per sect. Regardless of population density, conflict was inevitable so long as one's neighbor belonged to an opposing faction. After taking a moment to confirm his direction, Lu Yi grabbed Amber from his shoulder and dropped it on the ground. It landed lithely before shooting Lu Yi a dumb, confused look. The silence lasted a couple of seconds when it finally realized what Lu Yi wanted it to do. Golden light abruptly burst out of its body, and mutant chi washed over the area for a moment. It swiftly transformed from a foot-long cat to a massive tiger. Lu Yi climbed onto Amber's back and took off toward the Sky Pillar sect's outpost. He was here to take revenge, so of course he wasn't going to hold back. That said, he wasn't planning to stir up trouble in the enemy outpost either. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, there was no place with greater cultivator density than an outpost. He would not be doing himself any favors if he tried to battle them alone. No, his plan was to hunt down any lone cultivator or party he might encounter along the way. This was the Sky Pillar sect's territory after all. There had to be some Sky Pillar sect cultivators operating in the territory. At his current strength, he could kill practically anyone who hadn't changed their cultivation technique to heaven grade. On the off chance he ran into one, wings would guarantee his escape. Of course, he would rather not use wings unless absolutely necessary. It wasn't a permanent glyph, meaning that the tattoo faded a little more with every usage. Eventually, it would disappear completely. His thoughts were very simple. He was going to explore the area and kill every Sky Pillar sect cultivator he encountered along the way. One of the reasons he came here was to hone himself anyway. It would be a slow and tedious effort, but given enough time he could eventually kill enough cultivators to hurt the Sky Pillar sect. They were the ones who tried to kill him back at the Golden Tip. They had no one but themselves to blame. On a related note, E was as elusive as ever. Sometimes she would vanish without a trace and sometimes she would pop up from the most unexpected places. Although her dreams of becoming a medicine cultivator had gone up in flames, she still enjoyed gathering herbs a lot. She carried a storage bag on her waist so she could extract and deposit anything that looked like a herb in it. It didn't matter if they were valuable or not. In the past, she was unable to pass through objects while carrying an object with her. She might be able to pass through anything because she was a ghost spirit with no physical body, but her items couldn't. After she became the sect master student though, she learned how to wrap an object with her energy, effectively imbuing it with intangibility and enabling it to pass through objects just like her. According to the sect master, it was a kind of escape technique. Its one flaw was that the technique could not be applied to living objects, but it was damn impressive regardless. Lu Yi thought it would be a piece of cake finding a Sky Pillar sect disciple or two to murder in their own territory, but in reality he didn't spot even a single soul after riding Amber for a long time. He even thought he had misread his directions and rechecked his 10-point map to confirm that it wasn't the case. On second thought, he might have oversimplified things. His experience in the outer circle had led him to think that running into an enemy cultivator in their territory was a simple thing, but in the inner circle the territory was several times bigger than normal. Moreover, most cultivators would be cultivating in the safety of their outpost unless they had a specific task to carry out instead of wandering their territory like bums. The only exception was when they were clashing against their neighbors. So, wandering the territory at random was a terrible idea. Some quick thinking later, he decided to seek out a production site such as an ore vein or a ley line. Places like that would definitely be overflowing with cultivators, and he would be able to kill and rob his enemies at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Yes, that would be perfect. There was another problem though. He had no idea where the Sky Pillar Sect's production site was located. Obviously, it wasn't recorded in the 10-point map. He was just thinking of a solution when he popped out and said, Lu Yi, look. There are a few cultivators over there. This was one of the advantages of having a scout who could go anywhere without being detected. Be it good news or bad news, the news Yi brought were always good surprises. Lead the way. And so Yi leaped onto Amber's back and guided it toward their destination. The group of cultivators she discovered was pretty small. It was a group of 4 made up of an 8th order, 2 7th order and a 6th order cultivator. There was no rule saying that a 6th order cultivator could not travel to the inner circle. There could even be a 5th order cultivator out there. However, their numbers were few and far between because everyone else was stronger than they were. A 5th order cultivator especially could never leave their outpost unless they had a death wish. On average, the cultivators roaming the inner circle were between 7th order to 9th order. A small number might even have upgraded their cultivation technique to heaven grade. He was deep within the territory of the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost right now, so the group of 4 were most likely Sky Pillar Sect cultivators. According to Yi, the group seemed to be guarding an unbloomed spirit flower. Yi might not have the talent to become a medicine cultivator, but that didn't mean she learned nothing at all from Wuxia and Shui Yuan. In her opinion, the spirit flower wasn't just valuable, it must also be harvested at a specific time such as when the flower was in full bloom. Otherwise, there was a high chance the efficacy of the herb would be largely diminished. This was why the 4 cultivators were guarding the spirit flower. Perhaps they had learned of its existence a long time ago, or perhaps they just happened to run into it while strolling in their territory. In any case, they weren't leaving until the flower was harvested. When Lu Yi deemed that the time was right, he told Amber to transform back into a cat and draped it across his shoulder. He also instructed Yi to slip underground and stand by for orders. A while later, Lu Yi felt a faint fragrance tickling at his nostrils. He followed the scent for about a couple hundred meters before noticing that 3 of the 4 cultivators were watching him with wariness. Behind them was the source of the fragrance, a spirit flower that was close to reaching full bloom. Its purple-colored pod was as big as a fist, and it was enveloped in a misty light. Judging from their spiritual light, they were a trio of 1 6th order cultivator and 2 7th order cultivators just as Yi said. However, the 8th order cultivator was nowhere to be seen. He remained invisible to Lu Ye's senses even after he had swept the area with his perception. All 3 cultivators were male. The one who seemed like a body-tempered cultivator because he possessed incredible vitality stepped out and asked, "Where do you come from, fellow cultivator?" What he really meant was, "Which faction do you belong to?" Lu Yi immediately raised his hand. Blue light shone from the back of his hand. The body-tempering cultivator looked surprised. The duo behind him were frowning as well. This was the first time they encountered a cultivator who revealed their faction before they even said a word, not to mention that he seemed to be alone. In Spirit Creek Battlefield, it was ill-advised to reveal your faction if you ran into a stranger. It was because you were basically forcing the other person to reveal their faction as well. If they turned out to be allies, then all was well. If not, then a battle to the death was inevitable. There were only 2 types of people who would reveal their battlefield imprint to a stranger. Either they were arrogant and stupid or they were confident and strong. Lu Yi was just a 7th order cultivator. It did not look like he fell under the second category. The body-tempering cultivator smiled. "Ah, a friend from Grand Sky Coalition." He then raised his hand as if he was going to show off his battlefield imprint. Chang. Lu Yi abruptly unsheathed his saber and slashed behind him. There was a shower of sparks where the 2 blades met, and a 4th cultivator who somehow snuck behind Lu Yi without him noticing staggered backward with a shocked expression on his face. He was wielding a dagger. It was none other than the 8th order cultivator Yi had spoken of. He was a ghost cultivator. When a ghost cultivator had reached the 7th or 8th order, they could commune with the nether, borrow its power and further their art of concealment and assassination. Back at the chess sea, Lu Yi had witnessed some techniques that gave him chills to this day. From the moment he saw that the 8th order cultivator was missing, he already suspected that he might be a ghost cultivator. Otherwise, he should have been able to pick him up with his senses. He must have hidden himself the moment the group sensed his arrival. It was clear now that the seventh-order body-tempering cultivator was just trying to distract him when he raised his hand as if he was about to proclaim his faction. If Lu Yi had been unprepared, he might have missed the killing intent behind him and died. But since Lu Yi thought that the eighth-order cultivator might be a ghost cultivator, of course he was going to be wary of his surroundings. The eighth-order cultivator was surprised that Lu Yi was able to block his killing blow. He was even more surprised when he raised his saber and brought it down on his face. The attack was so overwhelming that he actually felt as if he couldn't breathe. Not only that, there was so much strength behind it that his hand was numb after blocking just 3 attacks. How the hell is he so strong? Stunned he might be, but he wasn't panicked in the slightest. It was because he saw out of the corner of his eye that his 2 seventh-order cultivators were making their move. They were just channeling their spirit artifacts when... boom. A surge of spiritual power ripped across the air. There was the flash of a spell, and one of the seventh-order cultivators let out a blood-curdling scream. He had been struck by a spell powerful enough to turn his back into a scorched mess and drop him to the ground. Chapter 238. This guy is as good as that Lu Yi? Since the group of 4 was a team, they had no reason not to attack Lu Yi when their ghost cultivator was ambushing him, especially true since his back was facing toward them right now. It just so happened that Yi thought the exact same thing. The remaining 7th order and 6th order cultivators immediately turned around, but they could not find a soul no matter where they looked. They didn't even know who or what it was that attacked them, only that their comrade had been struck down by a powerful fire-type spell. Ah! Their blood chilled when another blood-curdling scream erupted behind them. They turned around and saw something that numbed their scalps and turned off their brains for an instant. They saw a head flying through the air and blood spraying out of its headless torso like a fountain. The dead man was none other than their ghost cultivator. The 7th order youngster was still holding the end pose of his saber swing, making it clear that he was the one who had decapitated their senior brother in one hit. How had a 7th order cultivator managed to kill an 8th order cultivator? And to do it in such a short time, no less. It had only been 3 breaths since the battle began. One moment they had spun around to search for their mysterious ambusher, and the next. They would not have believed it was possible if they hadn't witnessed this with their own eyes. Lu Yi flicked off the blood on the inviolable before looking at the group, causing the remaining duo to feel even more anxious. For a moment, they were unsure if they should fight or escape. Pooh! The 7th order cultivator who took a fire spell from Yi climbed to his feet and spat out the dirt in his mouth. His back hurt like hell, but the attack wasn't enough to kill him outright. He could not believe that he had been ambushed by the enemy, but his misery had just begun. He had just risen to his feet when he saw a spirit artifact flying straight toward his face. Alarm bells ringing in his head, he let out an angry roar, channeled his protective spiritual power, and punched out at the incoming weapon. Powerful vitality circulated around his entire body. As a body-tempering cultivator, he was confident he would be able to stop the attack, and he did. The spirit artifact was sent flying into the air. Then he discovered in horror that Lu Yi was right in front of him. How had he arrived so quickly? The explosive speed he displayed did not befit what the body-tempering cultivator knew of a 7th order cultivator at all. He wasn't wrong. An ordinary 7th order cultivator wouldn't have possessed such explosive speed, but Lu Yi had been cultivating his body using the red vapor within the dragon scale. His physique was improving in tandem as his cultivation. Unlike the average body-tempering cultivator, Lu Yi didn't just possess powerful vitality. His speed, reaction time and even eyesight were better than before. In short, Lu Yi was tougher, stronger, faster, nimbler and more perceptive than most cultivators at his cultivation level, not to mention he had imbued the glyph of Windwalk to his legs as well. His explosive speed literally rivaled that of thunder, which was why he was able to cover 30 meters of distance and reach the body-tempering cultivator in the blink of an eye. And since the body-tempering cultivator was the same cultivation level as him, there was no chance he would ever be able to block the attack. The inviolable pierced through the body-tempering cultivator's solar plexus and exited his back. Then Lu Yi twisted his saber before pulling out the blade and dropping him on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. The 2 remaining cultivators were so stunned that they forgot to do anything for a moment. Suddenly they felt another burst of spiritual power behind them. It was Yi emerging once more and launching a golden arc slash at the remaining 7th Order cultivator. It left a terrible slash wound behind the man's back and elicited a scream, but it was cut short when Lu Ye's flying weapon pierced through his skull. Lu Yi looked at the last 6th Order cultivator. Judging from his appearance, the man was clearly shell-shocked. He was no coward, and there was no one who made it to 6th Order without experiencing true combat. However, this was definitely the first time he had encountered such a one-sided slaughter. How was it possible that his senior brothers, an 8th Order and 2 7th Order cultivators, had perished so quickly? Don't come closer. The 6th Order cultivator raised his weapon and shouted powerlessly. On Lu Ye's shoulder, Amber let out a long yawn. The blood stench was making it feel a little hungry, like it might enjoy a little snack when this fight was over. Lu Yi slowly walked toward the remaining 6th Order cultivator. The guy kept backing away until he tripped on a rock and fell on his butt. Lu Yi frowned and stopped in his tracks, his flying weapons floating next to him and his inviolable dripping blood. He thought it strange that this 6th Order cultivator was acting like he was the devil incarnate, but he was wrong. The 6th Order cultivator thought him a million times worse than that. It must be said that the 6th Order cultivator wasn't a coward. In the past, he had taken grievous injuries without batting an eyelid. This battle was unlike anything he had ever encountered though. Ambushes that he still couldn't identify the source of and a 7th Order cultivator who slayed his senior brothers like nothing. He was afraid because his enemy was a complete enigma to him. It was the main reason he was so off his game. Where is your vein located? Lu Ye's sudden question confused him greatly, but the 6th Order cultivator knew it could not be anything good. Despite his fear and panic, despite knowing that there was no way he was surviving this, and despite the fact that his weapon was literally shaking in his grip, he gritted his teeth and yelled, "I don't know." Swoosh. A fiery red blade stopped in front of his forehead just close enough to hurt his skin. The soundless threat was as obvious as it was deadly. "I'll kill you," he roared as his loyalty toward his own sect overcame his fear. He knocked away the spirit artifact hovering in front of his head and tried to stand up, but he was immediately greeted by a flash of white. Thump. His lifeless body hit the ground, and Lu Yi slowly sheathed his saber. If there was one thing he did not like about the cultivators of Jianghu, it was the fact that even their cowards refused to bend when it mattered, and interrogations were almost always an exercise of futility. It was why he did not hesitate to kill the 6th Order cultivator after the initial refusal. There were few people who bent the knee immediately like Feng Yu, and the only reason she got the option to do so was because she was a medicine cultivator. Also, she had a clear sense that she was going to die if she hadn't made the right choice back then. Unfortunately for her, her life was the only thing she had now. She had no home, status or wealth to speak of. The one silver lining was that she was a medicine cultivator, so the cultivators of the Crimson Blood sect unanimously agreed that it was a bad idea to bully a valuable resource like her. Yi began sweeping the battlefield and gathering the loot. Lu Yi sat on a rock next to the spirit flower and examined the hiltless dagger he used as a flying weapon. Right now, the power of his flying weapons left much to be desired. He disliked the fact that his dagger had been sent flying by a cultivator of the same cultivation level with a single punch, even if the other party was a body-tempering cultivator. It just wasn't as powerful as the weapon in his hand, not to mention that he could imbue the inviolable with sharp edge. From the start, he had wanted to imbue his flying weapons with glyphs. Even in the earlier fight, had the dagger been imbued with a sharp edge, all the body-tempering cultivator would have achieved by punching it was to slice open his own fist. Unfortunately, imbuing a flying weapon with glyphs was a terribly troublesome process. Although Lu Yi could remotely control some of his spiritual power right now, he wasn't at the level where he could imbue a flying weapon with a glyph. So far, his attempts to do so had all ended in failure, and he did not think it was going to change anytime soon. It was because the glyphs he constructed weren't stable enough to unleash their power, which was caused by the fact that his fine control over his own spiritual power was lacking. The task should be simple enough with enough control. He would have to wait until his cultivation level was higher before he could attempt this again. He did not leave immediately because he was waiting to harvest the spirit flower. Although Yi herself didn't know what it was, he knew it was valuable enough to make 4 cultivators guard it while it achieved full bloom. While waiting, he popped a spirit pill into his mouth. Amber immediately turned around, opened its mouth and waited for Lu Yi to feed it. Lu Yi tossed the spirit pill into its mouth before smacking it once on the forehead. You're getting lazier and lazier, you glutton. In the earlier battle, from start to the end, Amber had laid across Lu Ye's shoulder without twitching a muscle. It clearly wasn't planning to interfere with the battle at all. Lu Yi missed the days where it would rush to protect him when he was still weak. The 4 cultivators carried 4 storage bags in total. Since there was nothing to do, Lu Yi grabbed one of them and began working away at its restraining lock. A few hundred meters away, a man and a woman were looking out from behind a giant rock and straight at Lu Yi. Although they were a good distance away from the young man, they had witnessed everything as if the battle had happened right before their eyes. Lu Ye's sudden appearance had been unexpected, but his killing of the group of 4, an 8th Order Ghost Cultivator, 2 7th Order Cultivators and 1 6th Order Cultivator, was absolutely shocking. The second the battle was over, the duo withdrew their heads and exchanged a look. They could see the shock in the other person's eyes. Holy Mother of Heavens, who the hell is that guy? The guy cursed. Brother, were my eyes playing tricks on me, or was he really a 7th Order Cultivator? He's not wearing some sort of cultivation concealing spirit artifact, is he? The woman asked. Even if he is wearing one, his true cultivation level would be exposed when he fights. Chapter 239 Brother and Sister X2. Lu Yi checked one of the storage bags he obtained from the 4 dead cultivators. It wasn't much, but it wasn't nothing either. Roughly speaking, the contents were worth around 30 to 40 spirit stones. Not everyone could bleed spirit stones like him. Currently, his storage bag carried a couple hundred spirit pills and spirit stones, but only a few spirit talisman papers. It was because the low-level items were becoming less useful the stronger he became. Amber and he both relied on spirit pills to increase their cultivation level, and they ate between 30 to 40 spirit pills every day. He was so tired of spirit pills that these days, the mere thought of eating them made him feel like throwing up. There were many times he wished that spirit pills could have different flavors, but alas. What this meant was that Lu Ye's stash of spirit pills wasn't going to last long. It was also one of the reasons he came to the inner circle before ascending to the 8th Order. He was using up more resources than he was earning, so it was only a matter of time before he ran out completely. Wuxia did have a lot of spirit pills, but he couldn't leech off of her forever. Of course, the large majority of cultivators were poor compared to him. The only stable income they had was the monthly salary they received from their sect, not to mention that most of what they received would be used to increase their own cultivation. Rarely would they have any savings at all. Now, he could confirm that hunting cultivators in the inner circle was far more profitable than the outer circle. It did not hurt that their cultivation level was higher as well, meaning that he could earn even more contribution points. Lu Yi. Yi called out suddenly. Lu Yi looked up and saw a man and a woman walking toward them from a distance. Judging from their spiritual light, they were a pair of 8th Order cultivators. "Hail, fellow cultivator," the man greeted and revealed his battlefield imprint when they were 30 or so meters away from them. "Hao Ren of Silverlight Island greets you." Hao Ren. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Once he had come within 10 meters of Lu Yi, the good man stopped in his tracks and pointed at the girl next to him. "She is my younger sister, Hao Qing." Lu Yi returned a polite nod. Silverlight Island was a Grand Sky Coalition sect bordering the Sky Pillar sect. Both sects were Tier 6 and the closest inner circle sects to the Crimson Blood sect's outpost. There were 2 reasons Lu Yi had chosen the Sky Pillar sect as his first stop in the inner circle. One, it was because the Sky Pillar sect had tried to kill him in the Battle of Golden Tip. 2, he was hoping to make the acquaintance of the Silverlight Island and, with luck, form an alliance with their legate. Assuming that everything went well, all future Crimson Blood sect disciples would have a much easier time entering the inner circle. Unfortunately, there was a problem. He had never made contact with a Silverlight Island cultivator. He hadn't encountered their legate and prolgate on the Chess Sea either. They had probably been killed before they could meet. He had been wondering what was the best approach to make contact with the Silverlight Island, but it would seem that Lady Luck was smiling upon him today. Although Hao Ren and Hao Qing were both 8th Order cultivators, their behavior was very respectful. They had just witnessed Lu Yi slaughtering a quartet of Sky Pillar sect cultivators after all. Even if their cultivation level was a minor realm higher than the young man's, they weren't stupid enough to use it as an excuse to lord over him. Ultimately, strength was the basis of communication between cultivators, and Lu Yi clearly had plenty of strength. Lu Yi? Both brother and sister blinked. Is it just me, or does that name sound real familiar? Unable to control themselves, they began looking Lu Yi up and down as if they were trying to ascertain if he was who they thought he was. It was said that Lu Yi was accompanied by a massive white tiger, but all they saw was a foot-long cat. Wait a second, that's not a cat. That's... Could this Lu Yi really be him? But how can this be? Lu Yi was just a fifth-order cultivator when the Battle of Golden Tip happened, and it had only been a few months since that day. He couldn't have reached the 7th order already, could he? Hao Ren thought it was a bit unlikely, but he still asked, "Do you hail from the Crimson Blood sect, friend?" "In fact, I do." Hao Ren's pupils contracted. "Then, are you Lu Yi?" "Not again," Lu Yi thought sadly to himself. Behind him, Yi covered her mouth and snickered. "Yes, I am Lu Yi." "Heavens!" Hao Ren slapped his thigh, and his expression grew warmer instantly. "It really is you? I have heard so much about you, brother Yi. During the Battle of Golden Tip, you won much glory for the Grand Sky Coalition. I only wish I can become like you one day." Hao Qing's eyes were shining as well. Hao Ren could not stop praising Lu Yi. In fact, many Grand Sky Coalition disciples would have done the same in his place. Since the Battle of Golden Tip, the sects had spread the news far and wide, not just because they were proud of it, but also to encourage their low-level disciples to work harder. If a fifth-order cultivator could do something so grand, then why not you? That was the gist of the message. In fact, Thousand Demon Ridge spread the news far and wide as well, though in their case the Battle of Golden Tip served as a lesson and a reminder. Failure wasn't scary, but to lose one's drive after just one failure was. As a result, one could say that there was no low-level cultivator across the whole Jianghu who hadn't heard of Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect. The only one who wasn't happy with his fame was, ironically, Lu Yi himself. He wondered if he should make up a fake name or something. So long as he called himself Lu Yi or Lu Yi, attention would follow him everywhere. "Oh, look at me, I didn't even give you a chance to speak. I hope you will forgive me, I wasn't expecting to run into you here of all places," Hao Ren said while slapping his own forehead. "It's okay." "She is?" Hao Ren looked behind Lu Yi where Yi was standing. Since he had witnessed that battle from the start until the end, he also noticed her performance as a matter of course. Her ability to go seemingly anywhere she wanted was similar to ghost cultivators, but far more superior. At the very least, he was certain that most ghost cultivators would be hard-pressed to go underground as easily as her. "She is my younger sister, Lu Yi. Now that is what I call a happy coincidence." "Ah." Hao Ren guffawed. Chapter 249 Realm Scroll. Why would a cultivator purposely return to the ground before battling their enemies? It was because the risk was too great. Barring certain exceptions, not even 8th or 9th order cultivators would battle enemies in the sky. For one, they were still pretty new to aerial combat. 2, it took too much mental strength to control a flying artifact and fight at the same time. Worst case scenario, they could even lose their flying artifact to an enemy attack and fall to their deaths. No, it wasn't a joke, nor was it a particularly rare occurrence. In fact, the accident happened less only after one had changed their cultivation technique to heaven grade. It was because that was the point where most cultivators possessed sufficient control over their spiritual power to pilot their flying artifacts and fight at the same time. The man flying through the area was a 9th order cultivator. They could tell just by looking at his spiritual light. Although the Hao brother and sister were 8th order cultivators, it was never a good idea to provoke an enemy that was clearly stronger than you. So, they dug deeper into their hiding spot and waited for the cultivator to pass. The good news was that he looked like he was just passing through the area, and not because he was responding to the deaths of his fellow sect members. There was also plenty of cover in this forest. Unless Lu Yi intentionally exposed himself, he should have no trouble hiding from the cultivator's perception. As for why they were so sure that the guy passing through the area was an enemy, it was because this was the territory of Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. Only a member of the sect would dare to fly through the area so brazenly. And even if he wasn't, he was most likely a Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator. The Hao brother and sister didn't want to expose themselves because they were trying to avoid a fight, but... Chang? The noise wasn't particularly loud, but it was high-pitched enough that it could be heard miles away. It was the sound of a blade being unsheathed. Hao Ren and Hao Qing exchanged a glance. A bad feeling rose within their chest. They glanced up at the enemy cultivator. As expected, the man had heard the noise and changed his course. He eventually came close enough for Hao Ren to identify him. The Silverlight Island cultivator's expression turned serious. The man was a Sky Pillar sect cultivator known as Yuan Guang. The reason he recognized Yuan Guang was because he was the former prolgate of the outpost. It was said that many Thousand Demon Ridge legates and prolgates had been stripped of their positions because they had suffered a massive loss during the recent battle royale of the legates. Yuan Guang was one of those unfortunate enough to shoulder the blame. Most legates of Tier 5 or 6 factions were Ninth-Order cultivators. That was all the strength that was needed to secure the outpost. Only Tier 4 factions, outposts who were pretty close to the core circle, would have legates with heaven-grade cultivation techniques. Yuan Guang was by no means an easy foe. Hao Ren was certain he already had a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and the only reason he hadn't made the switch was because he didn't have enough spiritual points. Even so, he must have unlocked 200 spiritual points at least. Hao Ren was certain that Lu Yi was the one who made the noise. He had no idea where the young man found the confidence to challenge a champion like Yuan Guang. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was sitting next to the purple cloud flower and waiting quietly for Yuan Guang to make his descent. He would have attacked the guy already, but he wasn't sure if he belonged to Thousand Demon Ridge or Grand Sky Coalition. He got his answer just a few seconds later though. Yuan Guang's face turned ugly when he landed and saw the 4 dead bodies on the forest floor. He was so angry that his facial muscles were twitching a bit. He asked in a dark tone, "Are you the one who killed them all?" Boom. Lu Ye's only response was to charge toward him and bring down his saber. Yuan Guang was a Ninth-Order cultivator though, so his reaction was much better than Lu Ye's earlier opponents. He immediately raised his sword and blocked the attack. For a second, 2 pairs of eyes glared death at one another. Yuan Guang erupted, "You are courting death," but he was secretly shocked by how fast and powerful the 7th-Order cultivator was. He was 2 minor realms above him, and yet the blow was so powerful that his grip had turned a little numb. Is he a combat cultivator or a body-tempering cultivator? Not even a 9th-Order body-tempering cultivator could possess this much strength, could they? He examined his opponent closely and tried to recall if he had seen Lu Yi before. Yi! Lu Yi shouted as light burst out of the inviolable all of a sudden. It was as if a mini-sun was born from the blade. Yuan Guang did not see this coming, of course. 1 second he was staring at the young man's face, and the next his eyes were filled with blinding white. He didn't panic, however. He immediately jumped back in an attempt to buy time and recover, but an invisible power suddenly pressed down on him without warning. It was like someone had dropped a mountain on his back. This was the first time Lu Yi had used radiance and gravity well against an enemy. It was a resounding success. Unpredictability was the middle name of a glyph weaver. Lu Yi only knew a handful of glyphs, but he could already use them to great effect. He could only imagine how hard it was to battle a veteran glyph weaver. More likely than not, their enemy would die before they knew what hit them. The surprise gave Yuan Guang quite the fright, to say the least. Without hesitation, he slapped the storage bag on his waist and caused a flying weapon to shoot out of it. At the same time, he slashed with his sword again and again in an attempt to buy as much time for himself as possible. He did not try to conserve his spiritual power because he would only die faster. He was struck by a strange sense of vertigo. When his vision recovered, he abruptly discovered that he was not at the same place he was before. Somehow, the mountain forest around him had transformed into a stone forest. What the hell is this? A ward scroll? Yuan Guang blurted. Meanwhile, the Hao brother and sister had just arrived at the scene to assist Lu Yi. However, all they saw was Yi standing in front of a spirit artifact. They too exclaimed in surprise. A ward scroll? A ward scroll was an extremely valuable spirit artifact that could only be created by a pair of masterful ward and artifact cultivators. The ward cultivator would set up the wards, and the artifact cultivator would create the artifact. Depending on the complexity of the ward scroll, they might even need to invite a powerful glyph weaver to help them. The process was as complex as it was expensive. Hao Ren was just a Spirit Creek realm cultivator. He had heard of ward scrolls, but he had never seen one with his own eyes. Scratch that, his own sect had never owned one since they were founded. It was a treasure far beyond the likes of a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, and to say he never expected to see it in the hands of a sixth-order cultivator would be an understatement. He thought to himself. I suppose that the Crimson Blood sect is a powerful sect. They might have declined, but an emaciated camel is still bigger than a horse. Still, are they sure that handing a ward scroll to a Spirit Creek realm cultivator is a good idea? What if they lose it? In fact, Hao Ren was completely mistaken. The ward scroll hadn't come from the Crimson Blood sect. Even they had never had a ward scroll, it had come from Lady Yun. Lady Yun had been worried for Lu Ye's safety after learning of his intention to enter the inner circle. After the commotion Lu Yi had caused during the Battle of Golden Tip, it was practically guaranteed that he was going to be targeted by the Thousand Demon Ridge during his journey. Since she had basically chosen Lu Yi as a disciple, even though she couldn't make him her official disciple, she saw no reason not to afford him some protection. That was why she had given him the precious Nine Realms Scroll. In fact, the Nine Realms Scroll was so valuable that it was considered a class above spirit artifacts. Officially, it was classified as a spirit treasure. The Nine Realms Scroll wasn't the only treasure Lady Yun had given him, but it was useless in combat. Technically speaking, Lu Yi was nowhere near the cultivation level where he could use a spirit treasure. In fact, He and Amber could combine their powers and still not activate it for even an instant. That was why she had sealed off 90% of the power. Even at 10% strength, the spirit treasure was still too powerful for to activate in full. It was fine though. It was enough that they could use it to defend themselves. Knew nothing about wards as a matter of course, and even Lu Yi just barely scratched the surface of the subject. Thankfully, the Nine Realms Scroll was both a ward scroll and a spirit treasure. Just like all other spirit artifacts and spirit treasures, all she needed to do was to channel her spiritual power into the item to use it. The reason the Nine Realms Scroll was given its name was because it carried 9 pocket spaces within itself. Each pocket space contained a different type of landscape, and when activated the ward scroll could pull multiple people into the pocket spaces. 8 of the 9 of the pocket spaces were currently sealed, so the stone forest was the only one they could use right now. Speaking of which, all of the landscapes within the Nine Realms Scroll were real. In the process of creating the ward scroll, Lady Yun had traveled across Jianghu in search of landscapes that fit her criteria. She then physically extracted the space from the environment and refined them into the scroll using her glyphs. That was how the Nine Realms Scroll came to be. Right now, the Nine Realms Scroll was floating in front of Yi. She was clearly pouring her spiritual power into the spirit treasure. From an outsider's point of view, the ward scroll looked like an ink wash painting of a landscape. It displayed a stone forest overflowing with stone pillars of differing heights and a floor of yellow sand. It looked cold and desolate. A closer look would reveal that a pair of tiny figures were standing off against one another at a corner of the painting. One of them was clearly Lu Yi and the other Yuan Guang. An internal ward scroll. Hao Ren swallowed. Ward scrolls could be broken down into 2 types, external and internal. When activated, an external ward scroll enveloped everything in its range in a number of wards. If a target were to set foot in those wards, they would come alive and unleash their power upon them. It was the perfect item to use when laying an ambush for the enemy. An internal ward scroll functioned just like the Nine Realms Scroll. It would pull a target into the scroll before destroying them with their wards. Both types of ward scrolls had their pros and cons, and it was impossible to say which was more valuable. However, there would never be enough ward scrolls in Jianghu because they were far too difficult to create. The most famous ward scroll in Jianghu was called the Mountain River Scroll. It was the priceless treasure of a Tier 1 sect in Tianzhou. Multiple mountains and rivers had been sealed within the ward scroll by divine ocean realm cultivators, and each one could be summoned to slay their enemies. Not only was it incredibly powerful, it had taken the sect over 1,000 years and countless generations to perfect it. The Nine Realms Scroll was created by Lady Yun alone, so of course it was incomparable to the Mountain River Scroll. Even so, just 10% of its power was enough for Lu Yi and Yi. Inside the scroll, Lu Yi and Yuan Guang were already clashing against one another. Weak flashes of spiritual power could occasionally be felt from the ward scroll. From the outside, the moving pictures of men clashing against one another actually looked pretty amusing, but everyone knew it was anything but that. "We can help," said Hao Ren after he had recovered from his shock. Now he understood why Lu Yi was bold enough to taunt a ninth-order cultivator. If the two of them were to join him in the scroll, then Yuan Guang was dead for sure. That was what he thought Lu Yi's plan was, but Yi shook her head and said, "Lu Yi hasn't asked for help yet, so thank you for the offer, but let's just wait and see what happens for now." There was nothing else Hao Ren could say. He looked at the scroll and watched the unfolding battle. Chapter 241 As long as my saber is sharp enough. Looking at the painting, it was clear that the two cultivators battling inside the ward scroll were clashing against one another using flying weapons. It was because they were standing a fair distance away from each other, and ink-black strokes appeared between them from time to time. Inside the ward scroll, Lu Yi and Yuan Guang were standing about 115 meters away from each other. Between them, a pair of shining lights were zooming back and forth and clashing against one another, causing metallic sparks from time to time. Yuan Guang was beyond shocked right now. It was because he had correctly identified the situation he was in. In an unbelievable twist of events, he had been dragged into an internal ward scroll. It had most likely happened when he was temporarily blinded by that powerful flash. Although he had responded correctly by activating his flying weapon and protecting himself with attacks, his opponent obviously knew how he was going to react. Not to mention that he was just a ninth-order Spirit Creek Realm master with an Earth-grade cultivation technique. There was no way he could have resisted the ward scroll's pull. His situation was beyond terrible right now. This was a ward scroll, meaning that there was at least one other enemy besides the one standing before him right now, the one who was keeping the ward scroll active. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the person whom the youngster had called EYI. Speaking of the youngster, it was clear he was trouble even though he was just a 7th-order cultivator. Forget the explosive speed and power he had displayed at the start of the battle, his skill with the flying weapon alone was beyond the capabilities of the average 7th-order cultivator. For starters, the flying weapon was almost as fast, strong and far-reaching as his own even though he was 2 minor realms above the youngster. He was still confident he could defeat the youngster, but the big problem was the user of the ward scroll, He had no doubt that they would try and trip him up somehow and tip the balance in favor of the youngster. He was wrong though. The entire reason Lu Yi had decided to use the ward scroll was because he wanted to fight Yuan Guang alone. He had killed some fake 9th-order cultivators when battling in the Rift of Illusions, and he wanted to know if there was a difference between the fake and the real thing. It was also the best way to confirm how strong he was right now. Also, this was a good opportunity to familiarize both him and Yi with the workings of the 9 Realms scroll. This wasn't the first time they had used the ward scroll, but they had never tried it in real combat. Finally, Yi was strong enough to maintain the ward scroll for a short time, but if she were to try and trip up Yuan Guang, it was possible, but she would run out of spiritual power much faster than otherwise. In other words, Yuan Guang was overthinking this. While the two flying weapons clashed continuously in the air, Lu Yi kept one hand on his saber and stared at the clashing blades intently. On the surface, it looked like he was fully focused in operating his weapon, but he was really observing the gap between his telekinesis and the enemies. Despite his best efforts, it would seem that his telekinesis was ultimately weaker than a 9th-order cultivator's. He was probably on par with an ordinary 8th-order cultivator, but that was it. He could tell this by observing the frequency of the clashes. At the beginning he was still able to trade attacks evenly with Yuan Guang. However, the clash gradually tipped in the favor of Yuan Guang until finally, his flying weapon could only attack once every 10 blocks or so. He was still in the middle of observing when Yuan Guang had made up his mind. He decided to put that to the back of his mind and focus on killing the youngster in front of him first. There was a sudden ringing of metal when spiritual power circulated rapidly around Yuan Guang. He then swung his sword repeatedly while yelling, 3,000 swords. Xing xing xing. Yuan Guang was about 100 meters away from Lu Yi when he fired a number of fast-moving sword lights at him. Not only that, the 9th-order cultivator was running toward Lu Yi while still firing the sword lights. He believed that there was no way the youngster could defend against the pincer attack because he was fully focused on controlling his flying weapon. If he tried to split his attention to defend both attacks, then even better. The youngster's telekinesis was no match for his to begin with, so splitting his focus would only weaken it further. He should easily be able to overpower him then. All Ninth Order Spirit Creek Realm Masters were expected to be able to control their flying weapon and unleash another skill at the same time. Yuan Guang followed closely behind the growing number of sword lights. The distance between the two combatants were decreasing rapidly. Lu Yi finally looked away from the flying weapons in the air and stared at the incoming sword lights. His gaze looked like it could pierce through the attacks and land on the charging Yuan Guang. He slapped his storage bag once and a beam of light shot forward. It thrust into the layers of sword lights and sliced them all in half. Shock bloomed across Yuan Guang's face even as he swung his weapon and blocked the incoming light. 2 flying weapons? If he hadn't felt the attack with his body, he would have believed that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Normally, the average 7th Order cultivator had to use all their concentration to control just one spirit artifact, and that was assuming they could even use telekinesis to begin with. To control 2 flying weapons, one had to possess both a tremendous amount of control over one's spiritual power and incredible mental strength. Only then could they multitask successfully. It was commonly believed that a heaven-grade cultivation technique was the minimum a cultivator must possess to remotely control 2 flying weapons at the same time. Even then, not every heaven-grade cultivator could manage such a thing. Telekinesis was undeniably a cool-looking technique, but the cultivator had to be naturally talented to be able to use it properly. Moreover, it wasn't always the more the better. After all, the more spirit artifacts you controlled, the more taxing it was on your mind. As far as he knew, Li Baxin was the only man at Spirit Creek Realm to have pushed the way of telekinesis to its limits. It was rumored that he could control 100 flying swords at the same time, though Yuan Guang had no way to know if it was true. No other Ninth Order Heaven-grade master even came close to controlling as many flying weapons as him. After all, the more you split your focus, the weaker a single flying weapon became. In most cases, several powerful flying weapons were way better than dozens of impotent ones. With all that said, how was it possible for a 7th Order cultivator to control 2 flying weapons at the same time? Not only that, their strength was almost the same as when he was controlling just one flying weapon, meaning that it was no last-ditch effort to keep him at bay. He really was capable of piloting 2 flying weapons at the same time? The surprise attack had failed, and there was no time to be awed by Lu Ye's talent in telekinesis. Yuan Guang immediately launched into a sword dance and sent away the flying weapon seeking to skewer him. From time to time, a sword chi would erupt and knock the flying weapon away. He was a 9th Order cultivator after all. If the youngster thought he could kill him with flying weapons alone, he was in for a rude awakening. Suddenly his thoughts came to a standstill. It was because he saw Lu Yi walking towards him. It couldn't be. A shocking thought entered Yuan Guang's mind before he shook it off immediately. It just wasn't possible. It already took an insane amount of mental strength to control 2 flying weapons at the same time. There was just no way a 7th Order brat could do this and fight a melee as well. This was just an attempt to intimidate him into slipping up. Unfortunately, his foolish thoughts were mercilessly crushed when Lu Yi swung his saber at his face. It was only now Yuan Guang realized there was a reason Lu Yi had dared to challenge him to a solo fight. It was because he was capable of controlling 2 flying weapons and fighting a melee at the same time. And so, shining lights danced in the air while a pair of cultivators huffed and puffed amidst a forest of stones. The moment they clashed, Yuan Guang found himself being pushed back by Lu Yi. It wasn't because his strength was inferior to Lu Yi, but because Lu Ye's bag of tricks were too difficult to deal with. It was hard enough to defend against a saber and 2 flying weapons at the same time, but the strength and speed of his cuts were unpredictable as well. Sometimes the saber would feel as heavy as a mountain, and sometimes it would move as quick as lightning. There did not seem to be any rhyme or reason behind the sudden increase in weight and speed either. Most importantly, the saber was ridiculously sharp. He accidentally took a hit earlier, and the light surrounding his armor abruptly dimmed by a great amount. It was scary because he had spent a lot of spirit stones to purchase it from the Vault of Providence, and it was tough enough that no 9th Order cultivator could ever hope to break through its defenses. However, he could clearly feel his armor straining from the earlier hit. On a related note, there was light in the 9 Realms scroll even though there was no sun. The stone forest was only a kilometer or 2 wide in radius. It was the smallest landscape of the 9 that was captured within the ward scroll. Everything else beyond the stone forest looked like a hodgepodge of ink-black stains on a piece of blank paper. The stains were also warping and changing constantly as if it was hiding some terrifying danger within. There was no telling what would happen if someone were to fall into it. Lu Yi and Yuan Guang were doing battle on the only real piece of land in the strange world of the Nine Realms Scroll, the Stone Forest. Less than 30 breaths had passed since the battle began, but Yuan Guang was already at a severe disadvantage. He never thought that he, a ninth-order cultivator, would be suppressed by a seventh-order cultivator to this extent. To say he felt bitter and regretful would be an understatement. Chapter 242 The Sky Pillar Sex or Vein. There were plenty of such techniques on the Tree of Glyphs. Lu Yi learned a lot from them. In fact, the main reason he improved so quickly when studying the way of glyphs under Lady Yun was thanks to the knowledge he gleaned from these techniques. At first he had no idea how to use them. Over time he was able to figure out the method through Lady Yun's teachings and his own explorations. For example, one of the techniques on the Tree of Glyphs could connect two sharp edges together, drastically amplifying his weapon's damage. To put it in simpler terms, just view them as two enhancements. When he activated them, it was like the inviolable had gained two additional sharpening enhancements in an instant. This was why Lu Yi was able to pierce through Yuan Guang's armor despite its excellent defensive qualities. The moment he attacked, the spiritual power surrounding his blade had sharpened instantly. The single attack wasn't enough to kill Yuan Guang, so he tried to stab Lu Yi in the face. However, it was not meant to be. He had just enough time to feel a sudden surge of spiritual power inside his body before countless energy spikes burst out of his body, killing him in an instant and turning him into a cactus. In fact, the attack, or rather the glyph, was aptly named as Glyph Burster. It was one of the new glyphs Lu Yi had obtained after feeding his Tree of Glyphs another 10 flame of earthen spirits. When it was activated, it would use the spiritual power that made up its structure to grow a ton of energy spikes. The spikes didn't last very long, and the glyph was useless in most situations. However, it was devastating if he could activate it inside an enemy's body. A defensive equipment could protect a cultivator from external attacks, but not internal attacks. In the past, Lu Ye's attacks generally could not kill an enemy unless he managed to hit a vital spot. Now he could just stab someone in, say, their shoulder and activate Burster, skewering them from the inside out. Even cultivators had squishy insides after all. They would be grievously injured even if they somehow survived the attack. The energy spikes would disappear rapidly after taking form and losing its glyph, but the damage it left behind wouldn't fade. It was a vicious glyph to say the least. Yuan Guang's sword stopped when it reached within centimeters of Lu Ye's eyeball. It would never progress further. The deed done, Lu Yi withdrew his saber and sent Yuan Guang's body flying with a kick. Clang. Without Yuan Guang's control, the flying weapon was no more than a decoration in the sky. Lu Yi easily struck it out of the air before withdrawing his own flying weapons. Suddenly, he felt as if the world itself was rejecting his existence. Lu Yi knew it was Yi bringing him out of the Nine Realms Scroll. His eyes blurred and he found himself standing before the girl once more. Yuan Guang's corpse lay on the ground not far away from him. Hao Ren was staring at him with a complicated expression. The man moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but he was unable to find the words no matter what he tried. Hao Qing experienced no such difficulties, however. She praised, "Your incredible brother Yi." The shiver in her voice proved that her praise had come from the bottom of her heart. The Hao brother and sister had been fortunate enough to witness the battle from the start to finish. Although it was hardly a perfect portrayal, in fact the moving sketches looked so amusing that they couldn't feel the tension of the battle at all, but there was no denying the fact that Lu Yi was alive and Yuan Guang was dead. It wasn't an easy death either. He looked like a blood bag that had been punctured all over the place. "Isn't it a little, he wanted to say reckless, but he was afraid of offending Lu Yi. "Don't worry. I'll use my discretion and operate within my limits." Hao Ren then asked, "If you don't mind, can we come with you?" Hao Ren would never have suggested this if he hadn't witnessed Lu Yi slaughtering Yuan Guang with his own eyes. Since Lu Yi had proven to be most formidable, what had seemed like an insurmountable mission now only required, as Lu Yi said, a little discretion. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. Of course I welcome your aid. The offer didn't surprise him. Silverlight Island and Sky Pillar Sect were neighbors, and he was sure that they had a river of grudges to settle with one another. If someone wanted to give the Sky Pillar Sect trouble, they were only all too happy to offer their aid. The reason Lu Yi hadn't tried to recruit them himself was because, 1, they were little more than strangers, and 2, it was a pretty risky endeavor. He would be putting them on the spot if he asked them about it. It was a different story if Hao Ren made the offer though. They were both 8th Order cultivators, so he more than welcomed their strength. They spent a few minutes communicating their abilities with each other. Lu Yi learned that the siblings were ghost cultivators who were versed in the art of concealment. It made sense. They would never have dared to search for the purple cloud flower on their enemy's territory otherwise. Ghost cultivators weren't much different from combat cultivators at 7th Order or below. It was after they gained the ability to commune with the Nether that they were able to unleash the true strength of their cultivation faction. Each major cultivation faction possessed a number of advantages that were exclusive to themselves. Body-tempering cultivators had the strongest physique, spell cultivators were unrivaled in spellcraft, combat cultivators were fearsome in close combat, and medicine cultivators could heal the sick and ill. A ghost cultivator's exclusive advantage was their unpredictability. Not only were they fast, they excelled in the art of concealment and assassination. They also had the easiest time killing enemies that were above their cultivation level. After all, what could you do if a ghost cultivator managed to get within killing range undetected, even if your cultivation level was higher than theirs? Of course, their advantages came with certain drawbacks. For starters, they were almost as fragile as a spell cultivator. Second, they could never learn spells because one had to pay a price to commune with the Nether. In fact, their spiritual power wasn't just spiritual power after they underwent a communion. It was a special mix of power that allowed them to pull off many seemingly impossible feats. Originally, Lu Yi was just going to find a place with plenty of Sky Pillar Sect cultivators that wasn't the outpost and play the bait. He was a 7th Order cultivator and a member of the Grand Sky Coalition. It should not be difficult to draw the enemy to him at all. He would then kill anyone who came his way. If their numbers were too great, then he would run away from them. Nothing was off limits. He was here to take revenge against his enemy, so there was no need to factor benevolence and morality into the equation. Now that he had the Hao brother and sister, he could make the plan even better. 8th Order ghost cultivators were equally excellent baits, not to mention that they hailed from Silverlight Island as well. The plan was discussed and finalized in no time. Technically speaking, flying to the enemies or vein was an option. 8th Order cultivators had just enough control to fly via controlling spiritual artifact. However, it would exhaust them unnecessarily before the great battle, not to mention that they were currently behind the enemy lines. It would hardly be a good idea to travel openly. That was why they ran all the way to the Orvane. The good news was that their destination was only 100 or so kilometers away from their current location, and 15 kilometers away from the outpost. As a general rule, a resource site was never too far away from an outpost. It would be difficult to defend it otherwise. This was one of the criteria the sects considered before choosing the location of their outpost. It was common sense to scout out a piece of land and identify the location of the resource sites before founding the outpost. It took a full day to make it to the Orvane. The sky had turned fully dark by the time they arrived at their destination. They were currently just 30 kilometers away from the outpost and 15 kilometers away from the Orvane. They did not act immediately. Instead, they took a moment to rest and regain their strength. When it was midnight, Hao Ren finally took off toward the Orvane. Lu Yi saw him abruptly melting into the darkness after moving just a short distance away from them. He was unable to see him even after he channeled spiritual light into his eyes. This was one of the unique strengths of a ghost cultivator. In fact, Hao Ren wasn't able to conceal himself completely because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Once he was at the right level, he would be able to conceal even his spiritual light. Ghost cultivators only became harder to detect when they reached Cloud River Realm. That was why powerful ghost cultivators were to be feared. They could always claim a life from the most unexpected corners. Of course, a ghost cultivator's concealment was hardly unbeatable. For starters, they could not maintain their concealment if they suffered a hit. Also, a cultivator's perception naturally improved with their cultivation level. Even if they couldn't see the ghost cultivator, their sixth sense would warn them that there was danger. Less than half an hour later, a pair of spiritual lights suddenly burst out of the ore vein and flew straight toward Lu Ye's group. They were both ninth-order cultivators and one of them was a spell cultivator. They could tell because they kept flinging spells at the forest floor with reckless abandon. The other cultivator did not emulate his ally's example, but he too summoned his flying weapon that zipped around the trees in a sheen of golden light. Chapter 243 Baiting. According to the intel provided by the Hao brother and sister, there were definitely more than one ninth-order cultivator guarding the key location that was the ore vein. In total, there were 3 or 4 of them since the ore vein was big enough that a single ninth-order cultivator could not secure the entire area. They also expected to be chased immediately after they exposed themselves. So far it looked like things were progressing as planned. Hao Ren had managed to lure 2 ninth-order cultivators toward them, and their job was to take out both enemies. The pursuers looked incredibly conspicuous under the night sky. They were more or less moving toward Lu Ye's location in a straight line. Hao Ren burst out of a bush when the enemies were still 1.5 kilometers away from the ambush site. Lu Yi could not help but be impressed by the ghost cultivator's speed. It was one thing to outrun a normal cultivator, and another to outrun 2 cultivators who were 1 minor realm above your level, not to mention that they were also flying on spirit artifacts. That said, he noticed that there were bizarre patterns growing over Hao Ren's neck. It was the same pattern he saw on Lan Yudi. His face also looked a little pale and dusty. If he wasn't mistaken, the ghost cultivator had boosted his speed using some sort of secret technique. Hao Ren gave Lu Yi a quick nod before moving to the agreed-upon location and vanishing into thin air once more. As if on cue, a pair of cultivators soared over the trees right in front of Lu Yi. One of them fired a beam of spiritual light, a flying weapon, straight at him. Lu Yi eyed his attacker for a bit. If he wasn't mistaken, the guy's skill with his flying weapon was even weaker than his, and the spiritual light surrounding his body looked fairly murky. He must have consumed a considerable amount of spirit pills during his cultivation. Despite being at the same cultivation level, he was much weaker compared to Yuan Guang. He's not the ghost cultivator. The mage cultivator who stayed his hand said suddenly. The flying weapon bent slightly and brushed past Lu Ye's face with centimeters to spare. The wind was enough to cause his cheeks to sting. Lu Yi hadn't moved from the start until the end, acting as if he was stunned by his close brush with death. In fact, he hadn't moved because he was confident he could dodge or block the attack. Since it wasn't going to connect, there was no need to move even a muscle. The attacker was probably a combat cultivator. It was because he was flying on a saber. When flying on a spirit artifact, cultivators had the choice to fly on spiritual artifacts that were specifically made for flying or their favorite weapon. There was a huge difference between the two. Spirit artifacts that were specialized for flying obviously offered a better experience overall. They offered bigger space, faster speed, and a smoother flight. The drawback was that it cost more spiritual power. The combat cultivator before him was obviously flying using his favorite weapon. The experience was nowhere as pleasant as the former, but it used a lot less spiritual power. Moreover, some weapons weren't suited for flying. Swords and sabers were generally the way to go, and it was commonly accepted that swords made for pretty cool flying weapons. On the other hand, no one would fly on spiked clubs unless their goal was to make themselves look as tacky as possible. In the end though, wealth was the biggest factor behind the decision to acquire a specialized flying spirit artifact or not. It was the same principle as choosing a flying weapon. Some cultivators' spirit artifacts could function at both melee and long range. There was no such thing as a cultivator with low expenses. The spirit pills and spirit stones one used to cultivate alone was a huge burden on one's wallet, not to mention that each cultivation realm came with its own additional costs. Low-level cultivators had to purchase spirit talisman papers to make up for their own deficiencies. 7th-order cultivators had to purchase flying weapons for use in combat. 8th-order cultivators might want to purchase flying spirit artifacts if their weapon wasn't suited for flying, and 9th-order cultivators with the potential to grow further would definitely want to purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique. At the Spirit Creek realm level, most cultivators led a destitute life. Accumulating wealth could be a challenge greater than cultivating itself. Specialized flying spirit artifacts weren't cheap either. The cheapest ones cost around 200 to 300 spirit stones, while the expensive ones could cost thousands or even tens of thousands of spirit stones. As with all things, the better the quality, the pricier it was. Lu Yi might not be able to fly on a spirit artifact just yet. He had educated himself on the basics as a matter of course. That was why he could tell that the combat cultivator was 100% a pauper. As a result, his interest in the man vanished like a candle in the wind. Killing him would not earn him anything but a workout. The spell cultivator was a different story though. The small boat he was riding looked incredibly well made and possibly valuable. The two cultivators looked down on the dumbstruck Lu Yi from the sky. The combat cultivator asked, "Have you seen an 8th order ghost cultivator?" Lu Yi did not say anything. He was wondering how he should bring his enemies down to his level. The traps they had laid beforehand only worked on the ground. The combat cultivator grew impatient after the silence lengthened. He asked again, "Which faction do you belong to?" Lu Yi still did not give him an answer. "You can die then." The combat cultivator humphed coldly. A cultivator who could not tell you their faction could only be an enemy, so there was no reason to hold back. The spirit artifact he was holding shivered, and killing intent burst out of his body. Lu Yi grabbed an item from his storage bag and tossed it on the ground in front of him. Ho! The combat cultivator's eyes lit up before he pounced toward it like a hawk. It was because it was a flying spirit artifact. To a combat cultivator who was so poor that he could only fly on his saber, the flying spirit artifact was a most attractive offer. He did not suspect that it was a trap because they were a pair of 9th order cultivators, and Lu Yi was just a lone 7th order cultivator. He believed that Lu Yi was offering up the item to bargain for his life. The flying spirit artifact belonged to Yuan Guang. Lu Yi had found it after unlocking his storage bag. It so happened that it was the perfect bait to use right now. The combat cultivator caught the flying spirit artifact in the blink of an eye and examined it closely. However, his joy was quickly replaced by confusion. It was because he felt like he had seen it before. In fact, he had. He and Yuan Guang were both 9th order cultivators in the Sky Pillar sect, so of course they were acquainted with each other. Not only had he seen the flying spirit artifact before, he had even ridden it with Yuan Guang in the past. Lu Yi gave him no time to make sense of his confusion though. His surroundings suddenly distorted into the image of a stone forest. The next second, both the stone forest and the combat cultivator vanished into thin air. The spell cultivator was shocked to say the least, but the worst day of his life was just beginning. Two spiritual lights zipped toward him with every intention to cut his body in half. The spell cultivator was a cautious one. Despite being 2 minor realms above the 7th order cultivator, he never moved within 100 meters of him for fear that he would attempt to surprise him with his flying weapons. He had learned his lesson the hard way in the past, and he wasn't keen on experiencing it a second time. 100 meters was beyond the absolute range of a 7th order cultivator's flying weapon. There was no chance the enemy could hit him. He was wrong. The flying spirit artifact beneath his feet suddenly shuddered violently as if it had been struck by something. He was going to retaliate against Lu Yi, but the unexpected disturbance had interrupted his spell and forced him to focus on stabilizing his flying spirit artifact. He had to. If he fell, he would be half dead even if he survived the fall. He was no body-tempering cultivator after all. His mind was in total havoc right now. Who said that the absolute range of a 7th order cultivator's flying weapon was 100 meters again? Forget 100 meters, this was easily 115 meters. The attack wasn't over yet though. He had just stabilized his flying spirit artifact when something struck it and violently shook it once more. In fact, it was even worse than the first time. It was Lu Ye's fire dragon technique. A massive fire dragon slammed into the flying spirit artifact and knocked it over completely. The spell cultivator let out a cry of surprise as he fell from the sky. The pair of spiritual lights immediately went in for the kill but were unable to deal any damage to him as a terrifically thick spiritual power shield had abruptly appeared on the spell cultivator's body, a life-saving technique every spell cultivator knew. The flying weapon struck the spell cultivator again and again, bowling him over and making him see stars. It didn't matter though. So long as the spiritual power shield remained active, they would not be able to threaten his life. Lu Ye's desire to construct glyphs on his flying weapons grew even more after seeing this. They simply weren't powerful enough without sharp edge. The spell cultivator's spiritual power shield was pretty strong, but Lu Yi could have shredded it in 3 to 5 strikes if he had used the inviolable. If he enhanced the weapon with 2 sharp edges, he might even be able to shred it in a single hit. It might look like he was trouncing his opponent right now, but the attacks were no more than scratches to his opponent. That was what Lu Yi thought, but the spell cultivator was really in a full-blown panic right now. Not only was he falling from the sky, he realized that the 7th Order cultivator was, against all odds, controlling 2 flying weapons at the same time. As a result of their attack, he was rapidly losing spiritual power like a burst dam. He borrowed some momentum from the impact and steadied himself. Then he hurriedly cast a float spell. The spell allowed the caster to float in the air for a short time. Dong Shai had used it before he took a fire quail to the face. Spell cultivators normally did not use flying weapons not because they couldn't learn, but because it was unnecessary. Their spells could already smite their enemies from long range, and manipulating flying weapons required them to split their focus. As if that wasn't bad enough, it might not necessarily have better range than their spells. That was why telekinesis was a situational technique at best to a spell cultivator. When a spell cultivator had reached the 7th Order, they could cultivate more powerful spells such as Lu Ye's Fire Dragon. Most spell cultivators experienced a massive power boost after they reached the 7th Order. The 9th Order cultivator let out a huge sigh of relief after casting the float spell. Although the 7th Order cultivator had given him quite the panic, he was ultimately able to stabilize the situation. All he needed to do now was to rise back into the air and distance himself from the 7th Order cultivator. Once he had regained control of his flying spirit artifact, he would be able to attack the enemy with impunity, and the battle would be under his control once more. He had never been humiliated this badly in his life, much less at the hands of a 7th Order cultivator. He was going to teach him the rage of a 9th Order spell cultivator. He channeled his spiritual power and shot up into the air. After he had returned to his flying spirit artifact, he looked down and... where did the bastard go? He was too panicked to pay much attention to the 7th Order cultivator earlier. Before he knew it, the guy was gone like he never existed. Suddenly, he felt a surge of spiritual power above him. The spell cultivator looked up and felt fear tingling his scalp. Chapter 244 Insight. The enemy who should be on the ground floor waiting for him to dish out a beating was actually above him. The round moon shining above his head, he flapped what seemed like a pair of wings made of fiery red spiritual power and brought down his glowing saber straight at him. Impossible. The mage screamed internally as the attack connected and sent him plummeting toward the ground. Boom. Dust flew everywhere as the spell cultivator hit the ground like a meteor. He must have broken heavens know how many bones, and blood sprayed out of his mouth against his will. The spiritual power shield that blocked the twice-sharp edge empowered inviolable had vanished into nothing as well. It wasn't because the attack had destroyed it, but because the spell cultivator had run out of spiritual power. In his attempt to avoid Lu Ye's flying weapons, he had flown almost 130 meters above ground level. That was why the impact had almost killed him outright, not that he was going to last much longer. His sight was pitch black, his ears were buzzing incessantly, and blood was pouring out of the 7 apertures of his head. Lu Yi landed soundlessly beside him and withdrew his wings. He then reversed his grip and stabbed the spell cultivator through the chest. The spell cultivator tensed at the sudden pain and instinctively grabbed the blade in his chest. His eyes were overflowing with the unwillingness to accept defeat. He was a 9th Order cultivator. If he had died in a fight to the death, then he only had his own incompetence to blame. But Lu Yi was just a 7th Order cultivator, and he was going to die before he could fire a single spell at the bastard. How could he possibly rest in peace like this? The choice wasn't in his hands though. His back sank to the ground again, and a dot of red light flew out of the back of his hand. That was the end of a 9th Order spell cultivator. Lu Yi pulled out his saber, but the fight wasn't over yet. He walked toward the spot where the combat cultivator had disappeared until suddenly, it was as if he had broken through a thin, invisible barrier. His surroundings distorted, and he appeared in a familiar-looking stone forest. A fierce battle was happening here right now. Hao Qing was fighting the combat cultivator in melee while Hao Ren harried him from afar using his flying weapon. Their teamwork was impeccable, and the combat cultivator looked frustrated at his inability to defeat them. The Hao brother and sister might be no match for the combat cultivator one-on-one, but it was the reverse in a two-on-one. Not all cultivators shared the same strength despite being on the same cultivation level. Earlier, Lu Yi had observed that the combat cultivator's spiritual light was rather impure. It was much worse than Yuan Guang's at least. Yuan Guang might have been able to defeat the Hao brother and sister on his own, but this combat cultivator clearly lacked the ability. As if that wasn't bad enough, Lu Yi appeared out of nowhere and caused his heart to skip a beat. Under any other circumstances, a single 7th-order cultivator would not have worried him in the slightest. But now, any factor could be the straw that broke the camel's back. There was another question that puzzled him. Where was his ally? Why hadn't he killed the 7th-order cultivator? A fiery red light shot out of Lu Ye's hand and flew straight toward the combat cultivator. At the same time he tossed a spirit pill into his mouth. He did not know when it became a habit, but he always ate a spirit pill or two after combat even if he didn't use up much energy these days. The Sky Pillar Sect combat cultivator was trapped in the 9 Realms scroll and fighting the last battle of his life. He was weak enough that even the Hao brother and sister could take them out by themselves. That was why Lu Yi had merely supported them with his flying weapon instead of joining the battle. He was cooperating with the duo right now, so he couldn't compete for the kill like he had back at the chess sea. A cooperative relationship where only one side got all the benefits was fragile as a matter of course. Metallic clangs rang incessantly as a pair of flying weapons flew rings around the combat cultivator. From time to time they would slip past his defense and deal him a flesh wound. Hao Qing might be a girl, but her skill and bravery were equal to that of any man. She moved so quickly that her spiritual artifact was practically a blur to the combat cultivator's eyes, and she was always able to strike a vital spot every time he was distracted. A dozen or so breaths later, blood was soaking through the combat cultivator's clothes. Another 20 breaths later, Hao Ren's flying weapon pierced through the back of the combat cultivator's head and ended the fight. A red dot flew out of the body and entered the back of the ghost cultivator's hand. Hao Qing also wasted no time in looting the body. There was a strong sense of rejection, and the trio returned to the real world an instant later. There were now 2 bodies on the ground, and Yi was standing not far away from them while holding the 9 Realms scroll. That was fun. Ah. Hao Ren guffawed. The 2 of them had decided to cooperate with Lu Yi after observing his skills. Even so, they weren't confident that their plan would succeed. But now they had successfully assassinated a pair of Sky Pillar Sect 9th Order cultivators without losing a single person. Their confidence was greatly bolstered to say the least. Let's go. Lu Yi grabbed Amber from his shoulder and tossed it on the ground. The tiger immediately transformed into its original form so that Lu Yi could climb onto its back. After he pulled Yi up, Amber took off toward the ore vein. As for the Hao brother and sister, they melted into the darkness and could not be perceived by normal senses. However, his 6th sense told him that they were somewhere close even though he couldn't see them. They always knew that the bait was only going to work one time. The cultivators of Sky Pillar Sect weren't dumb after all. They had dispatched 2 9th Order cultivators to hunt down the enemy, but not only did they fail, they were killed in action as well. There was no chance they wouldn't notice their deaths either. It only took a bit of effort for them to confirm their status. When that happened, the guards would surely message the outpost and sound the alarm. Hao Ren had scouted the place earlier. 3 9th Order cultivators were guarding the ore vein today, and 2 of them had already died to their ambush. Once he had taken out the last guard, no one else in the mines would have the strength to stop him. They would be able to wreak as much havoc as they wanted, at least until reinforcements showed up and they were forced to withdraw from the area. That was why the plan now was to kill the last 9th Order cultivator as soon as possible. They sprinted at full speed until they arrived within 1.5 kilometers of the mines. After Lu Yi climbed off Amber's back, the tiger transformed back to a cat and jumped onto his shoulder once more. As for Yi, she was already scouting ahead in search for that 9th Order cultivator. The Hao brother and sister were standing by as well. As soon as Yi had found the last 9th Order cultivator, they would cooperate with Lu Yi and kill the enemy in the shortest time possible. Lu Yi took a step forward and inhaled. A glyph soundlessly appeared on his body before concealing his presence in an instant, including that of Amber's. He had obtained glyph, conceal presence at the same time as burster. There was a spirit talisman paper called breath curbing that he had used to save Amber in the past. Before acquiring the glyph, he often kept a few in his storage bag because of how useful they were in certain situations such as this one. Of course, he had discarded them since obtaining Conceal Presence from the Tree of Glyphs. Conceal Presence was great, but Lu Yi would have preferred to obtain a glyph that could turn him invisible just like the ghost cultivators. He would have become as elusive as them. Lu Yi raised his head and stared at the haphazardly arranged lights shining out of the mines for a moment. It immediately reminded him of the days he spent mining in Evil Moon Valley. Back then he thought he would never have to mine another ore after escaping the valley and becoming a cultivator. In reality, many cultivators did this for a living. It wasn't just the Sky Pillar sect. The major sects had more or less the same arrangement. Outpost resources were one of the main income of cultivators, and no one was willing to leave them unattended. They weren't that wealthy after all. Of course, some sects had considered hiring ordinary people to do the mining. There were plenty of them on the Spirit Creek battlefield after all, but there were plenty of dangerous creatures lurking within an vein, and sometimes an enemy sect would attack a resource production site. Every time these incidents happened, with ordinary miners there would be a massive amount of casualties. As such, no one was willing to work for them no matter what they offered. That was why the cultivators had no choice but to work the mines themselves. These days everyone who fought on the Spirit Creek battlefield, be it the heirs of major sects, disciples of clans or even independent cultivators, was an expert miner in their own right. Everyone's storage bags carried at least one mining pick and or other bizarre mining tools. They were less than 500 meters away from the mines when Lu Yi came to a sudden stop. An alarm bell was ringing softly in his head. It felt as if he was targeted by someone. Without hesitation he channeled a bit of spiritual power into his right eye. A delicate glyph quickly appeared in his pupil, transforming his vision in the blink of an eye. The glyph he had constructed in his eye was called Insight. It allowed him to see things that the naked eye couldn't see. The scenery in his insight-boosted eye seemed almost illusory, and he could see ribbons of strange light that constantly twisted and changed forms all over the place. They were the light of the world's spiritual chi. Insight allowed him to see the flow of spiritual chi and the exchange of spiritual power clearly. His gaze swept the area until it locked on a spot to his left. The flow of spiritual chi in that area was strange in the sense that it was thicker than its surroundings. In fact, if he could give the anomalous blob an outline, it would look just like a human being. The humanoid figure was rapidly closing the distance between him. They were in front of him in just the blink of an eye. At the same time, his senses suddenly screamed danger and caused all the hair on his body to stand on their end. He immediately unsheathed the inviolable and enhanced it with a sharp edge. He then slashed at the anomalous blob. There was a metallic clang as a dagger suddenly winked into existence, blocking the attack. The next moment, a person appeared out of thin air right in front of him. He was a man of short stature and a small mustache. His spiritual light revealed him to be a ninth-order cultivator. A ninth-order ghost cultivator. That explains why his ability is so strange. Is he the last ninth-order cultivator guarding this mine? There was no time to think. Lu Yi immediately withdrew his saber and went in for a thrust. Meanwhile, the ghost cultivator was clearly surprised by his failure. Not only had the seventh-order cultivator seen through his concealment with surprising ease, he had seized the initiative as well. The slash had been incredibly powerful. He felt like his perlicue was about to split when it connected with his dagger. He hastily raised his spiritual artifact when Lu Yi acted to stab him with his saber. Then, on Lu Ye's shoulder, Amber suddenly opened its mouth and let out a roar. It was so powerful that the air visibly twisted, and the shockwave struck the ghost cultivator point blank. He felt as if someone had struck his head with an invisible hammer, leaving him dizzy and completely confused. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.